A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The color of my shirt tells you it's Tuesday, and it's going to be a good day as far as markets are concerned. हमेशा की तरह मंगल है तो मंगल ही होगा. You have the weekly expiry today, so the Nifty is likely to be in a normal trading zone as also the Bank Nifty. But let me tell you, the underlying granularity of the market is of strength. We'll be showing you newer and better charts these days. Probably the PCR will now fire the chart of a 240-minute Nifty candle, and you will see strength which is coming in. But for the moment, 24,200, 24,300. Yes, this is the one, ladies and gentlemen. Every candle that you see is a 240-minute candle, and you will see a buy written below the Nifty. So most immediate target is 24,282, and you see a support at about 24,000, which is also a strong option level. We'll shift immediately to the Nifty Bank. This is of course a daily chart. Remember, the Nifty Bank is much more stronger than the Nifty. Immediately you see 58,200 being a resistance, and then of course others opening up for the moment, which is 58,500, 58,400. So keep an eye out on Nifty Bank as well. Now let's shift focus. Ladies and gentlemen, Nifty and Nifty Bank are likely to remain in a zone today because of the weekly expiry of the Nifty. This is the last weekly expiry. On June 30th, we'll have the final draw as far as markets are concerned. Now I'll request the PCR to kindly show us the chart of crude oil. Crude oil, ladies and gentlemen, is well below 200-day moving average, also now below $75 a barrel, and what you see is the lowest since 2nd of March. So it's a 3.5 month low, which is very good for Dalal Street. Now let's shift sectors. I'll tell you the strongest ones. You have a lot of strength coming in the Nifty Healthcare Index. This is at a 5-week high and has rallied for the third day in a row, and most likely you will see lots of gains coming in the Nifty Healthcare Index. Apart from that, the Nifty FinServ Index, Infra and Infra Logistic indexes are in strength. And we'll show you a nice index which goes by the name of Nifty High Beta 50. This is 50 of the most aggressive stocks that are there on National Stock Exchange, and the Nifty High Beta 50 index, I'm hoping the PCR will be able to show you the chart, is rallying very, very strongly. Yes, a 7-day rally has taken this index to a record high, and what you now see is 4,377 after a 7-day rally. Let's now shift focus to stocks. As I have mentioned, you have a lot of strength coming in the Nifty Healthcare Index. So focus on Biocon, focus on Ipca Labs in particular, lot of strength coming in there, possibly headed towards a record high. As also Laurus Labs, which is already at a record high, and you might see further consolidation there, and Mankind Pharma. So these are the 4 stocks from the pharma space that are doing very well on charts: Biocon, Laurus Labs, Mankind Pharma, and of course you have Fortis Hospital from the hospital space, which is in strength. Apart from that, 2 metal counters should do well: Usha Martin and of course NMDC. So that's the structure of the market. In terms of financial services, look no further than AB Capital. Aditya Birla Capital has joined the illustrious ranks of market capitalization above 1 lakh crore rupees. So it's now a big boy. Apart from that, from the government PSU stable, it's Power Finance RECL at 370, and of course IIFL from the broking broking management space, which is looking good. So that's the broader structure of the market, flat on the Nifty as also Bank Nifty, but the broader markets are likely to rally and party hard on this Tuesday. Aditya Agarwal, head of alternate research at Coherent Brokers, joins us. Namaste Aditya ji, a very warm welcome this lovely Tuesday morning. Dalal Street, how do you see and read sentiment at this point of time? Is it more positive than negative? What are you looking forward to this Tuesday?
Namaste, Shalenji. Well, definitely the sentiments have changed drastically in last few trading sessions. Means if we see in last 6, 7 days, Nifty has rallied by almost 1,000 points, more than 1,000 points. And the Bank Nifty has even outperformed Nifty. It is rallied by almost 5 to 6% from its the recent bottom. So definitely means sentiments are much better right now. The positions which we are seeing are on long side. And in some of the sectors where a lot of short positions were there, now we are seeing some short covering. So our view remains constructive on Nifty. Yes, Nifty has seen a big rally, so probably we may see a
Hi,
consolidation of
good morning.
we may see consolidation for next 2 or 3 trading sessions. But structure-wise, we remain bullish on market. Nifty may find some resistance in the zone of 24,200 range, where we are seeing some fall writing. But once that is broken, we are expecting Nifty may move towards 24,500, 24,550. So markets have become buy and dips kind of market. Any decline in Nifty, and if Nifty comes in the zone of 24,000 or 24,950, that should be used as a buying opportunity. On higher side, 24,200 will be immediate target. And if that is broken and Nifty sustains above, then 24,500 will be the next possible target for me.
Right. So that's the view that is coming in on the broader markets as far as Aditya's thought process is concerned. We'll also be looking at some individual stocks. But Aditya, according to you, what is the strongest stock in the Nifty at this point of time? Where are you placing all your bets for a further uptick?
Well, defense is one sector which is looking extremely bullish. Means for last few trading sessions, in fact, last few weeks, defense was in consolidation zone. But now we are seeing a recovery in. We have seen recovery in most of the defense counters. They are on the verge of giving a fresh breakout, and some of these stocks have already given a breakout. Like BDL, we discussed last week, the stock is up significantly from those levels in last 3, 4 trading sessions. And similarly, we see BEL, Bharat Electronics. That stock has respected its support zone of 400, 405, and from those levels, we have seen a good pullback. I'm expecting that this stock will move towards 455 levels in next few sessions. This is one counter which can be added at current levels with a stop loss of 424. Another stock from the same sector will be Hindustan Aeronautics, HAL. This stock has still not we have not seen the rally in HAL as we have seen in other defense counter. Yesterday, stock has given a breakout from its range and it closed above 4480, 4490 levels. I'm expecting that this stock has a potential to move towards 4700 level to 4750 also in next few days. HAL can outperform market at these from these levels. It can be bought at current levels with a stop loss of 4440 and slightly positional target of 4750 to 4760. Pharma is another space which is looking quite positive. Means
Right.
after consolidation, we have seen a move in pharma. So pharma will be another sector which can be kept in the radar, and we are expecting that pharma can still outperform overall markets.
Right. Sunshine joins us on the show. Good morning, Abha. And I've specially kept one stock for you, which we will be discussing later. But a warm welcome.
Thank you, Shell. Let's take a look at what all is happening today. Of course, it's weekly expiry. The big news, not to do with listed markets, of course, is Kunal Shah. Have you read the Shah of WhatsApp is what
Kya baat hai? The Shah of WhatsApp.
Yes,
That's the phrase of the day today.
Yeah. So I think that's the big news. But in terms of equities, of course, we've got loads of different stocks. Some brokerage views coming in on the likes of Meesho, for instance, the buy call coming in from Citi on that one. Let's pull that one up for a moment and see, what you feel about it as well. And, some of these, recent listings now, I don't think we can pretend that they don't have merit to perhaps being reviewed. So let's take a closer look. Pranay, what do you think?
This is, of course, Meesho doing extremely well at 123. Abha, now that you raised this point, 3 companies from actually 4 or 5 companies, Meesho, Urban Company, then you have Car Trade on the other side of the spectrum. These are the internet plays that are doing extremely well. And Abha, the one that I've saved for you is Nykaa.
There you go. I knew it. I knew it was going to be all about tech this morning. I knew it.
So 5 days of very strong gains, and what you see on Nykaa is the highest since March of 2022. I'll request the PCR to show us the longer term chart of what is in the market known as FSN e-commerce, but better known as Nykaa. Truly the heroine of the markets, but for the moment, let's see whether we can show that chart to you or not. I don't think so we can get it, but I'll get that made for you, Abha. I kept that specially for you to come in and then talk about it.
Lovely. I mean, 72% for the last 2 years as well. It's been a very steady uptick. Aditya, good morning. Let me get from you a view both on Nykaa, Meesho, and of course, we're celebrating. I mean, we're just, recognizing Kunal Shah's extraordinary achievement. But let's get a view on Nykaa and Meesho from you.
Well, definitely means if we see Nykaa stock has outperformed in a big way. It has given a breakout above 280 levels after big consolidation. Structure-wise, stock is looking quite positive. Means it will find some minor resistance around 315, 320 odd range. But once that is taken out, then stock is moving towards 340, 360. So stock is clearly become buy on declines kind of stock. And any dip in the stock towards 300 or 290 can be used as a buying opportunity with slightly positional targets of 340 to 360. On the other hand, if we see Meesho, then stock is still under pressure. Means we see some bout of buying from lower levels. It is respecting its support zone of 160, but on higher side, stock is not able to breach 178, 180 levels, which is a very strong resistance zone. Once stock is above 180, if it sustains above 180, then yes, we can recommend a long position in this counter. But at current levels, I think it may see some more consolidation, and it will continue to trade in the range of 160 to 180. Above 180, it's a buy with a target of 200 to 210.
Okay. Abha, one thing I'd like to mention is that now a lot of pre-positioning is happening for the Q1 results. We are in the fag end of June, and you will see lots of moves coming in the market ahead of the closure window for people who have a better clue into the market, better clue into their own stocks, and therefore you see very sharp run-ups in the market. Look at the daily stock of Nykaa, the daily chart. That's what I'm trying to say, and you will see very sensible buying happening. This is the 5-6 day chart, 1 week chart, 12% higher.
So if we take a look at delivery as well,
yes,
Motilal Oswal, they're sounding quite positive on this one too. Let me get a view from you when it comes to delivery as well, Aditya.
Well, again, means delivery is one stock which is in a range, but yes, its stock is on the verge of giving the fresh breakout. In last 2 weeks, we have seen a good pullback. 488, 490 is acting as a resistance zone. Multiple times stock has tried to break those levels, but means we have seen some profit booking from those levels every time. But if we look at the structure is bullish. I think that this time delivery can break this range on higher side. And once this range is broken, then it can move towards 540. So structure-wise, there is no problem with the stock. I think it's a buy at current levels. Also, it may spend some time around 488, 490, but once that is taken out, then it is going towards 540. So at current levels, also it's a good buy.
Right, Abha, we have that Nykaa chart ready for you. This is, ladies and gentlemen, a weekly chart of Nykaa, and I'm sure you remember the euphoria that was around the IPO. You remember so many people. I must share this with you. I got a call from a very old family friend from Armenia.
Wow.
The lady wanted to invest in Nykaa.
That's so cool.
So, well, of course, thank God she didn't get any shares, because you can well imagine what the crisis was. But I'm just trying to say that perhaps the best time to buy an IPO in India is 1 year after the IPO is listed. So you will get a better price.
Yeah, fair point. I take that point. But who could have said, Shell, that we would spend 10 whole minutes, and I'm going to ask the producers to fix the chart because it's Nika and with
Okay, my apologies. I spell Nika that way.
right? Just so that the viewers don't get confused. But it's who would have said that we would have spent 10 minutes on a morning show discussing all the recent tech listings,
Yes.
right? Until even a few months ago, everyone was so skeptical about 6-8 months back. So I think there's been a clear demonstration of value creation that's happened across some of these. Earnings have been on track. So that's really why the markets are also giving it a thumbs up. So,
yeah. Abha, what's the interesting part? A lot of listed internet companies are now profitable. And that's the tailwind that you need. A market that's enormous, not only domestic, but also global. I mean, what prevents Policy Bazaar to sell the same policies in a different market? You just need to tweak your platform. That's it. You don't need to put in a sales force. Of course, you do, but it's very easy. What prevents car trade from tapping the SARC markets? It's so once the platform is in place and you are making profit on that platform in a market of 150 crore people, the size of the game just changes dramatically. And no better example than the Shah of WhatsApp, cred.
absolutely. Yes, absolutely. Okay, now in terms of some of the other pockets, let's just take a look. Aditya, let's get your view as well on, Reliance at these levels. Let's take a look at what we're anticipating from Reliance going forward.
Well, means we see stock is clearly under pressure. Means we see some pullback from lower levels, but at higher levels, 1380, 1400 is acting as a very strong resistance zone. And means multiple times we have seen that stock see selling pressure from those levels. So still, it's clearly not a very good strong buy. I think stock will continue to consolidate in a range of 1280 to 1380 for next few days, and only a close above 1380 will give a clear trend buy, and in that case, it may move towards 1460 to 1480. But as of now, I will avoid initiating fresh long position in Reliance. I'm expecting that this stock will continue to consolidate in a range of 1280 to 1380 for next few trading sessions.
Let's also analyze other stocks with Aditya. A view on AB Capital, Aditya. Abha, an interesting thing happened yesterday. AB Capital crossed the ranks of companies which have more than 1 lakh crore of market capitalization. So this is the latest big boy in the market. Aditya.
Well, structure is clearly bullish. Means the stock has given a breakout above 380 levels, and means with decent volume, rise in volume. So I'm expecting that the uptrend may continue. Yes, in between we will see some bout of profit booking, but that kind of dip, if there is any dip also, that should be used to accumulate long position. With a stop loss, if someone is playing slightly positional, I'm expecting it may move towards 440 to 460 levels. With a stop loss of 370, one can continue to add on any decline with target of 440, 460.
Okay. Abha, before you leave for the other show, I'll just request the PCR to show her the chart of the Nifty High Beta 50 Index. These are the most aggressive of stocks, both in terms of fundamental strength in growth in sales and growth in net profit, but the charts are phenomenal as well. This Abha is a 50 share index and is now hitting a record high after rallying 7 days in a row. And the 3 or 4 stocks within the high beta index that are doing phenomenally well. One we've discussed, which is AB Capital, and 2 more from the PSU stable, Aditya ji, RECL, this is the power financer, and IIFL.
Well, REC clearly looks positive at current levels. Means stock has seen a decent rally, but structure-wise looks positive. Yesterday, stock has given a breakout from its 200 days moving average also. So on a higher side, it has a potential to move towards 390 to 395 levels. So clearly at current levels also, it's a good buy with a stop loss of 358. On higher side, 390 will be the immediate target. IFL means if we see structure for IFL is also positive, but it will find some resistance in the zone of 545, 548 levels. Once that is taken out, then we can see a very sharp move in this counter. In that case, it may move towards 600 odd level. The structure is positive. It may see some consolidation. It may see some resistance in the zone of 545. But if it breaks 545, then we can expect 600 kind of move in this downturn.
All right. Few other brokerage upgrades. I think we've got, for instance, Vishal Megamart in focus. City on cement is sounding positive. HSBC on power is sounding positive. So a lot of brokerage views coming in. Jefferies has raised its view on MCure Pharma. So that's one to watch out for, perhaps on the back of that. And again, from the tech space, Kotak is positive on Grow. Sounding very positive on that one. I think Investec on Vishal Megamart is also initiated a buy, talking about the double engine growth story and of course huge consumption play as well. Any of these that you've taken a look at recently, Aditya?
Well, MQL is one stock which can be looked into, means in whole pharma space we are bullish. Pharma index, if we say, is on the verge of giving a breakout, and I think it is moving towards new high. If we see MQO, then if it breaks its 1800 odd levels, then it is moving towards 1940 to 1980. So structure-wise, MQO looks positive and can be bought at current levels also. And if it comes towards 1750, risk reward will be much better. With a stop loss of 1710, one can buy or add on dips with a target of 1950 to 1960 levels.
Abha, the other stock that's doing immensely, that's likely to do really well in the pharma space is Ipca Labs. I'll request Aditya to offer what he thinks on the chart. This is, of course, a high that we had seen somewhere like 20th of May when the stock hit 1678. What are the charts telling you, Aditya?
Well, charts are positive for Ipca Labs. Means if we see stock is continuously finding support in the zone of 50 weeks moving average, which is on rising level from 1450. Now it is towards 1480, 1490 levels. So structure is positive. Yes, it is finding some resistance in the zone of 1620, 1640 odd levels, but structure is quite positive for Ipca Labs. I think this is quite a slow moving counter. So gradually it is moving towards 1700, 1750 levels. It will take some time. As compared to other pharma stock, is slightly slow moving counter, but yes, overall structure is positive. It is, I am bullish on the counter at current levels, also at a buy with a target of 1700 to 1740 levels.
Okay, I think UBS on Titan has also sounding positive. No surprises there really, but interesting to see how much further Titan can go at these levels. Financials, we haven't talked about them this morning. From the financials pack, I know it's a broad basket, but is it the NBFCs? Is it the PSUs? What are you tracking from the financial basket, Aditya?
Well, means if we see whole Bank Nifty, then Bank Nifty is trading towards its resistance zone of 58,000, 58,200. Means it has seen it has already outperformed market. And now we can see some consolidation in Bank Nifty. So now we will go very selective in banking counters. So structure is not bad for Bank Nifty, but yes, some profit booking from these levels cannot be ruled out. PSU banks particularly looks good. Means if we see stock like Union Bank, the stock gave a breakout above 170 levels. For last 2-3 days, some consolidation is there, but stock is on the verge of giving again a fresh up move. And in this up move, it may move towards 185, 190 levels. So this reward is clearly in favor of Union Bank at current levels with a stop loss of 171, one can buy with target of 185, 190. So PSU banks looks better placed as compared to private sector banks at these levels.
8:54, 6 minutes to the opening of Tuesday. Remember, it's the weekly expiry as well. This is a flat expectation on the market, although both the Nifty and the Bank Nifty are in strength. I'll request the PCR again to fire the 240-minute chart on the Nifty and the daily chart of the Bank Nifty, the ones that we've been showcasing for the last 2 or 3 sessions. These are pointing to strength, but at the moment you see a very strong resistance at 24,200, 24,300. This is both the 200-day moving average as also within the options chain. Very, very strong call writing that's happening there. In terms of support, you see 24,000, 24,100 also being a strong put writing support, and of course 23,800, although let's hope 23,800 is not what comes on the charts. Apart from that, healthcare, defense, Aditya has already highlighted HAL and BEL for you. They are looking good. But apart from that, Bharat Forge, which is also a defense play, as also Astra Micro and Apollo Micro. These are 4 or 5 charts which are in strength. Let's get Aditya's view on Bharat Forge, already a record high.
Means structure is very positive. Means if we see in one of the means best stock in defense space, it has given a good breakout about 2000 levels. It is clearly moving towards 2180 to 2200 levels in next couple of trading sessions. So it's still a good buy. Means at current levels also means it's giving an opportunity towards 5 to 8% kind of upside. At current levels, it can be bought, or today, if it open little bit soft, then it can be bought with a stop loss of 2040. On higher side, 2100 will be the immediate target.
Okay.
Sorry, 2180 will be the target.
Okay. Aditya, it just slipped my mind. A view on oil, crude oil.
Well, if we see crude means I'm expecting that, see the major correction which is already over in crude. Now from current levels, I'm not expecting a very big correction in crude. Probably towards, Brent crude is moving towards 75.80. Right now it's 77.6. So $1.5 kind of move can be there, down move can be there. But from those levels, we will see some stabilization in crude prices. So at current levels, and from current levels, if you see, I'm not expecting a very big correction in crude, probably towards $75, and then we will see some consolidation in crude.
Okay. 3 minutes left to trade. A view that you may want to offer on the rupee. Do you see further strength in the currency from these levels?
Well, yes, means minor pullback can be there in INR from these levels. Means from lower levels, if we see, then means INR has already seen a good move. Now, but on the higher side, it will find some resistance on 95. From those levels, means it will be difficult for rupee to breach 95 on higher side. On lower side, it is 94. So it's a 1 rupee range in which I'm expecting USD INR to trade for next few days. So we will see some consolidation in USD INR.
Okay. I'll also mark the FII number. It's a negative 635 crores in terms of net sales, which is fairly okay. Remember, these numbers were really absurd about a month ago. But June 19th, they had purchased 4,815 on a net basis in terms of crores. So a 635 crore net sale is nothing much to be worried about. For the month of June, we are negative 43,680 crores. For the month of May, it was almost 56,000 crores. April was 67,000 crores. And of course, March was the peak. 1,22,540 crores was the peak money that FIIs withdrew. 2 minutes to trade. Let's look at some other stocks which we can discuss with Aditya. Sansera Engineering. Aditya, what are the charts telling you?
I'm sorry, I'm not finding this stock.
Okay, not a problem.
Yeah,
how about Mankind Pharma?
So Mankind Pharma looks positive. Means after a couple of trading sessions, yesterday's stock gave a breakout. It was consolidating in a range of 2250, 2400 levels. We have seen a good breakout in yesterday's session. Stock gave a positive move of 5%. This stock can move towards 2650 in next few trading sessions. And if we see overall, also we are bullish on pharma space. So I think that means like other pharma stocks, Mankind also can see a good positive move and can move toward 2650.
Okay, just a couple of seconds left. A quick one on Manappuram Finance. This was amongst the strongest of charts that I could make out on the FNO space along with Nykaa. Manappuram.
Well, means if we see Manappuram stock has seen a V-shaped recovery. I mean, it corrected from 330, 332 odd levels to 280 levels. And again, it is reaching towards its resistance zone. Stock found support around 200 days moving average, which was somewhere around 290 odd levels. But again, means at 330, 332, it's not a very good buy. It is not giving a very good risk-reward ratio.
Right, sir.
Means that is a very strong resistance zone. So at current levels, I will avoid this stock.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the pre-open with us, it's a strong start. Almost 24,200 has been taken out, but options writers will be in very good supply here. So you will see call writing coming in, and 24,200 is the most immediate resistance. Let's look at what the markets are telling us in terms of gains. Right off the gainers list, you have Kirloskar Engineering. Remember, this is something that we had discussed yesterday, a 20% circuit, and again we have a 13% uptick on Kirloskar Engineering. But let's focus on the good parts in the Nifty. Indigo, 1.5% higher within the Nifty. Remember, falling crude oil prices are very, very positive for airline Indigo. Kotak Bank 1% higher. Wipro Apollo Hospital almost 1.5% higher, and Tata Consumer 1% higher. Very quickly we'll shift focus to what's happening in the F&O space. Let's look at top gainers there. You have Bharat Dynamics 3% higher. What are the other stocks and futures that are buzzing? Muthoot Finance 1.1% higher, and Naukri, which is Info Edge, has surged 10%. This is the first circuit in the F&O space. Futures of Naukri are now at 1,083. So keep an eye out on that one. You have Strength, which is now coming into Page Industries, 4% higher. You have Strength, which is coming into Laurus Labs. That is something that we've discussed. IndusInd Bank, Bharat Forge in the green. A quick look at NSE 500. We'll focus on very, very strong stocks. Gainers include NIACL, 217 rupees higher. Craftsman Automation, Meesho 1.7% higher, and of course stocks such as Asahi Life, Asahi India, and Sobha Developers. So that's the pre-open. We'll let it settle. And Aditya, before we let you go, thank you very much for your views. Always such a pleasure to host you, and we look forward to you joining us again. Pre-open flat as flat can be, ladies and gentlemen. We'll take a quick break and come back shortly.
From overnight global cues to live Dalal Street moves.
From tariffs to taxes, mutual funds to your daily stock queries.
Watch me, Abha Bakaya, as I bring you the opening bell action.
Watch me as I bring to you the Business Today show.
Monday to Fridays, 9:05 a.m.
Every weekday at 3 p.m.
Only
on
on
India Today.
I will resign as leader of the Labour Party.
The King of the North may soon have to change his address to 10 Downing Street. With Keir Starmer out of the way, Andy Burnham, who has long been waiting in the wings, appears well ahead on his path to Britain's top job. Burnham is the only Labour lawmaker to have confirmed that he will enter the leadership contest.
I made my statement, obviously praising the Prime Minister's dedication, service, and confirmed that I will put myself forward in the process that will soon be underway.
Hours after Starmer announced his resignation, Andy Burnham took oath as the new MP for Makerfield.
I swear by Almighty God that I will be faithful.
Westminster witnessed what looked less like a coincidence and more like a political handover in waiting. Around 200 Labour MPs greeted Burnham with whoops and cheers as he arrived for a photo with them. The newly elected MP was the mayor of Greater Manchester for the last 9 years, and that is where he built his popularity. Earlier this month, Burnham stormed to victory in the Makerfield by-election. winning 55% of the vote. It was a perfectly timed return to Westminster as it reopened his path to Labour leadership. Widely viewed as Starmer's strongest political successor, Burnham has never hidden his ambitions to lead both Labour and the UK. But his Makerfield by-election victory is what sharply increased the threat to Starmer. Just days ago, after Burnham's win, Starmer had dismissed feeling any pressure and said that he would stand in any leadership contest.
There isn't a leadership contest.
But when there is,
at
it's
the
imminent,
moment.
Prime Minister,
There
isn't
isn't
it?
one at the moment. But as I've said on many, many occasions, I don't think that's a good thing for the country to
But would
plunge
you
us into
contest it?
chaos. I would also add that now that Andy has won, which is really important, really good, he's a huge asset to us, then now will inevitably be a Manchester mayoralty by-election starting straight away. So it's important that we pull together for that. But if there is a contest, just to be clear with you, then yes, I will run, I will stand, and I've said repeatedly.
Money. Just claim the offer.
Double your money from any random group. Pay attention. Promising double returns, they'll lure you in tight. Unverified groups will send fake tips overnight, emptying your pockets before you can fight. Well said! Well said! Well said! SEBI and NSE advise consult only SEBI registered advisors and make payments only to verified accounts or UPI IDs. An investor awareness initiative by SEBI and NSE.
Good morning, you're with us here on Business Today. I'm Abha Bakai. Let's take a look at the headlines this morning. Iran begins exporting crude oil under the 60-day peace deal waiver. Oil prices down to $77 levels, but Asian markets also lower in trade after a sell-off in tech shares. WhatsApp gets an Indian at its head. Cred founder Kunal Shah to head the messaging platform. The change comes after WhatsApp parent Meta decides to invest almost $1 billion in Cred. Elon Musk is the poorest in more than a week, with his wealth tumbling $240 billion in just 4 days. It's all thanks to the new listed share of SpaceX falling 16% last night on fears of unmanageable debt. It could be the last lap of trade talks between India and the US. Two-day talks to be headed by the senior-most representatives of both countries. Issues like preferential tariffs, rules of origin, and investments to be taken up. Big cyber scare for Tata Electronics. A ransomware group claims to have leaked more than 2 lakh files, including Apple and Tesla design documents. Tata Electronics says it acted swiftly and that all business operations remain unaffected. And the rupee this morning opening at 94.69 versus Monday's close of 94.68. So not too much of a difference there, still below the 94.5 mark. We're also joined by Shailendra Bhatnagar and Vineet Bulinjkar this morning to get a sense of the market setup ahead of trade. And today is, of course, expiry as well, holding fort around that 24,100 mark, just below it. Vineet, good morning. How are things looking to you?
Although the news is very positive in terms of, the war position subsiding and Iran being allowed to sell crude oil, I think the hunky-dory news is being upset by, the tech shares which are looking like slipping away. It is also kind of pointing to you that eventually sometime in September, the rates are going to go up in the US, and the hardening of these rates and sucking out of liquidity in the international markets is going to be the next spoil sport after the crude oil jamboree.
All right. And so where do you expect markets to go from here, Vineet? What are going to be the next 3 triggers to watch out for?
I think the markets are going to be more or less little watchful because we are seeing the onset of the monsoon. And, it is expected that the monsoon would pick up steam going ahead. So we expect, barring for the tech stocks, I think the rest, there would be rotation of money into your infrastructure stocks and also into banking stocks. And we expect that the markets will continue to sustain current levels. They'll remain choppy until, the first week of July, when the clarity of the onset of monsoon is firmly there.
All right. So watching out for the onset of the monsoon. Now, the big news this morning, you would have all read it. Cred founder Kunal Shah is set to take over as the global head of WhatsApp, marking a major leadership move in the tech world. Shah has stepped down as CEO of Cred, with Miten Sampath taking charge as interim CEO. The transition comes alongside a major investment by WhatsApp parent Meta, which is leading a $900 million funding round in Cred at a valuation of $4.5 billion. Shah will continue to remain a shareholder in the fintech company, but says he is stepping away from day-to-day operations. Shah says the opportunity to lead WhatsApp was driven by the platform's massive untapped potential. He'll now work closely with Meta CEO Mark Zuckerberg as WhatsApp enters its next phase of growth. Palak Agarwal joins us with more on this. Palak, why has Meta invested in Cred? Give us the strategy behind this, what they're also looking for from the Indian market.
Yeah, so Abha, it is the most unusual and strategically significant deals ever in the Indian startup history, and not just because of the check size alone, but because it combines investment, leadership succession, and platform strategy in a single transaction. And here it's not that Meta is hiring, Meta has just invested in Cred, but it is simultaneously hiring the founder who has the history of, in the credit ecosystem of India.
Absolutely. So when we're talking about Kunal as well, talk about how he's been acqui-hired to lead WhatsApp globally, and this is quite a big move. It's it's one of the key positions or the reverse transitions that we've seen in a long time, and very significant in that sense.
Yes, the real narrative is that Meta is betting in the future of WhatsApp. Payments has been, the struggle. While UPI in India, Google Pay and Phone Pay dominate the sector, Meta has been struggling to scale WhatsApp Pay. And with Kunal's strategies and on how he built Freecharge, which was acquired by Snapdeal, and then building Cred. And Cred recently reported its first profitable quarter. So it's a strategy, in the future to how WhatsApp, can tap into the Indian credit market.
Absolutely. So I think that tells you, why the significance and what really is expected of the deal, and how Meta is, of course, furthering its interests and deepening its reach in the Indian ecosystem. Thanks so much for joining us on that, Palak. Now, gold and silver, let's pull that up for you in early trade, precious metals and how they're shaping up. This morning, gold down about 1,200 rupees and silver has slumped actually 6,500 rupees to 2.28 lakhs per kilo from above 2.5 lakhs per kilo. So that's the move coming in on precious metals this morning. Let me get back to the markets as well. Shell, what's it looking like today? What are we in for? Any key stocks to keep in mind?
Abha, it's looking flat because it's the weekly expiry as far as the Nifty and the Bank Nifty are concerned. But as Vineet would probably agree, and good morning to you, Vineet, strength in defense, strength in healthcare, NBFC space is looking good, and parts of the pharma chain are in very good health. Maybe we can get Vineet to share his top picks in the market.
Yeah, I think, we should be focusing on, as Shale pointed out, look at stock which has been getting the shot in the arm. I think it'll be the stock of the day today, given the announcements. And there are a number of announcements coming in for, on water requirements. I think Iron Exchange is one stock that should do well. So these are some of my picks for the day. And not to forget Sun Pharma. I think Sun Pharma and other stocks related to, your cancer drugs are going to also be doing very well.
All right. I'm just watching out for opening ticks on the screen now. Let's just wait. It's just a few seconds to go. Keep an eye, of course, on what is the next move on Reliance IT from a strategic point of view. But otherwise, we're tracking a whole host of other segments of the market that may react on the back of news or brokerage upgrades. Misho, the tech names also very much in focus. The index itself is just steady, 24,069, nothing too much happening there. And let's take a look at the gainers and losers and just take a look at the individual stocks, because clearly that's possibly where the action is this morning. IT continuing to trend weak, lot of fears around really what's going to happen at that front. So structural issues there and fairly distressed moves. On the upside, BEL, Bajaj Finserv, Bajaj Auto, so a smattering of mixed names there on your screen. Cipla, Tata Consumer, ICICI Bank, 0.5% or so. On the downside, let's take a look at what's really cooling off this morning. We've got Hindalco, HUL, Infi, so metals, FMCG, IT, and financials as well. That's really the theme on the downside. On the upside, you've got pharma clearly and a smattering of other names. So TCS, HCL Tech, Tata Steel, Hindalco, everything is on the, causing pressure on the index this morning. Pharma's up about 0.5%. Let's pull up Reliance as well. I just want to take a look at how it's faring. A lot of eyes closely monitoring Reliance now for the next 6 months to 1 year or so, taking a look at how the geo listing plays out. Just steady today, so it's holding fort for the moment. Shell, what else are you picking up?
Abha, we had yesterday discussed Kirloskar Engineering, another blowout, a 20% circuit on Monday, followed by a 7% uptick today. This is, of course, the very strong news on a very strong order win by Kirloskar Engineering to supply 192 megawatt gensets to an AI hyperscaler. We may not be having an AI trade, Abha, but the suppliers to the AI trade are doing immensely well. And another 8.5% uptick on Kirloskar Engineering. Strength which is coming into Carborundum Universal, 1245. Mcure Pharma is something that you've pointed out. That's in strength, 2.4% higher. And Schneider Electric, 2.3% higher. Maybe you could take a view on Kirloskar Engineering from our friend Vineet. He's been tracking the stock for a while.
Right.
Vineet,
okay, I don't think
Kirloskar
Vineet heard
Engineering.
that.
Yeah.
We were
I think
wondering if you could offer and comment on Kirloskar Engineering.
Oh, yes. I think, as you pointed out, I think Kirloskar Electric will do very well because, that's a huge order for its size. And, it's a sign of more deals to come through again. I think that stock should continue to do well going ahead.
Okay, a few gems in the market there, and we'll pull up a few more of those for you. But let me also bring you some news on your screen. The government has said that India's fertilizer levels are comfortable and stocks at 19.6 MT. That's up 16% on year. 4 fertilizer ships are headed for India, and the ships have crossed the Strait of Hormuz last week. They are carrying urea, DAP, and sulfur. So this clarification and reassurance coming in from the government on India's fertilizer levels being comfortable. And this is also important, of course, we need heading into the monsoon as well. A whole host of these sectors will keenly be watched in terms of impact on them, and this will be a big relief when it comes to the fertilizer pack. Vineet, if you can hear me. All right, we'll go back across to Vineet in just a moment. But Shell, clearly, as I said, we're heading into monsoon. We are going to be focusing on agri. The fertilizer segment also is under pressure with regards to, all of these supply concerns. So clearly, this is going to be relief for them. We'll try and pull up some of those stocks for you also in just a moment to see if they're reacting. And at the moment, no immediate reaction. Maybe they're still processing, but it's definitely good news.
Yes, Abha, it is. And you remember we were at an event about 2 months ago when
yes.
We had a gentleman from the pharma and from the fertilizer industry. He said Q1 is okay. We don't seem to have a problem in terms of stocking, but Q2 should be an issue if Hormuz does not open. But that has, so that overhang of pain is over for the sector, and let's hope for the best to come in. We're just waiting for rains.
All right, waiting for rains. Vineet, before we know it, the quarter has ended, and while there have been huge concerns around IT, limited move on financials, we're already now almost on Q2, where we're going to be tracking monsoon and other key triggers going forward. What to you has been the key takeaways, let's say, for the quarter gone by, once you've processed earnings and other, of course, major triggers? Would you say IT for one, given the kind of nosedive we're seeing on some of those names, despite a few deal announcements, or would you say something else stood out for you?
No, we have been continuously pessimistic on the sector. I think, there is lack of imagination on the part of the Indian IT to purely delve into, the services business, which is especially in the large cap IT names. And, we are going to see maximum damage being done there in terms of revenue as well as your margins. So this quarter is going to be a kind of a Waterloo for these stocks. And, finally, we are going to see, major understanding among all investors that IT needs massive disruptions before you can call it that there's a bottom in these stocks.
All right, so that's Vineet on IT coming in, and we've got some more breaking news on your screen as well. Another win for Make in India. Renault India has begun exports of Duster. First 750 vehicles have left for South Africa, and they see India as an auto export hub of 2 billion euros by 2030, which is huge actually. So that commentary coming in from Renault, that's clearly now going big here in the Indian market as an export hub. And this is a win when it comes to the Make in India agenda. They've actually begun exports of the Duster from here, and the first batch of 750 vehicles are leaving for South Africa. Renault says it sees India as an auto export hub and sees exports of about 2 billion euros by 2030. It's auto all the way, Vineet. We have continued to see momentum across the auto pack, auto ancillaries, tires. Momentum has been intact. So despite some fears of cost pressures and margin pressures, demand and clearly now even the potential as an export hub are clearly building.
Yeah, absolutely, and without doubt. I think that the sector, despite the oil shock, has been very resilient. I know we expect the entire sector to do very well. Your interest rates are quite controlled, and with the recent cut in the interest rates in the US would also help us do better. So I think auto sector and especially the EV plays, there is a lot of thrust on this sector. We will see Maruti doing extremely well. We are looking at Ather Energy, one of the stocks with a pure electric play doing well. And the bus segment, because there is a huge shift towards taking your buses away from the fossils and into the electric grid. So I think these are the counters which are going to do extremely well going ahead.
All right, absolutely. Shell, let me also bring you in 923. What else are you spotting in the broader markets?
Well, Abha, because the broader markets are buzzing with gains, I'm looking at record highs. These are spaces that we obviously trade and track on the long side. So Schneider Electric, this is again, as I have been pointing out, a data center play in sync with what Kirloskar Engineering is. So a record high on Schneider Electric, 1427. You have Laurus Labs and Emcure Pharma from the healthcare space doing good. Defense is represented by Bharat Forge that you and I have discussed. And of course, from the infra logistics space, three stocks, RR Kabel, KEI Industries, Apar Industries, and Kalpataru Power. These are the ones hitting record highs, and we should follow the money.
Vineet, on Emcure, I think it's a brokerage upgrade that's driving the counter as well. What's your view on Emcure or otherwise anything else from the pharma pack? Because that's clearly been in favor.
right? We don't cover MPR, so I would not like to comment on that. But some of the other stocks that we track and we follow, I think Sun Pharma looks very interesting, and we could see that stock play out very well in the coming days.
All right, so keep an eye on some of those pharma names, and those are the ones that are holding out in the market today as well. Not just defensive, a few other factors also playing in to some strong buying coming in on pharma. Nifty 50 still at 24,083. Remember, 24,100 continues to be a strong resistance level for the Nifty. The VIX is cooled off. It's not really about volatility or concern, just I think some amount of holding steady at these levels before markets move ahead. So that's the consensus view coming in there. Keep an eye on consumption, keep an eye on pharma, IT in the doghouse, and at this point of time, metals are also a little bit overdone. Financials is probably the one pocket that we're waiting to see pick up. We'll leave it there this morning. Vineet, Shell, thanks so much for joining us, and we'll be back with you at 3 p.m. for market closing.
Presented by National Stock Exchange.
Look, this investment guru tips will double your money. Just claim the offer.
Double your money from any random group. Pay attention. Promising double returns, they'll lure you in tight. Unverified groups will send fake tips overnight, emptying your pockets before you can fight.
Well said! Well said! Well said!
SEBI and NSE advise consult only SEBI registered advisors and make payments only to verified accounts or UPI IDs. An investor awareness initiative by SEBI and NSE.
India is young and the Nifty is younger still. We are at the cusp of greater glory and phenomenal wealth creation. Catch India's magnificent rally and make it a part of your booming portfolio. Look out for the next set of multi-baggers at BTTV.
From overnight global cues to live Dalal Street moves.
From tariffs to taxes, mutual funds to your daily stock queries.
Watch me, Abha Bakaya, as I bring you the opening bell action.
Watch me as I bring to you the Business Today show.
Monday to Fridays, 9:05 a.m.
Every weekday at 3 p.m. only on India Today.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. A warm welcome to you on Business Today Television. Tuesday, which is the weekly expiry of the Nifty, is turning out to be good if you are in the mid-cap and the small-cap space. For the moment, the Nifty is right there in front of you, flat as flat can be, about 25,180 for you. That's how the Nifty is trading. My apologies. It's at 2478. Yes, that's the value that I am getting. But broader markets are in good shape. You have the Nifty Pharma Index as the top gainer. We've been talking about pharma stocks ever since morning. The small cap 100 index is 0.26% higher. Mid cap select, mid cap 100 are in the green. And the maximum profit booking, ladies and gentlemen, is happening in the metal space, 1.25% higher. Advanced decline is good as good can be. 40 shares in the green versus 1100 that are in the red. That's the broader market for you. Let's also shift focus and look at the top gainers. Look no further than Kirloskar Engineering. Second day of gains, the stock has rocketed another 13%. Yesterday, It was up 20% to a fresh record high. Another peak has been climbed, 2717. The enthusiasm of an order win to the tune of 96 gensets by a hyper AI scaler has enthused Kirloskar Oil. You have record highs there. Piramal Pharma 167, 5.5% higher. Carborundum Universal, Sirma SGS Technology 3% higher. From the pharma space, Newland Labs doing good, 2.8% higher. Gland Pharma in top shape, 2243. Laurus Labs and Aurobindo Pharma in gains. Gains are scattered, ladies and gentlemen. Let's also look at the all-time highs from the infra logistics space, which I have been pointing out. Look no further than Kalpataru Power, 2% higher, 1468. Apar Industries, 16,510, 2% higher. You have strength in cable companies, KEI Cables, 5658, and of course RR Kabel at 2395. These are stocks at fresh record highs. As good a time as any to welcome Mr. Arpit Beriwal on the show. Namaste Arpit ji, a very warm welcome. How are you looking at the market on the weekly expiry day? How is sentiment being tracked on Dalal Street? Arpit, can you hear me?
Yeah, very good morning to all. So,
I think PCR will again, I think you are on mute. If you can unmute yourself.
Yeah, am I audible?
At least I can't hear you. We'll get the PCR to get this thing up and running. Let's look at buyers only circuits which are there. Any stock that I'd like to mention? Yes, Sigma Advanced 5% higher, 578.85. You have from the Vedanta stable 5% higher on Vedanta Power, and of course you have a 52-week high coming in on counters like Bharat Forge and Adani Enterprises. Adani Enterprises actually reclaiming the 3,000 rupee mark. We'll get Arpit to comment on Adani Enterprises. Arpit, can you hear me now? Okay, fair point. We'll again touch base with Arpit. Record high on Aditya Birla Capital. This is a company that's from the NBFC space and has entered the 1 lakh crore club in terms of market capitalization. So that itself is good news. Let me just dip into the market for futures. Remember, today it's the weekly expiry of the Nifty. Good morning, Arpit. Am I audible to you? Can you hear me?
Very good morning. Yes, the voice is absolutely audible.
Wonderful. Good to be with you. A view on the sentiment on Dalal Street on the weekly expiry of the Nifty. How are you reading it?
So if you see, Nifty has been trading in a very flat range from last 5 sessions. If you see, the range is between 23,900 to 24,200 levels. And yesterday also, after a positive opening, it failed to hold at higher levels and drifted lower. So looking at the overall technical level wise, index is likely to consolidate as Nifty IT is underperforming, whereas selective other sectors outperforming, due to which Nifty is stuck in a range. Looking at the option data also, India VIX is below 14.5 for 13 levels. That clearly indicates that it's a very range bound market. Also, one more interesting thing that I've seen being a weekly expiry, the at the money straddle of 24,100 call and put is around 85-90 points, and this is one of the lowest at the money straddle in last couple of weeks that we have seen. So that clearly indicates that overall the bigger texture of the market is buy on dip stance. At the same time, upside is also capped, so overall bias will be positive, but it's a very range bound market. So from a weekly point of view, 24,000 will be an immediate hurdle support zone for the expiry point of view. On the upside, 24,200 will be the hurdle zone. Our stance would be overall positive, buy and dips till it holds about 24,000 spot levels.
Okay, profit booking, where is it happening in the future space, ladies and gentlemen? Metals. Futures of Vedanta have slipped 6.5%. Futures of National Aluminium are down 3.3%. Hindustan Zinc is trading at 556. The futures are down 3%. Pain in Hindalco as well. And from the IT space, Infosys, L&T Mindtree and TCS futures are down between 1.8 and 2.6%. So that's the strength, that's the weakness part of the market in terms of activity. The most active future today is Vedant. And then anything I'd like to mention? Yes, Dixon Technologies. One interesting thing that I'd like to point out is that 4 plus 3, 7. The top 7 traded futures are in losses, and they are mostly from the metals and the IT space. Strength in Sun Pharma. Arpit, a view that you may want to offer on the pharma space, 1895 for Sun and 1.5% higher.
So definitely, if we see from a pharma index perspective, it is at a very strong on the monthly time frame. And after some profit from the higher levels yesterday, from last few days, again we have seen very strong momentum. So if I look at the pharma index, it has given a monthly pole and flag breakout above 24,000 levels, and the momentum is continuing across the pharma space. If you look at the chart structure of Sun Pharma, so very good base formation has been seen, and slowly the stock is moving higher towards its all-time high levels. So from an immediate perspective, 1900, 1920 would be the level to watch out for. That was the previous all-time high. Once it closes above that, next momentum can be seen towards 2000, 2100 plus. So overall pharma space looks very strong across the board.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's look at some news-driven stocks for you. Pharma, of course, is buzzing because the US FDA, which is the governing body for the pharma space in the world's largest importer of pharma drugs from India, has sent an SOS for critical cancer drugs. Remember, of the top 4 or 5 companies in the pharma space, about 40 to 60% of their revenues come from the US geography. Vedanta, as I have mentioned, is the top traded counter in the future space. 7.3 crore shares worth 2150 crores have changed hands via a block deal. Silver is down in global markets, and that's the reason why Hindustan Zinc has slipped nearly 2%. Hindustan Zinc is the largest producer of silver metal in India. And of course, SGS Sirma, fresh record high, up 3% after it has a 60-40 joint venture with a Japanese electronics company to set up an EMS manufacturing unit in India. Arpit, where are you observing strength in the market as far as the future space is concerned, minus pharma?
So if I see overall good broader market action is seen. So if I look at the sector wise, apart from pharma, one space that really looks good is the financials and the defense space. So if I look at the chart structure of Bharat Forge, so Bharat Forge is in clean uptrend and a consolidation breakout on the weekly and the monthly time frame. Yesterday also it is given a range breakout after consolidating for 4 to 5 sessions. So looking at the overall setup, Bharat Forge can easily head towards 2200, 2250 levels positionally. So Bharat Forge is a preferred pick within this space. Along with that, within the NBFC space, selective NBFCs are looking very strong. And if you look at the chart of AB Capital, so this counter has been a strong outperformer in the financial pack. So a strong range breakout in the monthly time frame after consolidating for 4 to 5 months. Strong weekly setup, and the momentum wise, definitely we've seen good move from 370 to 390 levels. But positionally, the stock can head towards 420 to 450 levels. So Bharat Forge and AB Capital looks very strong within this space.
Okay, let's look at stocks that are at a premium, futures that are trading at a premium to their underlying cash. The highest premium is in Indus Star futures at 412.25, but the future is down 0.7. Bank of India again at a premium, but futures slipping 0.5%. Motilal Oswal again at a premium, but futures slipping. Let's look at stocks futures at a discount. Bajaj Auto, how interesting, 9895. What are the charts, Arpit, of Bajaj Auto telling you?
We see overall auto index is trading in a range bound market, and if we see from Bajaj Auto perspective also, so weekly scale it has definitely reached its previous breakout zone around 10,000 levels. On the weekly scale, it's negative formation of lower as after almost 4 weeks. So from a risk reward perspective, it is turning from its 50 DEMA immediate basis 10,000 with the support zone. Slowly, steadily, the stock can head towards 10,400, 10,600. So overall, a buy and dip counter with major support around 10,000 for an upside move towards 10,400 and then 10,600
I forgot to tell you. There's another version. You can.
Okay, fair point. So that's what is coming up. I wanted to also look at next month futures. Okay, okay. Let's look at the next month futures. Yes, how interesting. Vishal Mega Mart. Would you want to comment, Arpit, on the cash counter of Vishal Mega Mart?
But definitely, if we see from a technical perspective, if I see from the setup wise, and Vishal Mega Mart has been stuck in a range from last almost 9 weeks. It is trading in a range between 111 to 127 levels. So immediate basis also, if we see it is stuck in that range. So I think on an immediate basis, 122, 123 is a crucial level. Once it closes above that, we can see some momentum towards 126, 129 levels. But till then, our sense is that it is likely to be in a range between this 115 to 123 levels.
Okay, fair point. So let's start wrapping up the markets, ladies and gentlemen. So it's the weekly expiry. So the main index is quiet, but it's done its job as far as the gains are concerned. There is strength in the broader market. Let me just point out the advanced decline ratios to you. 1631 shares on the National Stock Exchange are in the green versus 1150 that are in the red. The Nifty Pharma Index, the Realty Index and the Small Cap 100 Index are the top winners. You have losses in the IT, metals and the PSU banking setup. In terms of volume, the biggest trade that's happened on Vedanta, about 2100 crores has been traded in a single transaction. So far the volume is 3181 crores. Absolutely no stopping Kirloskar Engineering. Arpit, would you want to comment on Kirloskar Engineering?
So if we see, we have seen a very sharp rally in this counter, and in fact, the entire group has been on a toil that we have seen a very strong momentum. So definitely, you're seeing a very strong momentum from almost 2,000 to 2,600 levels. And look at the setup wise, definitely as the product market is in momentum. So the setup wise, positionally, the stock can head towards 2,800, 3,000 levels. Having said that, in last 2 days, we've seen a very strong movement. So it's better that we can see some cool off, and it could be a buy and dip near around 2,450. 2,500 levels, that would be a good entry point to enter with a positional support around 2,300 for upside and of course 2,800, 3,000 plus levels.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this is a point to note that yesterday was a 20% uptick on Kirloskar Engineering. I'll request the PCR to kindly show us the long-term chart of Kirloskar Engineering. This is a genset maker. And yesterday a 20% uptick. Today another 9.6% higher. Earnings have been fantastic in the quarter gone by. So this new order has breathed fresh life into the stock. Please keep an eye out on this. But as Arpit says, one has to be very careful. Already in the last 1 week, 5 trading sessions, the stock is up 35% and it already had rocketed fairly substantially. Let's look at the 1 year chart of Kirloskar Engineering. I am sure you will see a 100% return on the stock. My apologies, I was wrong. It's a 200% return. So that's what I'm trying to say when it comes to being a little careful on the long side. A view that you might, Arpit, offer on Bajaj Finance, is it a zone of accumulation?
So if you see overall financials have been relatively strong, but in last few days, if you see the large cap NBFCs is relatively stuck in a range, whereas the mid cap space is more promising. So if you look at the charts of Bajaj Finance, definitely it is an uptrend. So on the daily scale, it is consolidating between 940 to 970 levels. Slowly, the stock can head towards 1000 levels, but overall the counter is in range between 20 to 30 points. So 940 would be the support zone. On the upside, 1000, 1020 would be the hurdle levels.
Okay, Arpit, we'll call it time here. And we look forward to welcoming you again. Thank you for the views that you've offered on the market, and we look forward to interacting again with you. That, ladies and gentlemen, is time. The first half an hour of trade has lapsed on the weekly expiry of the Nifty. Flat as flat can be on the main index, but rallies are in the mid cap and the small cap space. More happens on Business Today Television than any other channel. Stay glued. We'll be back shortly.
Presented by National Stock Exchange.
Look, this investment Guru's tips will double your money. Just claim the offer.
Double your money from any random group. Pay attention. Promising double returns, they'll lure you in tight. Unverified groups will send fake tips overnight, emptying your pockets before you can fight.
Well said! Well said! Well said!
SEBI and NSE advise consult only SEBI registered advisors and make payments only to verified accounts or UPI IDs. An investor awareness initiative by SEBI and NSE.
From overnight global cues to live Dalal Street moves.
From tariffs to taxes, mutual funds to your daily stock queries.
Watch me, Abha Bakaya, as I bring you the opening bell action.
Watch me as I bring to you the Business Today show.
Monday to Fridays, 9:05 a.m.
Every weekday at 3 p.m. only on India Today.
An Indian startup founder is set to take charge of one of the world's most widely used apps. Meta has announced a $900 million investment in fintech company Cred. As part of the investment, Cred's founder Kunal Shah will take over as the global head of WhatsApp, replacing Will Cathcart, who will step down after 7 years at the helm. Meta CEO Mark Zuckerberg made the announcement, praising Kunal's record as a builder and entrepreneur. Zuckerberg said Kunal built Cred into one of India's most important technology companies and possessed the global perspective needed to lead the world's largest messaging platform. Kunal Shah is one of India's most closely watched startup founders. He began his entrepreneurial journey with FreeCharge, one of India's early digital payment success stories, which was later acquired by Snapdeal. In 2018, he founded Cred with a focus on rewarding credit-worthy users and building a premium financial ecosystem. What started as a niche rewards platform has since grown into one of India's most influential fintech companies, with millions of users, strong brand recall, and estimated revenues of around $325 million. Announcing his departure from day-to-day operations, Kunal Shah said Cred was now built on a strong foundation and is ready for its next phase of growth. The company will now be led by Miten Sampath as interim CEO. From building one of India's biggest fintech brands to leading the world's biggest messaging platform, Kunal Shah is taking on the most consequential role of his career yet. For Meta, the move is significant as India is WhatsApp's largest market and one of its most important growth engines. Bureau Report, India Today.
From how the markets move today to what's setting the stage for tomorrow. From tariffs to taxes, mutual funds to your daily stock queries. Join me as I decode the biggest wealth-creating ideas for you at the closing bell. Watch me as I bring to you the Business Today show every weekday at 3 p.m. only on India Today.
Presented by National Stock Exchange.
Days after Trump and Pezeshkian signed the draft peace deal, first round of talks were held in Switzerland. US Vice President J.D. Vance and his delegation met with Iranian negotiators led by Parliament Speaker Mohammad Baghir Ghalibaf and Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi at the Lake Lusa summit. But the planned show of unity fell apart when the Iranian delegation refused a planned joint handshake and a photo op, with Araghchi entering only after journalists were cleared, embracing Pakistani Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif while ignoring Vance entirely. But talks concluded on a constructive note after a shaky start. A joint statement from mediators Qatar and Pakistan said the US and Iran agreement to a roadmap towards a final deal within 60 days. A joint statement at the end of technical talks said the US and Iran agreed to establish a communication line to avoid incidents in the Strait of Hormuz.
We wanted to build a mechanism for keeping the Strait of Hormuz open. It is open. We've seen, of course, gas prices and oil prices come down, millions and millions of barrels of crude and natural gas flowing through the Strait of Hormuz that weren't flowing before. But we also wanted to make sure that we actually set up the coordination mechanism so that we could demine the Straits of Hormuz, so that when there are the conflicts that inevitably come up, we can make sure we work through them rather than that leading to escalation.
But one of the most notable provisions was the creation of a reconciliation cell involving the United States, Iran and Lebanon, which will ensure peace in Lebanon. Iran's Abbas Araghchi even took to X to announce that major progress was made towards ending the Lebanon war. However, Netanyahu has vowed to eliminate Hezbollah in Lebanon and protect his people.
We don't have a war with Lebanon. We have a war with Hezbollah, who terrorizes Lebanon and seeks our destruction. And when that proxy of Iran is no longer a threat, when it's dismantled, when it's disarmed, yes, we'll have peace with Lebanon, and I look forward to signing it. These and other matters are the interests of security of the State of Israel. I've devoted my life to protect the security of the State of Israel.
It remains to be seen whether the fragile peace between US and Iran holds. Bureau Report, India Today.
India is young and the Nifty is younger still. We are at the cusp of greater glory and phenomenal wealth creation. Catch India's magnificent rally and make it a part of your booming portfolio. Look out for the next set of multi-baggers at BTTV. शर्ट के रंग से आप समझ ही गए होंगे कि आज मंगलवार है, इसीलिए मंगल ही होगा. क्रूड ऑयल प्राइस
An Indian startup founder is set to take charge of one of the world's most widely used apps. Meta has announced a $900 million investment in fintech company Cred. As part of the investment, Cred's founder Kunal Shah will take over as the global head of WhatsApp, replacing Will Cathcart, who will step down after 7 years at the helm. Meta CEO Mark Zuckerberg made the announcement, praising Kunal's record as a builder and entrepreneur. Zuckerberg said Kunal built Cred into one of India's most important technology companies and possessed the global perspective needed to lead the world's largest messaging platform. Kunal Shah is one of India's most closely watched startup founders. He began his entrepreneurial journey with FreeCharge, one of India's early digital payment success stories, which was later acquired by Snapdeal. In 2018, he founded Cred with a focus on rewarding credit-worthy users and building a premium financial ecosystem. What started as a niche rewards platform has since grown into one of India's most influential fintech companies, with millions of users, strong brand recall, and estimated revenues of around $325 million. Announcing his departure from day-to-day operations, Kunal Shah said Cred was now built on a strong foundation and is ready for its next phase of growth. The company will now be led by Miten Sampath as interim CEO. From building one of India's biggest fintech brands to leading the world's biggest messaging platform, Kunal Shah is taking on the most consequential role of his career yet. For Meta, the move is significant as India is WhatsApp's largest market and one of its most important growth engines. Bureau Report, India Today.
India is young and the Nifty is younger still. We are at the cusp of greater glory and phenomenal wealth creation. Catch India's magnificent rally and make it a part of your booming portfolio. Look out for the next set of multi-baggers at BTTV.
A tragic afternoon in Lucknow. A massive fire breaks out in a commercial complex in Aliganj, housing a gaming zone, a coaching center, and a pet store. Turning an ordinary day into a scene of chaos, panic, and irreversible loss. In minutes, smoke engulfed the building, followed by screams and a desperate struggle for survival. Several lives have been lost in the heartbreaking tragedy. Most of them young students. The images difficult to watch and even harder to forget. In a desperate attempt to survive, a student was seen jumping from the building. Others rescued in fragile, hurried efforts with ropes. Amid the devastation, even helpless animals trapped inside the complex were rescued.
बहुत सारे पेट्स हैं जो अंदर अभी सफर कर रहे हैं, एक-एक करके सबको निकाला है, इसका बच्चा भी है जिसको आगे भेज दिया गया है और ये
टोटल कितने पेट्स हैं चारों
अंदर कम से कम 20-25 पेट्स हैं.
The grief was visible everywhere. Uttar Pradesh Deputy CM Brajesh Pathak, visiting the site, broke down. Preliminary reports suggest the blaze may have been triggered by a short circuit in an air conditioner in the basement, though the investigators are also examining possible lapses in safety compliance. Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath cut short his visit to Aligarh and rushed to the scene. At the site, Chief Minister Yogi reviewed the situation and directed officials to ensure strict action against those responsible, emphasizing that accountability will be fixed at every level. He later visited the hospital to meet the injured and assure support to grieving families.
उनका इलाज अच्छे से हो, सभी व्यवस्थाएं सुनिश्चित कर दी गई हैं और जो बच्चे हताहत हुए हैं उनका अभी रात में ही एक टीम बना करके पोस्टमार्टम की व्यवस्था की गई है और बहुत ही बड़ी घटना है, ये झकझोर देने वाली घटना है और घटना की उच्च स्तरीय जांच के साथ साथ आज ही निर्देश दिए गए हैं ऐसी घटनाओं की पुनरावृत्ति न हो.
Defence Minister Rajnath Singh also reached the city following the tragedy. The Prime Minister expressed condolences and announced financial assistance for the families of the deceased and the injured. Opposition leaders across parties have also expressed grief.
This building is not legal. How they were given the permission to run this particular shop, but what about these particular places? Aliganj is not a village. Aliganj is not. It's not located in any narrow lane. It's a proper residential area. If you see these particular visuals, one after another, residences of people, upper middle class, rich, all people are here. Then how it all happened right over there? How that particular dangerous shop, dangerous building, dangerous commercial place was running at this particular place? What about the fire department's mock drill?
But as investigations begin, one question lingers, heavy and unanswered. Is this yet another preventable tragedy lost to negligence? How many more lives must be lost before lessons are finally learnt? With Samarth Srivastav, Bureau Report, India Today.
From how the markets move today to what's setting the stage for tomorrow. From tariffs to taxes, mutual funds to your daily stock queries. Join me as I decode the biggest wealth-creating ideas for you at the closing bell. Watch me as I bring to you the Business Today show every weekday at 3 p.m. only on India Today.
Presented by National Stock Exchange.
Hello and welcome. You're watching Business Today Television. I'm Sakshi Batra and this is what sort of show that focuses on the biggest buzz on the D Street. It's the weekly expiry session of the Nifty. There is slight choppiness in the opening session of the markets as well. We are seeing that the Nifty at this point in time, it's hovering around 24,127 odd levels. Although from the opening levels we have pulled up and we are hovering about 0.1% higher in the session. Let's see how things are moving around in various sectors. IT stocks are once again dragging, but let's look at what the financials are doing. Also flat with the negative bias at this point in time. IT stocks are down by 1.5% yet again. That's what's creating some more pressure into the markets too. When we look at the other broader markets, mid and small caps, to see where the momentum is lying at this current momentum, you can clearly see the mid and small caps that have been garnering some strength over the last couple of sessions. Again, in today's trading session, are hovering about 0.2% higher in the session. But let's see how things will pan out throughout the course of the day. It's the small caps that are doing better than the mid caps at this point. So it's a mixed sentiment as we've begun this weekly expiry session. Let's actually welcome our guest on board. We have Mr. G. Chokalingam from Economics joining in to share with us a fresh take on the markets. Warm welcome to you, Mr. Chokalingam. Good to have you with us as always. I want to understand from you, how are you looking at the current texture of the markets, especially given the fact that globally there are some more positive signs in terms of the crude oil prices that are further ebbing lower, below $80 first and now around $75 a barrel as well. This definitely should augur well for an oil importing nation like us, because this was a major overhang in the last 3 months of the West Asia war. Now that this major key point is now easing out concerns for us, how would the markets look at it?
Yeah, good morning. So certainly you touched on the core issue for the Indian market. Oil is the biggest concern for Indian economy and markets. Always that has been the case for 3-4 decades, ever since Indian stock market started booming. So now oil price is down almost 34% from post-war Iran war hike. It went to as high as $118 per barrel Brent oil. Now, as you said, $75. It's about 34% fall, which is the biggest trigger for Indian market, because all your external economic concerns, whether it is a rupee exchange rate, forex reserves, trade deficit, even imported inflation, everything is related to your oil bill. And second, the biggest positive trigger is fall in the gold import. After the government has hiked the duty, the gold import also started falling. That also curtails outflow of precious dollar from the country. Third, even the outward FDI, the foreign direct investments flowing from India to outside India, that also started coming down. So a lot of good things are happening. So this rally will continue. FIs are yet to come back. Even if they don't come, the small and mid cap will continue because even now every week around 6 lakh new investors are coming into the picture. And as we mentioned earlier also, the domestic institutional investors and retail investors together, today they dominate the market. They have become very smart. I believe they are not chasing where FIs are selling. So they are chasing the basket. There is a lot of safety in terms of, lack of big penetration by FII. So therefore, the retail investor also would do well if they pick up a very quality small and mid cap stock without losing the valuation comfort. Particularly the stocks where the penetration of FII is very low or absent. The only concern said this is the monsoon. As of yesterday, 43% deficit in cumulative rainfall as compared to long-term average. We need to wait. If it is going to be more than 20% deficit throughout this monsoon period, slight impact will be there. But as IMD said, it is going to be around 10%, then we don't have to worry much because, the irrigation, groundwater irrigation has developed a lot. Only 45% of the agriculture land depends on the monsoon. And pure agriculture GDP itself, its share in the overall GDP is quite low. So we can manage as long as monsoon doesn't, become a very, very pathetic in terms of rainfall performance. So that's my take, and I am quite bullish on small and mid cap segment.
Okay, got that. More bullish on the small and the mid-cap segment in the markets thereof and things improving for sure. And just like how the secondary market sentiments are improving, we're also seeing that the primary market action is picking up pace. Today itself, you have 3 IPOs that are open for subscription. What are these IPOs and should you be looking at subscribing to them? What are top brokerage houses really saying is something that we will now focus on. We have Pawan Nahar, my colleague, joining in to get us all the IPO action. Pawan, after a long haul, we are seeing yet again the buzz come in strong from the IPO space. Last week was all about the announcement of the mega IPOs of NSE and Jio. This week largely is all about more and more smaller IPOs opening for subscription. Give us an understanding of which are the IPOs you're tracking.
So Sakshi, there are 2 IPOs that are launching today. First is Waterways Leisure Tourism, which is also known as the Cordelia Cruises, and Cordelia Cruises is the only cruise company which is available, which is based out of India and operates in India for the cruise services, which is the luxury tourism, considered as luxury tourism in India. So let's talk about the IPO first. So the company is looking to raise somewhere around 565 crores from its IPO, which is entirely a fresh share sale, and the price band for this IPO is 769 to 808 rupees with a lot size of 18 equity shares. And the proceeds will be utilized for the payment towards its subsidiaries and the general corporate purposes. What are the big positives for this IPO? So interestingly, it is the only cruise company which is operating in India, based out of India, and it has nearly 80% of the market share in Indian market, cruise market. The remaining 20% is from the overseas, companies. One big thing, the penetration of cruise services, the people who are availing the cruise services, that is only 1% in India, and which is very much below the global average of 5.5%. So there is a very big scope of growth in the coming years for the company. The company will be adding 2 more cruise vessels in the next 2 years. One will be coming this year and next in the FY 28. So they will also add to the momentum of this company. What are the concerns? So currently the business is dependent on only 1 vessel, and the valuations that they are demanding are very exorbitant. So analysts are a bit cautious about the valuation per se for this IPO. So majority of the brokerages, they have suggested to subscribe this IPO with a bit of caution, and others also suggest that one can wait for the dip in this particular counter and buy this stock post listing, because it gives a, a, a play on luxury travel and tourism for Indian user.
Okay, got that. So that's waterways tourism. Let's take a quick take from Mr. Chokalingam. Would you be tracking this at all? Waterways, and of course, the first company which has luxury cruises, the only company that is into this space, and probably we do not have any other player in the same segment into the stock markets. And looking how leisure travel is increasing in India. And there is more disposable income and people want to look at more experiences. How would you look at this company and the prospects there?
I don't have courage to, apply for this IPO. Valuation is highly stretched. So instead of buying this new cruise company, I would buy EAH Limited. I don't have personally, but EAH Limited is a far better player. Why I'm mentioning it here is I believe EAH Limited, perhaps I need to 100% verify, is the only Indian company already operating cruise apart from this new IPO company. So EH Limited reportedly operates a cruise, and valuation, if you look at, it is cheaper than this IPO by 60-70%. I mean, it trades around 29-30 PE, and it's most attractive. So I would prefer this instead of applying for IPO.
Okay, got that. So that's as far as the Waterways IPO is concerned. It's an avoid from Mr. Chokalingam. High valuations is something that he would be looking at and therefore not be advising to apply for this one. Instead, he expects EIH Limited to be an alternative which is trading at far better valuations as an existing player that could in fact give you this kind of an exposure as well. Let's go across to Pawan again. Pawan, which is the second IPO that's open today?
So Sakshi's second IPO is Advit Jewels, which is a very smaller IPO raising around 165 crores, which is also an entirely fresh share sale, and the price band for this IPO is 130 to 138 with a lot size of 100 equity shares. And what does the company does? It is into the jewelry manufacturing, it is into Jadau, Polki, all the niche wedding jewelry maker, which is majorly into B2B segment and now transitioning into B2C also. So that is their entire business. So what are the key positives? So they have a very strong legacy of this kind of jewelry, which is niche in the segment, and a very big long legacy. Despite that, the financials have been very stable and growing, and they will be retiring a large portion of their debt. Maybe they will be entirely net debt free. So that will be the major positive for the company. And we also asked about the impact of in the press conference we asked about the impact of PM Modi's appeal on the not buying jewelry. So they said that such kind of jewelry is more kind of wedding and the occasion driven. So wedding is the something that people do not negotiate. So they will be they said that they will be little impacted from this appeal, as their product is a very demand driven kind of thing, and their average ticket size they mentioned is somewhere around 10 to 20 lakh rupees. So that is a very huge size in the terms of jewelry. And the majority of the brokerage firms, they have suggested to subscribe this IPO for listing gains as well as long term, but considering the smaller issue size, the likelihood of allotment is very limited for this IPO.
Okay, Mr. Chokalingam, Advit Jewels, are you looking at this at this point in time? And of course, looking at what Pawan also highlighted, the company does believe that Prime Minister Modi's appeal is likely to have little impact, because the segment that they cater to is largely on the huge ticket size during wedding seasons that they focus on. That's where their focus is currently, and therefore they have less impact on that one. How would you look at the valuations, the IPO size, and therefore any opportunity when we compare to large players like Titan and others that are already present in this space?
Yeah, I also agree. The appetite for gold is huge from Indian households. As a father, I also realized, so you can't avoid. So, but definitely, the government is likely to come out with alternative mechanism. While restricting the imported gold, they may come out with a very interesting scheme to attract recycling of gold already available in India. So that is my strong expectation. That will be a very smart move. That will lead to, a good outlook for entire jewelry company. Replacing imported gold with the recycling of domestic gold. So this company, the price is around 25 times undiluted equity. So it looks reasonable. So risk-taking investors can consider this IPO.
Okay, and the third one, which is going to be closing today, is Turtlemint FinTech IPO. Today is the last day, viewers here. Price band of 144 to 152, a lot size of 98 shares, and fresh capital as well as offer for sale here. Are you tracking this closely as well? Pawan, do you have any brokerage reports on Turtlemint FinTech?
So Sakshi, Turtlemint, this IPO, we have been tracking this IPO as well. So majority of the brokerage firms, they are a bit cautious on this IPO, considering the small because the cost of operation for this company, giving the commissions and all to the network of the brokers. So that will be a big challenge for this company. Besides that, it is facing a stiff competition from major players like Policy Bazaar. Besides that, positives, so the company is, it's almost everywhere, reaching all the pin codes of India. And besides that, the penetration of insurance and other products is very limited. And plus to that, they are also adding to the cross-selling of products like mutual fund and other financial services. So these are the major positives for this company. So investors who, majority of the brokerage firms suggest that investors who are looking, to ride this, the insurtech business, they can apply for it from a longer perspective, but it's not a short-term bet for the investors, considering the current situations.
Okay, thanks a lot, Pawan, for getting us those details. Mr. Chokalingam, your word on Turtlemint FinTech?
I'm sorry, I couldn't get enough info to make any judgment, so I would skip it.
Okay, so largely all the brokerage houses have remained cautious on this one as well. So definitely speak to your own financial expert before you are looking to dabble into these IPOs for sure as well. But we just wanted to highlight what are the options available and the opportunities there for investors in case you are, somebody who's enthusiastic about the new IPOs that come in onto the D Street. This was informative to you, I hope. Let's move on to now focus on the pharma story. There's huge buzz that's coming in as far as the pharma sector is concerned, and this time around we are looking at how pharma stocks are in focus after reports are indicating that US FDA has reached out to Indian manufacturers for a cancer drug facing shortage. Which are these drugs that we are talking about, and why is the US really turning to Indian pharma giants is something that we are going to be focusing on as well. Let's try and understand that with my colleague joining in now, Neetu Chandra Sharma, who tracks all the pharma developments very closely. I want to understand from you, Neetu, when it comes to what is the drug that is facing the shortage at this point in time, and particularly why are Indian majors in focus because of that? Why is the US FDA reaching out to India in that aspect particularly?
Yes, so Sakshi, there is one particular drug called ifosfamide. It's a chemotherapy medicine which is used in the cancers, including testicular cancer, bladder cancer, and lung cancer. So basically, the US is facing supply constraints due to a technical disruption at a contract manufacturing facility of Baxter International, along with the broader supply chain challenges. So with ability expected to remain tight because of the ongoing geopolitical situations, the US FDA has reached out to the Indian manufacturers through industry channels to explore additional supply options. So the regulator is also looking at companies with strong compliance history, facilities that can meet the US quality standards. That's why we are looking at Alchem, Cipla, and other companies which have a good proven track record in this oncology generics medicine.
Okay, so Neetu, can you also help us understand, can this become a meaningful opportunity for Indian pharmaceutical players and companies, or is this just like a one-off or a short-term opportunity that we are looking at?
Yeah, so this is a market sentiment that the stocks have impacted in a positive manner. So this development also certainly highlights, Sakshi, that it's India's growing role as a supplier of critical medicines globally. We are anyway known as the pharmacy of the world, and companies like Cipla, as I said, Zydus Life Sciences, Alchem, they are in focus today because they have regulated market experience and manufacturing capabilities through, though there is no confirmation yet of any specific orders from the US. The real opportunity will definitely depend on whether Indian manufacturers can qualify, scale up production, and secure long-term supply arrangements. So for now, the market is reacting to the potential opportunity on, in oncology generics, but we have to look at in the long term. Currently, as of now, there are no orders, so we have to wait and watch.
We have to wait and watch. All right, Neetu, thanks a lot for getting us all of those updates. Remember, viewers, we're looking at a lot of these companies rallying in the session today. Look at what's happening with PPL Pharma. It's almost 10% higher in the session. You're looking at Cipla, that's up 2%, Dr. Reddy's 2%, Sun Pharma 1.5% high. You're also looking at Wockhardt Pharma up by 2%. The entire space, Suven Life Sciences, look at that one. Suven Pharma, that's up in the session today as well. We are also looking at Piramal Pharma and Suven, both are actually higher by about 8 to 10 odd % in the session. Those are the top movers that we are seeing at this point. Let's try and understand this with Mr. Chokalingam now. Mr. Chokalingam, pharma story as a whole, from the last couple of months, we've been tracking that with you also, and a lot of analysts are, looking at this entire sector positively. There's a consensus buy emerging onto this space. Now with such developments and coming in, whenever there is a shortage, India is being looked upon as, an opportunity that should be looked at. How do you think this can be meaningfully drawn for retail investors, and how should they approach the pharma sector thereof?
Yeah, it is true. Once again, Indian pharma companies' stocks are becoming attractive for multiple reasons. The exports to US is improving. There are many companies which have reported better growth in exports to US and improvement in margin as well. And not only US, even other regions also, Europe and Africa, many companies have reported improvement in exports. Second, if you see last 2-3 years, that is a time period a lot of pharma companies were struggling to reward the investors. During this period, the rupee also depreciated a lot. So that also benefits indirectly. And third, if you look at even pure play domestic formulators, the valuation multiple, enterprise value to branded sales, that contracted substantially. So all this augur well for some recovery or even further rally in a good quality pharma stocks in the short to medium term.
Okay. Let's also focus on some of the other key stocks that are in focus, viewers, today. There is a lot of buzz in some of the stocks, so let's try and decode that as well for all our viewers who are looking at stock-specific moves that are taking place. Let's first look at this retail space mover, Meesho, e-commerce player, and brokerage houses are now again turning their focus on Meesho. Citi has come out with a report with a buy rating. Citi has initiated coverage on Meesho with a buy rating, a target price of 210 rupees. That indicates about a 20%, 23% upside from the current levels. It is called Meesho a value-focused platform. It also sees multiple strategic differentiators here. The marketplace model is lowering the seller costs. Affordable products for consumers are available. Strong reach across value segment. Infinite and accessible store play is what they're looking at. They have valued the stock at 50 times FY29 EV to EBITDA, at least at this point in time. So let's try and understand what's in it there for this e-commerce player Meesho and this entire space. Does it interest you, Mr. Chokalingam?
No, I still belong to old school of thought. Unless little value is there, I don't chase. So March results also, I saw there is not much improvement over December quarter in terms of sales. Yes, OPM is improving from -15, it is improved to -7. Maybe risk-taking investors can consider, but this is the kind of segment I normally do not become bullish.
Okay, let's also focus on another company, and that's JSW Infra, very closely tracked by retail investors over the last couple of months, last 6 months, 1 year. This stock has truly come into the focus and radar of a lot of retail investors. The company is in focus today because of the launching of the QIP, the total issue size of 7,643 crores. QIP includes 23 crores of fresh shares. Promoter trust to sell about 3.32 crore shares in here, and the floor price is fixed at 290.3 rupees per share at a 5.9% discount to the last closing price. Let's try and understand on JSW Infra, what's your approach, Mr. Choklingam?
One can hold because it has got an excellent track record and operating margin also very high for this infra company. The only concern is, on valuation. Subsequent to recent rally, the valuation is slightly stretched, but still it's a growth stock. So I would give a hold. In case it falls at least to 5%, then one may consider buying the stock.
Okay, got that. Let's also try and understand on some of the other stocks that are in focus today. And one of them is Vedanta again. We're looking at some impact after the 2,149 crore rupees block trade today, where promoter Twin Star has been the likely seller. The stock has fallen by about 6 odd percent, and this is it from its intraday peak of 287, it declined. This is after some speculation that promoter entity Twin Star Holdings has likely reduced its stake via a substantial block deal. Around 7.3 crore shares have exchanged hands. So let's try and understand on that. Vedanta post the demerger, and now with these developments coming in, some exits from promoter shareholders. How would you look at it, Mr. Choklingam?
I am yet to understand, the post demerger, so I am not really researched on it. So I am not able to.
Okay, no problem. Let's move forward to another stock, and Info Edge is also on focus. The stock has jumped by 4% as the company has said that they are doubling their AI portfolio to 1,268 crores. Now their total holdings stand at 41,300 crores. Now remember, this is as far as its overall AI portfolio has yielded about 2.1 times multiple and 31% internal rate of return. Overall, Info Edge startup investments are now valued at 41,300 crores, reflecting strong growth across technology ventures too. Let's try and understand what's in it for investors to look at as far as Info Edge is concerned. So how would you look at this stock?
Basically, yeah, it's a little unique within the IT space. It holds investments in new digital businesses. But the only concern is that, we don't know to what extent the AI would impact. It's a core IT-enabled businesses. So that's a concern. But to be very fair, stock also corrected a lot, but still it is trading at a PE of over 46 on trading basis. Return ratios are also poor. So I would give a whole recommendation and look at June quarter results, next to 2 quarters, June and September, to see whether the AI impacts this kind of business model also within the IT sector. If it doesn't have much impact in terms of revenue and margin, then definitely one can buy it. Otherwise, I would give a whole recommendation at this juncture.
Okay, let's also now talk about the largest listed stock by market cap, and that's Reliance Industries. The company is in focus after last week they announced filing of the DRHP in the AGM, saying that Geo Platforms is moving on to the next stage after completing 10 years anniversary. It's moving on to the D Street now, and that has really brought the focus back onto the stock that has gone into this announcement with an underperformance on D Street. The stock was down about 8 odd percent in a year to date basis. Last 1 year also, in fact, year to date it's fallen in double digits. And 1 year impact has been around 8 odd percent, 8.5 odd percent in the session. So let's try and understand from you, Mr. Chokalingam, whether the upcoming Geo IPO will do enough to do value unlocking for a lot of shareholders of Reliance Industries. The stock also gained about 3% in the session. So a lot of brokerage houses are now penciling in newer targets, potential of up 35% rally after the announcements that have been made. How are you really looking at Reliance Industries shareholders at this point in time, till the time we finally see the Geo IPO coming in?
No, in short term, you may not get a big return, but definitely I believe medium to long term, that is beyond 6 months onwards, one can expect a very decent return. Geo listing is a one trigger. It will reduce, interest cost at a consolidated level, and therefore net interest margin will improve. And second, once they use this proceed to return the debt, so they can again go for leveraging and expand their capacity and finance future digital AI related businesses. And second, AI, as I've been saying for years, the Reliance is emerging as a mini economy by focusing heavily into FMCG, new energy, AI, so many other businesses. So the opportunities are plenty for re-rating the stock because traditionally it was an oil and gas company. So the share of oil and gas company in the 2 to 3 years should become even, anywhere around 10 to 20% of the total profit. So 80% should be driven by consumer oriented, digital oriented, and that should lead to re-rating of the stock in a substantial way. So I remain very optimistic on Reliance industry for medium to long term.
Any targets that you would devise? Because we have a lot of brokerage houses penciling in anywhere between 1640 to 1680 kind of targets on Reliance now. What would your personal target be?
This around 1640 50 is a very fair target. But 2-3 years it can go much beyond this because, as I mentioned, they already built a big business size in FMCG, and some of the FMCG companies were trading at 10 times sales. So even if you give 6 times sales, there's a big potential, and that can go for listing in future. And solar and new energy, green energy, a lot of activities are happening, including battery storage systems. So all this, when they are launched in the next 1 to 2 years in a big way, I think this is going to be one of the most attractive stories within the Sensex and Nifty baskets.
All right. Okay, Mr. Chokalingam, it's time to thank you for being with us and for highlighting all these opportunities for our viewers as well. Thank you so much. Appreciate your time with us. We'll wrap it up on that note as far as what's hot is concerned, viewers. But up next, we're going to be discussing with you the latest report and findings by Deloitte when it comes to one of the biggest tax reforms that we have seen, the goods and services tax that turns 9 soon. So we are going to be discussing and decoding everything that you need to know about what has the GST reform achieved so far and what is remaining to still achieve even after 9 years of being formed as well. So stay tuned for that, coming up in just about a minute.
I will resign as leader of the Labour Party.
The King of the North may soon have to change his address to 10 Downing Street. With Keir Starmer out of the way, Andy Burnham, who has long been waiting in the wings, appears well ahead on his path to Britain's top job. Burnham is the only Labour lawmaker to have confirmed that he will enter the leadership contest.
I made my statement, obviously praising the Prime Minister's dedication, service, and confirmed that I will put myself forward in the process that will soon be underway.
Hours after Starmer announced his resignation, Andy Burnham took oath as the new MP for Makerfield.
I swear by Almighty God that I will be faithful.
Westminster witnessed what looked less like a coincidence and more like a political handover in waiting.
Hello and welcome. You're watching Business Today Television. I'm Sakshi Batra and this is a special edition where we are going to be looking back at the 9 years of the GST reform, the goods and services tax reform. And of course, as we move forward, what is it that we're going to be looking at? It's been 9 years since the launch of GST, India's biggest tax reform, and it's now entering into a new phase. So what began as a journey of stabilizing, uniforming as far as the tax regime is concerned, it's now moving into optimization, technology integration, maybe even improving the ease of doing business. A Deloitte survey of over 1,000 senior business leaders now suggests that industry confidence in GST is at an all-time high. About 99% of their respondents in the survey now hold positive or neutral view of the GST tax regime, while digital compliance, supply chain efficiencies, rate rationalization have all emerged as key gains in this journey. There are still some challenges that remain. Litigation over input tax credit, delayed refunds, audit inconsistencies, and even working capital blockages continue to trouble the businesses, especially in the MSME segment. So as the conversation shifts from GST 1.0 to GST 2.0, what should be on the government's priority list? Can technology and AI make compliance simpler now? And what are the reforms that can truly improve the ease of doing business? That's what we're going to be focusing on. Joining us today is Mahesh Jaisingh, the partner and national indirect tax leader for Deloitte India, to decode the industry's report card on the 9 years of GST and the road ahead for India's indirect tax regime. Mahesh, welcome. Good to have you with us on this special edition. I want to begin by understanding from you, 9 years after GST's rollout, what is the single biggest takeaway from the survey you've just done?
Thank you. It's our 5th survey, so we have even the benefit of looking at what the respondents have said over the 5 years. But the single takeaway is that it has been a unanimous acceptance of GST in the backdrop of a path-breaking set of announcements that happened in September. We knew it was called a game changer, and this report only reiterates that. It's been accepted after the rate rationalization. There are things that have come out which we'll discuss in the course of the conversation as constructive suggestions as you move to the next phase of reform, rationalize, and simplify.
Right. So, Mahesh, your report shows that GST has moved from stabilization to optimization. What do you mean by optimized GST? What does it look like for businesses today?
I think it's important to understand the journey. It's a 9-year young law, according to me, not an old law. It's still settling. The first few years was the law, people, industry understanding the legal aspects, getting their tax positions right. Then came e-way bill and e-invoicing, and it has been a blockbuster in a sense that it's worked very well. In 2020, e-invoicing started. It's gotten only better. Thereafter, you had some real-time reporting, and therefore companies in the second phase of the 9-year journey has been on the technology front. And then the third part has been in relation to tax audits and assessments, because you have the period of limitation that started kicking in and audits started getting concluded in September 2023 onwards. So with that, the stability phase is moved to now an optimization phase, as we call it, because now is when industry is actually focusing more on doing things in a more AI-led way vis-a-vis their data, refreshing their supply chain strategies in light of now full clarity on the new rate structure. And therefore, from our perspective, both having settled the law and the technology and getting somewhere a standard operating procedure on the audits, now is the phase to look to the next set of reforms. And that's why we call it stability to optimization.
Well, let's talk about the recent rate rationalization that truly seems to have helped sectors like retail, auto, healthcare, but many services, you point out, have seen little impact. So give us an understanding of what came through after rate rationalization, and now is it the time to revisit the services tax in that aspect?
Well, two things. One, in our survey, 49%, 50% participants have said that the rate rationalization has had a positive impact, and 49 have said there's no impact. Only 1% has said negative, which is good, and I'll tell you why. And from a consumption impact of whether there is increased consumption, 40% has said there is increased consumption, and therefore the rate rationalization has helped give a impetus and push to the industry to be able to supply more. And we even see that whether sectors like auto that have reported significant increase in sales post the GST rate rationalization. Therefore, from that perspective, there's a clear thumbs up on the rate rationalization that's been done, which the government had reported, and this started after the Honorable Prime Minister's speech on August 15th, when there was a clear roadmap on structural reform, rate rationalization, and ease of living. But staying focused on your question and answering that is there room for 18 to be revised? I don't think at this stage there is a room or there seems to be a conversation on services getting revised. It's because B2B services, whether they are 18 or any number higher or lower, it is only it's a B2B, it's a credit for all us businesses. But yes, as individuals, 18 has been there, and therefore that rate has been there for 9 years. I don't think there's an immediate need to refresh that. And that explains perhaps why 49% has said no impact, because it's not that all products, all services needed a refresh. The ones that were more common man focused, middle class focused, we've seen those rate getting reduced, and therefore that positive impact, Sakshi.
Okay. Mahesh, I think we also read that 64% of the respondents have supported simplified rate structure. I want to understand from you, when it comes to making fewer GST slabs, that's been an ongoing discussion, debate. Is India ready for fewer GST slabs? What could be the risks and rewards in case such a move is thought?
Well, we've already moved from a 4-5 rate structure to just 2, which is 5 and 18. And therefore, to that extent, and of course, we have few sin products, so to speak, or at 40%. But by and large, we've already embraced that. I don't think in any economy of this size and this reform, there needs to be further refinement very soon. So the participants having responded saying we would like a rate rationalization needs to be seen in totality, and I'll cover that because I've looked into a lot of the qualitative responses as well. And therefore, that part relates more where there's an inverted duty structure that is stuck. And therefore, they believe that that is a bit of a lacuna for the full benefit to come through. And we'll have a chat about that as we progress today.
Absolutely. So, 9 years on, even the legal ambiguities remain as a key concern. Why do interpretation issues continue to persist even now? That's one question that constantly emerges.
That's a good point you raised, that 87% of our participants said that they hope to see clarification on interpretation issues. Let's understand the reason that they're saying that. This is again in the backdrop of tax audits, assessments of the first few years getting only increased because of statute of limitation. And therefore, if I'm a company having operations in 20 states, effectively 20 authorities are testing my tax position. Some may not agree to a position. It could be in relation to credit. It can be an export, an import, or whatever it could be. And therefore, they're seeing, if you see this answer of 87% saying we hope to see more interpretation clarity, there have been some responses saying even though there are clarifications by the GST Council, the implementation has not happened. And the last part that helps us understand this, a little bit of a niggle or this concern, is that they believe that the first level appeals, even after you've made all your technical submissions, seems a little bit more foreclosed in terms of dropping demands and saying, okay, let the matter go to the next level of appeal. So in relation to these, if you look at these 2-3 points in harmony, you'll understand why 87% participants believe there is scope for interpretation clarity, not only in the form of circulars, but in form of actual implementation by the adjudicating and the appellate authorities to, be able to not have issues precipitated. So we always map what we call the audit to notice proportion. And I think companies are hoping that proportion keeps dropping after a tax officer raises a question.
Okay. Let me also now discuss when it comes to input tax credit disputes that account for a majority of the GST litigation. Why is it still a contentious issue? What are the reforms that are needed at this point in time to solve what is remaining even now?
It's always good to understand the backstory, Sakshi, before as to what is the root cause. The root cause has been that GST has submerged or merged into all the central laws as well as the state VAT laws. Central being, excise and service tax, and state being the state VAT. Back in the day, in the Senvat rules, so to speak, we had restrictions on credits in relation to construction, employee-related, canteen and rent a cab and things like that, and construction of immovable property as well. That got grandfathered into the GST scheme. There are two parts that are coming out from this survey. The participants believe that time is ripe to remove some of these restrictions in totality because, it just creates a cascading effect of tax to the extent of these input services. But you rightly raise the more fundamental point that there seems to be disputes around this, because the moment you have a provision that says this and this is not allowed, a tax officer is going to be careful when they do the audit to be able to grant that credit or not. And therefore, you have situations of interpretation that, what is immobile property? When you build up a structure, is an air conditioning duct an immobile property? Is a chair and movable furniture immobile property? We all may believe no, and that's the right thing. But things may get, and we know cement steel is on the other end, which is in a way very structural. But there are things in between which there is enough and more precedent to clarify. But when it comes to actual audits, the officers probably err on the side of caution and those matters go into dispute. So therefore, industry is hoping for abundant clarity on what is meant to be restricted or not is the first ask. The other overarching ask, which is the structural ask, not the operational ask, that isn't it time ripe to remove these restrictions in the first place?
Right. I wanted to ask you here, do you think how businesses are continuing to highlight inconsistent audits, overlapping proceedings, multiple notices? So do we need that uniform centralized audit framework right now? And, when we talk about the GST appellate tribunal, which has become operational, can it materially now reduce litigation? And how would you look at time-bound audits there?
Right. So let me start with the one on tax on the tax tribunal. The survey has given a clear thumbs up, saying that that they are glad that this tax tribunal is operational because there has been pendency of cases that have got passed by the first level appellate authority. Company chose not to go to the High Court. You don't need to go to the High Court for every matter. Now they believe in the upcoming year, this is going to be a year, if you were to ask me from an operational perspective, a year heavy on tax litigation and tax, tribunal orders being passed. That's one part. But the more critical part is 65% of the participants believe that there is a pro-revenue approach on the audits, with 62% saying there is parallel proceedings by the center and state. Let me explain that a bit before going into saying we should just have one nation, one audit, one tax.
Yeah.
This really continues to be a state tax. State has a constitutional right to assess you and therefore audit you. So therefore, I for one don't believe we can go into a complete unanimous one nation, one audit. Having said that, you can always, the ask from industry is saying that at least have standard operating procedures around the audit so there's consistency across all states. Second, if I have operations, say, in 20 states and say 12 are registered with the central authorities, at least to that extent, can I have one unified audit wing interacting with me and asking me the right set of questions and giving the responses and them therefore auditing on behalf of, say, 12 registrations. So I believe they're clearly looking at, the industry is looking at more standard operating procedure vis-a-vis audits that get conducted across states, as well as a unified audit or a single audit, at least where I have registrations with the central authorities in multiple states.
Okay. I also wanted to ask you, businesses today, do they want more than just a filing portal? And you mentioned in your survey about GSTN 2.0. Give us an understanding, what do you mean by that? What will GSTN 2.0 look like? And of course, how are we looking at the technology challenges ahead?
Yeah, I think there's somebody to blame, which is the GST, and they've spoiled industry in a positive way that, and therefore it's everybody wanting a little bit more, and that's on a lighter note. But I think the GST and the technology platform through our last 3 years of survey has always stood out to be one of the top 2 benefits that industry has, experienced. Initially, MSME in particular was a little tenacious on the auto-populated returns and, e-invoicing. But over the years, you've seen them fully accepting, and not only accepting it, but reaping the benefits. Because now let me explain more than these words. What happens is that if I have bought services or goods from a vendor, I have an invoice, say 1 lakh rupees and 18,000 tax, I claim credit. 3 months later, the vendor is, probably not reported that transaction, not paid the tax, and therefore I get into trouble. But in the seamless compliance and what we call the real-time reporting, along with what we now have, the invoice management system or IMS, I get to know whether the vendor has met his compliance or not. And therefore, it's actually, while it's an immediate sort of a challenge for me to get my processes in place, once I get that, I reap the benefits of auto-population of returns and real-time status tracking. So that's a thumbs up. Now, what industry, and therefore the GST didn't stop there. They also went ahead and started giving, notice trackers. So if anybody's issued a notice to me, it's available in my portal. So it doesn't get lost in somebody's drawer by mistake. And therefore, those things have gotten more and more digitized and automated. And even from a leadership in an organization, there's a repository available of notices sent. Moving forward, the 53% participants have asked for unified dashboards, and 42% have asked for, some level of longer data retrieval periods, because they believe that with an 89% have said, can you help us more with data processing and reconciliations? Because that's what really happens in a tax audit. And therefore, industry is hoping that that work is also done on the platform by the GSTN. I only see one thing in this constant upgradation by the GSTN platform, and I'm bullish that some of these asks will come through sooner than one would normally expect.
Okay, everybody's talking about AI and wherever that can be utilized. Do you think AI-led data matching and artificial intelligence truly improve compliance and also reduce dispute going forward?
Absolutely, because in the top 3 level of disputes that happen, we talked about ITC, there are some other tax positions. The third is always reconciliations in the last year survey and this year. And there's always a 3-way reconciliation. What did I submit in my return? What is the books of accounts saying? And then what is the GST portal saying vis-a-vis my vendors' compliance or my customers in the form of credit note or debit note? So you have a 3-way reconciliation that is always a pressure on businesses to get it right. And therefore, I believe that AI embracing not only by the GSTN, but also by companies and getting, it's now going to be table stakes to do some of this in an automated way, thanks to the multiple tools and AI-led data processing availability. And I would believe we'll see a lot more on that front in the next 12 to 24 months.
Okay. Also wanted to get a sense from you when it comes to scaling up the technology infrastructure with India's growing transaction volumes. How are you looking at what's needed at this stage?
I think I for one, think that we're even ready for a lower threshold of e-invoicing. Today it's at 5 crores, so it should come out. It started at 500, move very quickly lower and lower to 100, and then thereafter 50 and whatnot. I think we're ready for a lower threshold. Yes, this will involve a little bit more of the infrastructure support from the government standpoint, but there's already an ecosystem and a framework that they put in place, so I'm not worried about that. Second, I believe that, the invoicing, paperless invoicing should also be another focus. It's a go green method. And therefore, for that, you will need some more e-invoicing, which is where the threshold comes down as well. And therefore, and the other part is some thought leadership thinking that we also had from Deloitte in terms of how digital invoicing can be done even without the e-invoicing mandatory requirement, particularly for B2C, where goods are moving across the country, whether it is on offline platforms, online platforms, or whatnot. And therefore, I do think that that may involve some level of investment of infrastructure from the government on the technology front. I think the ducks are in line. It's very scalable. We've seen a lot of people being skeptical in 2020 around GST e-invoicing. Will the country be able to manage this? I can tell you, having looked at even from the rest of the world, India has always been looked at as the case study of how it could be done, on a specific date without too many parallel run period of 3 to 6 months. It's clearly a clearance model and closer to the PayPal e-invoicing method for those who are technically aligned to these phrases. And therefore, I think that what next do I expect? I expect that the e-invoicing threshold at some point of time will come down. I expect that some of these, digital invoicing and paperless movement of goods can even happen thanks to more on embracing technology. And I expect that the IMS system, which is underway, will get it more refined and make the digital reporting even more impactful for industry.
Okay, let's talk about the smaller businesses. Even MSMEs have reported largely positive experience under GST in your reports as well. If you could recommend what could really happen in GST 2.0, what should the government prioritize, say, when we turn 10 and beyond, how would you really look at the next couple of years?
So MSME has given us a 77% positive and closer to 23% neutral. So again, closer to the 100 mark. This has been driven by the quarterly return adoption and also certain, thresholds that have got relaxed. So I think that's fantastic. What are the asks? I think clearly they're asking about ITC eligibility and quarterly payment provisions because that will help on the working capital. And the overarching point has also been on the working capital front, which I'm keen to touch upon for a couple of minutes because it's an important one for the rate benefits to be seen in totality for MSME and even for large players and very large players. So let me explain that a bit. So if once the 18% rate was reduced for 5% for many products, and my belief is about 25 to 30% of the total product side, 5%. And let's say I run a shop and I sell 5% products. It could be apparel, it can be footwear, it can be food processing items like an ice cream or different items. And I incur cost of rent and I have a capital goods in my shop. That is at 18%. And therefore, while I'm fully allowed to claim that credit and use it against my output liability, there is a fundamental challenge that given the nature of my business and volumes, I will constantly have the credit that gets built up while I have an output liability. And I'm not able to utilize that credit, but the law currently does not allow me a refund of input services and capital goods. The law allows me credit for the inputs if there's a mismatch. So if I'm manufacturing one of the products that I said, it could even include solar, EV, pharma, different products. No problem as far as the inputs are concerned, you get your money back. But for the services and capital goods, that is currently not in the formula. Again, this is a formula that was grandfathered from the earlier laws. And I do hope and believe that in the next 12 months and in our next survey, by then, hopefully we have some of this formula corrected, which then reduces the working capital strain on some of the businesses who have this product. For those who don't have, say, a larger share of 5%, 80-90% of their products are in this, it doesn't really matter. So it's not that it is rampant, it's across every player, but it is for those not only selling these 5% products, but those selling 5 at a very large scale.
All right. Okay, Mahesh, we're out of time on this discussion, but thank you so much for such wonderful insights from your survey to all our viewers right there. 9 years out, GST has undoubtedly transformed India's indirect landscape and brought the country under one common tax framework, driven greater formalization and digitization. But as our discussion has highlighted, the next phase is no longer about stabilization, it's about optimization, from reducing litigation, leveraging AI, building smarter GST and platform. The agenda for GST 2.0 is becoming increasingly clear. So thank you so much for giving us all of those insights. Viewers, I hope that this has been helpful in understanding the current GST ecosystem as it inches closer to its 9th anniversary and what is it that we look forward to as we move beyond. Thank you so much for being with us on this special edition. Stay tuned on to Business Today. Much more coming in on the markets traction on the other side.
Warm welcome, ladies and gentlemen, back on Business Today Television. In our Market Masters series, we get you the finest brains on Dalal Street, people who are navigating this volatility with a lot of investment ideas as also experience and making tons of money for their long-term shareholders. It gives me great pleasure to welcome Mr. Sandeep Tandon, founder and CIO of Quant Mutual Fund, one of the most popular and best creating wealth asset management companies in the country. Namaste Tandonji, a very warm welcome. What a pleasure welcoming you again at a time when markets have started taking some deep breaths towards gains. How are you analyzing sentiment on Dalal Street at this moment?
So frankly speaking, for nearly from last 2.5 months, right from 1st April, we have been talking about that worst is behind us. And we said it's a time to capitalize the opportunity, not get capitulated. And thesis has been played out. So we have showcased that made micro, small cap has a potential to outperform. We turned positive in 1st April in these spaces where we have been negative from July 2024. I think the background is constructive. Now, if you say where everything is hunky-dory, everything looks good, answer is no. But I think when we say worst is getting over or is largely over, then you have to keep a constructive mind. So I think if you keep a very bearish and destructive sort of thing, which was the phase for last 2 years or so, then obviously you will not able to neither participate in this market nor able to capitalize this opportunity. So our view is that you have to be constructive, look for stock specific opportunity, and I think market is giving us enough opportunity to take advantage of the situation.
Okay, wonderful. Mr. Tandon, it's been a while since we had the pleasure of your company. And in this duration, the rupee has depreciated very, very sharply. We've seen the RBI take a lot of active steps to buttress foreign exchange reserves. At this point of time, what is your view for the rupee for the remaining calendar 2026? Is also the worst behind as far as our currency is concerned?
See, I largely believe the worst is behind even the rupee front also. The USD INR pair has actually peaked out. Okay. Now it will be too mature to really celebrate that moment. I think, as I said, worst is behind us. So I will not say we're going to appreciate one way, but I think it gives you enough opportunity to participate because see, USD INR pairs has a sentiment impact. Okay, on the markets. So very sharp depreciation has obviously led to a massive outflow because obviously FII actually incurred losses on that trade. That's the reason the profit booking or sell-off was pretty sharp. As rupee has stabilized and marginally appreciated, I think this reversal in the flow will be more visible in next few months. As I'm seeing that even from the FII perspective, we are seeing signs of exhaustion. The selling exhaustion is very much evident. We have seen the net flow has come down significantly as compared to what we have seen in the past. I think net flow has not turned decisively positive, but I think from a reversal point of view, from extreme negative flows to marginally negative growth itself is a good news. So I will look as a constructive background, even USD INR support give us additional support to the market.
Perfect. So 2 out of 2 at the moment. You are constructive on the broader market as also the rupee. The third and final question, let's handle the macro first, then we'll come down to what is Quant AMC doing. Mr. Tandon, your view on this very negative stance that foreign institutional investors have taken on India. March was very painful. For the last 7-8 months, we've seen consistently very high selling number. So what is your view on FIIs? And because you track sentiment so well, is the AI trade over in Wall Street, Japan, Taipei as well as Seoul?
So I will put it in a very simple manner. See, we have to understand returns are not always absolute numbers. It's a relative also. When you look at returns, we look at returns from absolute numbers and relative numbers. Now look from FII perspective, the relative absolute number was not bad. Our absolute performance in India was not that bad as people think, but the relative performance was horribly bad. Okay, so what we have to look at, when foreigner has option to invest in other country where they are able to capitalize this AI boom or so-called new energy, new tech companies, which is performing very well globally. Unfortunately, we lack in that space. So obviously, sentiment from the FII perspective is bound to be negative, and it's not like FIIs are saying that, it's reflected in their actions, and that's the reason people are panicking. But I always say, you have to look at not just a contrarian, but more from a data perspective. Now, I'll give you a small example. When in 2024, when we turned negative in March or between March and July 2024, rest of the houses was coming out upgrading India. Okay. Now, if you look at with January to now, majority of the houses has already downgraded India. Okay. So it's a very classic sign. Exactly at the peak of bottoming cycle is when nearby people give up. Best of the brains also give up.
Yes.
So this is the way we strongly believe these inflection points are there. And it's up to us how you want to read that, we are reading in a more constructive background because we don't try to bring any biases into it. Okay.
Correct.
And that's the reason I'm saying that this is the opportunity. Now, if we have to talk about from other market like AI trade perspective, uh, at least from a data point of view, I can tell you that Korea is giving extremely good sign of a topping out. Okay, I'm not talking about a long term or bubble sort of formation, but we have seen a euphoria in Korea, and something similarly is there in Taiwan also. I think first Korea market has potential to peak out, followed by Taiwan, and something similar. I expect even US has potential to correct and consolidate. I'm not expecting a crash or a sell-off happening, but I see there also good amount of correction and consolidation can take place. If that happens.
A warm welcome to everyone on Business Today television, ladies and gentlemen. The markets are in fine shape. We are consolidating above 24,000 as far as the Nifty is concerned. And there is a very, very smart rally happening in mid caps and small caps in the Nifty high beta index, pharma, healthcare, defense, capital markets, you name it, it's buzzing with gains. There is a mood of happiness on Dalal Street, and people, individuals, fund managers, equity strategists are looking forward to a better tomorrow as far as returns are concerned on the Indian stock markets. To discuss this and a lot more, we are joined by Mr. Dinshaw Irani, CEO of Helios Capital. As everybody on Dalal Street knows, Mr. Irani has been busy negotiating the ceasefire between US and Iran, and that has been very, very successful. He's the happiest man on Dalal Street for the last 2.5 decades that I know. Mr. Irani, a very warm welcome. As always, it's a pleasure.
Thank you, Sharendraji, for inviting me on your show, and a very good morning to you and your viewers.
Okay, sir. So now that the battle is behind us and you are back to what your core is, stock picking, how are you sort of looking at sentiment on the Dalal Street? Between the time we last spoke and now, the RBI has taken steps to strengthen the rupee. There seems to be a pause or reflection in terms of FII net sales, and mid caps and small caps are doing very well. How are you analyzing market at this point?
So, Sharendra, actually, you hit the right point. The three main, I think, grieving points for the FPIs for avoiding India were obviously, one was the weakening rupee, which was hitting them for no reason. I mean, your money is lying out here, but still you're losing because the rupee is weakening. So that was one. The second one was growth rates in terms of earnings growth rates. And the third one is taxes, which is still lingering. But let's come to the first 2 points. I think the government of India and RBI have done a fantastic job in stabilizing the rupee. The fact that RBI opened up its coffers in the sense that they said, okay, I'm going to take the hedging costs. You go and raise FCNRBs. Don't worry about the rates. He's even relaxed the rates that the banks can offer. And plus the fact that they are not even talking about leveraging. I mean, as in they haven't said anything about banks should be leveraging and all. I think that's a very big positive. The government on their part, however, they've relaxed, not relaxed, rather they took away the capital gains tax on G6. They took away the withholding tax on G6 interest that you earn for FPIs. I think that's one big positive which should see even the bond flows starting to happen as such. So both these factors and plus inclusion. We've already been in the JP Morgan bond index, but we've been hanging fire for say FTSE and the Bloomberg bond indices. And I think our inclusion is imminent now, given that this big headwind has been taken away by the government of India. So if this happens, Sharinder, we have no doubts that we're looking at roughly around 60, 70, 80 odd $billion flowing into the country by way of FCNRBs and plus by way of bond flows, which is long-term money, which is bound to stabilize the rupee. The second big factor was obviously growth, earnings growth. One did see the rebound happening from September of last year, but September of 25, when the earnings growth stood at almost 15% for the NSE 500. I think there were doubts in the minds of FPIs because September 24 was a very bad quarter, and there was a negative quarter. So you coming off a negative base. So that's why probably they waited for another quarter, and December saw 18% growth. And that's when you saw the FPIs coming in, but unfortunately the war started. I mean, Feb was the first month after a long time when FPI flows were positive. But then the war started, and yeah, you know this history. So I think now things are looking much more stable. I don't see a big flow coming in from the FPI front, but yeah, I mean, if you want to see a deluge of FPI money, I think if something can be done with the taxes the way they did in the G6, that should go a long way in comforting.
Actually, Mr. Irani, the government and the RBI have done so much more on so many things that, you know, if all our demands were met, then we ourselves would be, you know, hunting for the next good thing. So let's leave something for next year. You know, Nifty has to go to 50,000. कुछ ना कुछ तो तब के लिए भी चाहिए होगा. Okay, now, so you are fairly, let's say, positive on the markets given the positives that you've highlighted. Now, let's look at it in a granular fashion. Rupee will be stable, earnings will probably rise. Now, where are you deploying fresh funds? What is the Helios research team looking at?
So basically, the biggest, I think, differentiator that India has for the world at large is the way we've gone about the trinity of Jandan, Aadhaar, and mobile. I mean, the jam trinity of the India stack, if you will, the way we've developed that, it has given rise to a lot of new industries, a lot of new companies, new age companies, which appeal to Generation Zs and large extent Generation Alphas and stuff like that. So I think that is where the real fun lies for the Indian markets, and that is where the real returns will come from. And that's why we are stocking up on all new age companies that we can see. We've been very selective here because, as we've always said, that whenever you're investing in a platform company, which is one of the new age companies, you've got to be cautious that it's not easily replicable model. And if it is not, then the rest all just falls in place. And obviously, if it's a globally prone model, that's what you want to be in. And that's why we've been ticking those boxes or striking out those boxes wherever possible and investing in those. Plus, we continue to be bullish on our BFSI, though we've cut our exposure to banks a bit, in the sense the large caps, banks are mostly large caps. It's not that we proactively cut the exposure, but what we've done is we've shifted that money into financial services, which are more of consumer-facing financial services, or the new age fintech companies, and basically reallocated the weights out there. Our overall weight in BFSI remains the same, but it's moved away from large caps to mid and small caps, where we believe the growth rates are going to be much, much faster. And why we're doing that, Shilendra, is because we've realized that the large caps have done their bit. They've insulated us wherever it was needed. The worst seems to be over in the market in the sense of the external problems. Domestic, the rains was a big overhang, and I think the monsoons are probably from August onwards. You'll see some problems coming by, but as of now, things are looking pretty decent out here also.
Okay, so Mr. Irani, I have the latest version of the holdings of May, because June is still to be declared. So from what I can gather from all publicly available data, you have added your positions in Honasa. We are talking about the new age companies, Eternal and Paytm. These are the three positions that have been built up further. Honasa, of course, is a new entry, I think. And yes. There is the existing ones on Swiggy, on car trade I saw, I think. Those are the ones that I am able to make out immediately. Plus, I see music companies, Saregama and Tips. I think those have been added to the existing positions earlier. Maybe you could just take us through the musical part of Helios AMC. What makes you so bullish on these two? Of course, they have also given fantastic returns.
So actually, Saregama is a new addition. Tips was there earlier, and Saregama was a new addition in our portfolio, I think, in the small cap space. So anyway, so coming to the musical part of the portfolio, the fact is that they have a huge amount of library value lying with them, right?
Yes.
And frankly, I mean, earlier the problem was that they never used to be paid for the music that was played around and stuff like that. But now that's coming through. I mean, it's a given, right? But the biggest point is that with data becoming so cheap, every other guy and his son and
Girlfriend.
kid and mother and girlfriend and grandmoms, they all listen to music quite regularly. In fact, India is probably one of the largest consumer of data as such, and a bulk of it goes into your YouTubes and your all these kind of channels where the music is being played. So I think, as I said, the Generation Z and Alpha, as they come into the mainstream, Z is already there in the mainstream. I think Generation Z accounts for roughly around a third of the working population today in the country. The Alpha is yet to add to it. I mean, there's a small bit coming in as such, but they'll be adding to it. So once they do that, these are the companies you want to be in, where the monetization is very easy, and the fact that they keep on adding to their library at a very reasonable cost. And by the way, it's not too easy to crack this business. I mean, there are two big players in the market today, and they're there because of the kind of experience they've had in this, because it's very, very difficult for you to bid for a music content of a movie. You just have to see the movie and you've got to take a call whether it's going to work or no. So that's how you work, and I think experience plays a big part out here for these guys to bid whatever they bid in this. So that's why we are comfortable with both players as such. So.
Okay. Mr. Irani, broadly, where is fresh money going into in terms of bias? So you've talked about sectors, which is the new age Jam Trinity linked, but what are you looking at in terms of a large cap, mid cap or a small cap thought process? Where do you see stronger earnings growth within these pockets?
So, I got your question. The fact was that when the slowdown hit, right, which started sometime in 23 and continued up to, say, the middle of last year as such, not even middle, the end of last year, literally. When that slowdown hit, the biggest sectors, I mean, the constitutions that were hit were probably the mid cap and the small cap. The large cap one that impacted, they continued their merry pace of single digit growth rates. And that also continues now. So when the recovery happened, this was the segment which really recovered the fastest. And mind you, Shailendra, as you're quite aware, both these segments keep changing a lot. There are micro caps which become mid cap, small caps which become mid caps, and so on and so forth. And some mid caps do fall off to small caps, and then some become large caps. So that constitution change has helped in ensuring that high growth companies keep coming back into the fold as such for mid and small caps both. And that's why if you see the earnings growth from September of last year onwards, the large caps have shown, I think the last quarter in the March quarter was the worst for the large caps. They showed a growth of around 6% while, by the way, overall growth for the March quarter in NSE 500 was 15%. The large caps, which is Nifty 50, showed a growth of 6%. The mid cap showed 28% earnings growth, and the small cap showed 41% earnings growth. And by the way, the small cap growth has been in the 30s all along. 40s was the first time I've seen this. But I think they can only improve from here on because even the balance sheets have become stronger for these guys. And as I mentioned to you, the new age companies, you don't find many in the large cap space. You find them a lot in the mid and small cap space. And that's why we believe that the growth rate here will be far, far greater than the bigger cousin. And that's why we keep on shifting our weight. If you see our flexi cap, we've shifted weight from large caps to mid and small caps. And we've done the same in our alternate space also. In our PMS and AIF space, we've done the same. So that way.
Okay. Before we get into the small cap and the mid cap universe, I'd just like to make an observation. Helios AMC has booked lots of gains in the infra logistics and the MNC space, the likes of Power India, the likes of Hitachi, Cummins. Many of those stocks have been very aggressively pared down. I mean, is the best behind that trade?
Actually, you hit the nail on the head. I think it's not about the best behind the trade. The fact is that the valuations have become very stretched now. And if you, we're in the 80s and 90s or 1 year forward earnings,
correct,
which makes you a bit concerned. 40-50% earnings growth is fine, but with 80-90 Ps going forward, there's hardly any margin for error out here. And why we've got more cautious in this segment was the fact that most of these guys are now running out of capacity. They're blocked. They're booked to capacity. And obviously, in the next couple of years, you may not see those kind of growth rates coming in. There may be some stagnancy in the growth rates. So that's what was concerning for us. And we said these Ps do not support, the valuations do not support the growth rate here. So might as well just move out a bit, trim your positions. It's not that we zero on this. We've trimmed our position quite a bit. And we're remaining there as such. We're exposed to that sector, but from I think around 12-13% that we were exposed, we now down to 4-5% or so.
Wonderful. Booking profit is always healthy. Profit in the bank is better than profit in the book. This is something we learned really early on Dalal Street. Now let's focus on the two crown jewels at Helios Capital, which is the Helios Mid Cap Fund and the Helios Small Cap Fund. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd just like to point out that the return statistics on the mid cap and the small cap fund within the universe that they trade in are phenomenal. So on a 1 year rank, the Helios mid cap fund is second amongst 51 schemes. On a 3-month return, Helios mid cap is again second on 58 stocks, 58 schemes. And on 1 month return, which is really short term, but still it's ranked third out of 60 schemes. Small cap is a new baby, but even here the returns are phenomenal. It's always in the upper quartile, which is in the first 5-6 players when the initial returns that I see. Let's go to mid cap first, Mr. Irani. What are the thought processes that are driving the Helios Mid Cap Fund? You have very little of cash left, I see. So most of it is deployed.
Yes, we never keep any cash, Shailendra. We always are fully invested at any given point in time because we sincerely believe that a growth story like India will always have stocks and sectors which are going to give you far better returns then you're keeping your money in a FD or so. So that's why we are totally invested. Coming to the mid-cap fund, we launched it in Feb of 25. In fact, that was the worst time period to ever launch a mid-cap fund because there was no buyers, no takers for the fund. And Shailendra, by the way, our approval had come through sometime in July, if I'm not mistaken, for this July, August or something. I think July, August, yeah, somewhere around that. And we finally launched it in Feb because we got comfortable with the mid-cap space. We have this elimination investment theory, a philosophy that we run on a regular basis for our investment. And the pool that we had in August, September was not showing many mid-caps in that pool. So that's why we were very wary of launching that scheme then. And in Feb, that pool suddenly started showing a lot of mid and small caps falling in. And we said, okay, now is the time to launch it. And by the way, we hardly raised any money that time. And we raised some 50 odd crores or so. And today, you know the size, it's 1500 plus. So
yes.
That way. So it's done fairly well for us within a year's time. And that is the whole reason. I mean, by the way, as a house also, Helios, we believe that we'll launch a scheme only when we see the need for it. We will not launch it just to gather AUMs or to get a 3-year track record in place as such, because most of the banks look at a 3-year track record before putting you on their conviction list. So most of the mutual funds are desperate to launch schemes like that, but we don't do that. We do it only when the opportune time is there. And frankly, I mean, our research team has done a wonderful job. Our fund managers have done a wonderful job in giving us that comfort that we can go on with this good way.
So the returns since launch, ladies and gentlemen, the scheme was launched. We are talking about the Helios Midcap on 13th of March 2025, and the returns since launch are 28.6%. So exactly a year and 2 months have come in, and the net asset value is somewhere like 13.8, and you have a lot of capital market stocks within the portfolio. Let me just see 68 stocks in the Helios Midcap portfolio, and led by none other than MCX and Nippon Life AMC, as also Paytm, Phoenix Mills and Fortis Healthcare. These are the top 5. The capital market theme, Mr. Irani, is buzzing very well. The NSE IPO, the DRHP, has been filed. Is this a rally which will continue till the FPO gets listed?
So, okay, look at it this way, that India's ranking in the global markets is number 6 now, I believe, thanks to the dollar, the way it has gone down. While in the terms of GDP, I think we're number 5 or so now. Again, thanks to the dollar, the way it went down, but I believe we're very close to number 4. But the fact is that in terms of the traded value, we're nowhere as compared to global markets. Hong Kong trades more than us as such. So that's why it's like obvious that as the participation increases, I think you'll see more and more increase in the kind of value traded on the exchange. And that's why all these capital market participants, be it the wealth managers or the mutual funds or even the exchanges or the RTAs, I think they will benefit a lot. And that's why that comfort in that theme as such. And that's why we go on doing this. One more thing, Shirendra, I want to highlight, both our mid cap and small cap are true to label as such, in the sense that we have some exposure to large caps in our mid cap fund, but the point is that that's because our mid caps became large caps and that's why they're there. But we try to keep a mix of 65% mid caps and 35% small caps, or 30% small caps and 67-68% mid caps, because we want that momentum to be seen here. The same is the case with my small cap. We are like, I think, 24% micro caps, 60% mid cap, small caps, and the rest is mid caps. So that's how we make that one as such. So,
okay, fair point. You've been shopping aggressively on an EMS player which has corrected fairly sharply in the mid cap space, Dixon. As always, there is a very smart spattering of internet stocks that you've added to. And what else have you booked out of? Let's look at the sellers list within the mid cap space. I think I saw, one second. You've booked out a bit on Phoenix Mills, Fortis Healthcare. That's the stocks had sort of gone up so rapidly. Therefore, it makes sense. So what is the logic that's driving the small cap sector? Of course, earnings growth, as you mentioned, for the small cap universe that you track is 41% in the quarter gone by. What does Q1 look?
So Q1 actually, in fact, forget about the small cap, mid cap and large cap. I think this quarter will be the worst that you'll see in the year to come, which is going to come. And that's mainly because, and I'm giving it up front, because that's what the narrative is, right? Because you've seen inventory costs moving up for most of the players. Some have absorbed it, some have passed it on to the consumers and stuff like that. But Shirendra, my belief is that it may not be as bad as everybody's making out to be. Same was the case with March quarter. In fact, if you had asked at the time of the war, when the war started in March, most of the analysts cut down the numbers quite appreciably for that quarter and finally had to up the numbers after the final results were out. I think the same is going to happen out here. And why we are saying it is because we've heard management commentaries after the quarterly numbers. The ones who have passed on the hikes to the consumers haven't seen any dip in demand per se, and they continue to see healthy growth in demand. And that's why we believe that this particular quarter may just surprise on the upside. Obviously, the mid cap, small caps, again, we believe will outperform the large cap universe in the growth in this particular quarter.
Right. Mr. Irani, this is of course something that you've observed much more granularly than me, that whenever the obituary of Indian capital markets has been written, they've bounced back very sharply. Many of our common friends have really gone ballistic on social media, trying to drive people away from quality investing. Be that as it may, some of them will eat crow by December 2026. That's how life is. And we'll all sit together and enjoy this one too. But small cap is doing excellently well. I see additions in Honasa Consumer, Saregama. These are the ones that you've discussed. There is a bearings company which has been a multi-bagger stock. Not many people know NRB Bearings. That's done immensely well. You've added to it. There's a healthcare stock which is a hospital chain, Healthcare Global, Dr. Lal Path Lab. So these, you presume, are the ones that are leading this 41% rise in earnings. These are earnings-led additions.
Yes, very true, very true. And in fact, that's what we try to do. In fact, the classic statement that we always come up with when someone asks us, do you chase growth or do you chase value? We always say we try to buy growth at a value. And that's what we're trying to do out here, develop a portfolio which is trying to buy growth at a value. So that way.
Okay. So this is what you've done, Mr. Irani, for the last 25 minutes. We've discussed that. What is it that you don't like? I know IT. I don't see a single IT stock that you've added. Apart from that, by the way, that's a trade that's worked phenomenally well. 2 years ago, both you and Mr. Arora pointed out that IT se bahar.
Right. We continue to be out. We still don't like that sector. And in fact, we always highlight to everybody who says that the valuations come back, they're at screaming buys and all. Our two bits on that one is that the historic valuations are not going to be reflective of what's going to happen in the future.
Correct,
You were giving a value earlier because there was a lot of growth expectations, but now that growth expectations, in fact, has become negative, if not zero. And that's why the values, it's a value trap, according to us, even now. So that's why we're staying away. One more sector that we don't like, obviously, is the FMCG space. Again, the fact is that the valuations are, again, too stretched out there. I think the cheapest stock is at 40 odd times forward earnings, that also 28 earnings as such. And the growth rates are 11-12%. Again, something has to give out here. Either growth rates have to move up, which doesn't look like it, because it's not happened in the past. Volume growths are at mid-single digits, or else the valuations are correct. And that's what we believe is the case out here. And that's why we're avoiding that sector too, as such. So.
Okay. Final word, Mr. Irani. You've always been very hopeful, very optimistic about Indian markets, even in the worst possible time that we may have seen recently, as also in the distant past. Now, you've already highlighted what is good and what is possibly likely to improve. Where do you think pain is still?
In terms of you saying macro parameters?
Yeah, I mean, whatever could impact equity valuations or mood on Dalal Street.
I think if the monsoon fails drastically, I think that's the one concern area that may crop up. However, given that we're talking about 90% LPA, I think India can withstand one bad monsoon. Not a very bad monsoon, but a bad monsoon. Because anyway, as we always say, that reservoir levels are pretty healthy even today. And with the catchments getting the rain, I think we are in for that. But beyond that 1 year, if this, and in fact, that's where I mentioned in the beginning, that seems from August onwards, the monsoons are supposed to fail, because that's when the real El Nino is going to hit. So one has to look out for that. If that continues into next year, that will be very concerning, because you're talking about high inflations, you're talking about food inflation, which is a killer of economy. So we'd rather look out for that.
Well, the war gods have quietened down, Mr. Irani, and the rain gods shall share their bounty with us. On that very hopeful note, as always, it's been such a pleasure to host you and to learn so many new things. Thank you for your time. And it's always an enjoyable half an hour with you.
Thank you. Thank you.
That, ladies and gentlemen, was Mr. Dinshaw Irani, CEO at Helios Capital, the man behind the success of Helios Capital, Helios AMC, along with his partner, Mr. Samir Arora. Thank you for watching. Stay tuned.
The National Stock Exchange is in the headlines, and it's in the headlines not just because of the fact that the markets and stocks are moving, as we all know, moving in a certain direction on account of certain worries around our IT stocks. But today, what we are going to do is to get into the National Stock Exchange and its own IPO, initial public offering, which is expected to be India's largest so far at 30,000 crore rupees. And this has been a long story, a long saga. It's seen many twists and turns. And today, me and my colleagues, Shailendra Bhatnagar, are going to discuss the turnaround and the man behind this turnaround, Ashish Kumar Chauhan. Shail, welcome to this chat. The numbers and why this IPO is important for our markets and in the journey of India's markets to where they have reached and where they are expected to eventually go. You've also written a story. Please do go and read that story on businesstoday.in. But Shail, before we get into the facts and the market details, I want to start this chat with an observation which I don't know how many of our viewers know about. I can't easily recall of any other executive professional who has done as many listings in the financial space that Ashish Kumar Chauhan has done. Business promoters, family businesses may have done many more listings, but this is a pretty unique instance. Ashish Kumar Chauhan, who joined the National Stock Exchange 4 years ago in July 2022, will now, once NSE lists, have a fifth company that he has taken public. And before that, if you are wondering, those companies, the Bombay Stock Exchange, followed by CDSL, followed by Protean Technologies and NSDL. So 2 in BSC, 2 so far in NSC, and now the mothership also being listed. Shail, what does it kind of tell you? How unique or significant is this?
Siddharth, firstly, thank you for having me over. And this is uniquely, Mr. Chauhan, I don't know whether I should start with this example or not, but just today our research team was looking at 5-year performance of multi-baggers, and Siddharth, which was the first one, it's the Bombay Stock Exchange. You will not be able to believe what I'm about to tell you. The Bombay Stock Exchange, ever since its listing, has given a return of 125 times in the last 5 years. It was, of course, listed in the middle of the previous decade, but all of his listings, whether it's
are you setting a
CDSL,
similar expectation for NSE as well, Shail?
Well, not really, Siddharth, but definitely this is a multi-bagger stock to be listed, because you see, at 5 lakh crore rupees as your initial pop, to get it into 125 times would be, beating SpaceX at its own game. But remember, BSC started as a small cap, it is now a large cap, and I am sure Mr. Chauhan's magic will work. Similarly, CDSL is a multi-bagger many times over. I am making a very educated guess, at least 20 times is what people have made money from the IPO till today, and this is a corrected price on CDSL. NSDL and Protean are recent listings, but they've also done phenomenally well, Siddharth. So the man with the magic and golden touch is now helming NSE, and he joined at a time when NSE was actually going through his worst phase when it came to corporate governance and many other issues that were surrounding the event surrounding the exchange because of regulatory and other problems, all of which we know in great detail. Siddharth.
You know, the comeback story of the National Stock Exchange from a listing point of view, viewers, because I would really encourage you to even check this link and the description in that. We have a small gist of what Shell has written about the internals of NSE's finances, but do check out that whole story on our website as well. But it's a very, very complicated comeback story, because somewhere this iconic institution that changed the way Indians trade, that introduced technology way back before it was known, and today I would say the National Stock Exchange, with the kind of expenditure it has on technology, I don't know how many of you know, in FY26 alone, this company spent over 1300 crore rupees only on the technology function, and many people feel and describe it more as a technology company than just a stock exchange. So for this kind of company that was set up and represented the approach towards liberalization, opening up the economy, changing the way India does business and approaches business way back, all of that had come under a cloud because of the mismanagement, the mistakes, and there's a bunch of allegations out there which we need not go, but that eventually also ended up among other things being called the co-location scam. And Shell, that's been a very, very difficult, tedious journey for Ashish Kumar Chauhan to navigate, and he's pretty much spent the last 4 years of his life, he's 59 today, navigating that. How big a deal do you think was the repair of the relationship with the regulator in terms of where we stand today post the DRHP filing?
Siddharth, it was a very, very critical component when Mr. Chauhan helmed NSE. His mandate was to clean up and get this IPO up and running, so that you have a global name when it comes to, pension funds, sovereign funds, and many other deep pocketed FIIs wanting to invest in India's financialization process. And it could not have happened unless you had clarity on what was the contingent liability on the NSE as far as the co-location issue is concerned. Now, SEBI, in its wisdom, and of course NSE in its practical outlook, went forward to look for a settlement, and all that is now in place in the last 4 or 5 years. Siddharth, I cannot even begin to emphasize the importance of this listing for not only Indian capital markets but for the broader economy, as also once in a decade kind of a situation happens. You and I have covered the listing of Bharti Airtel in February 2001, Maruti in 2004, TCS in 2004 August, so many other companies in the latter part of the previous decade. So this is, I am telling you, the biggest event that you can think of in the calendar of a decade as far as India's economic journey is concerned. It is difficult to get bigger than this.
Absolutely. And I once again come back to this point, viewers, those of you who have more than just a cursory interest in the stock markets, know that moving away from that antiquated, non-transparent legacy system of the stock exchange to a modern, technology-driven operation where time is counted in nanoseconds and not even in full seconds, is a very, very important story of India's IT prowess also. And Ashish Chauhan's foundational years have also been spent purely in that, not just as a leader of the institution, now taking the whole institution forward, but also from a tech stack and building it as a technology company and as a technology startup. So that's very, very significant. Coming back to the point that you were making, Shell, 1995, fully computerized, screen-based electronic trading platforms. I wonder if you can recall how many countries in the world would have had such a computerized system for share trading way back then?
Siddharth, I'll answer this in two parts. Even till now, the New York Stock Exchange, till about 5 years ago, used to have an open outcry system on Wall Street. And in 1995, Siddharth, I am from the generation who went into the Bombay Stock Exchange ring to trade. You know, this white shirt used to get dotted with pens because people used to hit you to buy Tisco, Telco, Reliance, SBI, Old World, Mafatlal, Nosil, so on and so forth. It was a painful process, and 90% of transactions of the Bombay Stock Exchange emanated from the city of Bombay, now Mumbai. With the advent of the automated NEET system, the entire country joined. You know, there is something
so
called
that's
the
the national stock exchange is actually national.
Absolutely. And Siddharth, it is really, really big. You know, NSE started the 7-day settlement. On the Bombay Stock Exchange, the settlements would vary between 15 days to 3 months. There was no guarantee whether you would get your share that you had purchased or the share that you had sold on money at a given time. The beauty of NSE was the setting up of the settlement guarantee fund, which ensured that any nameless, faceless investor who had an account with the NSE would definitely get either the money that he had sold shares for or the shares which were purchased by him. It did not matter if the opposing broker would default. It was the NSE's responsibility, Siddharth, to deliver either the money or the share. It was a game changer, believe me, from the legacy and the antiquated systems that regional exchanges offered at that point of time.
Let's also listen into Ashish Kumar Chauhan from our previous multiple conversations. Here's a slice from that in the past, just to give you a sense. And of course, we are going to reconnect with him. There is an entire process of media interactions, public commentary that comes into play after a DRHP, and you have to follow a regulatory process. But just a slice from the past on some of these points that Shell and I have been discussing, and then we continue this conversation.
India is in a unique position. We have now 12.7 crore investors being serviced through NSE, which is literally more than 30% of all households in India. 9.85% of all PIN codes, almost I think 28 PIN codes don't have NSE investor today. If you go to Ladakh, we have investors. If you go to Andaman, Nicobar, I think the guys moving with the spears also have a demat account and are having mobile app of our brokers. And similarly from Dwarka to Arunachal Pradesh, we have investors who are investing into India's future, right, in the productive capital. Also the technology. India is also the youngest nation. It's the demographics which makes a lot of difference. The China grew from 1982 to almost 2015 on the back of a population which was building up. Today, they are suddenly going down. And in 2024, they had less number of people than 23. In next 70 years, they will become half the size today. That is true with Korea. In next 40 years, they will become half the size of the population today. India is going to grow even further. And that's where I'm going to remain young for very long.
Shell, as we wind down this conversation, let's also look at the broader picture, because we've kind of made it clear that how important this listing is. And as you were pointing out, it's going to be amongst the in fact, the 10th largest stock by market cap if it's valued at 5 lakh crore, even ahead of another iconic stock like Infosys, for example, and it will clearly be a milestone. 2 points to that question. The approach of retail investors, we are not offering stock advice, viewers, be very clear on that, that's not our job. But in the current environment that we are seeing in the markets, the element of risk and the element of opportunity, what is in it for retail investors as far as this issue is concerned?
Siddharth, if you don't have the National Stock Exchange in your long-term wealth generating portfolio, which will be a generational purchase, I think you are missing the boat. See, in India, only a small percentage of people are in the world of finance, barely 7, 8, 9%. This is compared with 33, 34% in the US, if not 50%. So this pie is going to expand. Now, there will be no new exchanges coming up in India. You have 4, which is BSE, NSE, MCX and IEX. So this is a monopoly item with at least a 90% market share in cash and about a 50-60% share in futures and absurd 90% share in options. So you are going to miss a monopoly which is priced very reasonably. 40 PE versus the 70 PE of BSE. So if you don't have this in your portfolio, you are going to make a mistake. Please consult a financial advisor rather than listening to me, and hold this stock for 15, 20, 30, 40, 50 years. Siddharth, it's a once in a lifetime opportunity. Remember, LIC is the biggest shareholder of NSE. It is not selling a single share. It knows it has a golden goose.
Well, you speak about a golden goose, and really the saga that started in 2015. Remember, this is a company that was founded in 1992. Trading commenced in 1995, but in 2015 and there forward, the last 10-11 years have been a mixed bag. But in the 4 years that Ashish Chauhan has been at the helm of this company, he's now set it up for a next phase. But Shell, if the stock market regulator finally, after a change in guard there as well, and we must note here that Mr. Tuhin Kant Pandey has reformed even many aspects of SEBI as well, and we could well say that letting this move ahead and settling the matter and the settlement offer that is there, all of those technicalities we are not getting into, even that is movement forward. So in some ways, SEBI has told the National Stock Exchange कि जियो और आगे बढ़ो, काम करो. But the other big DRHP that's also been filed, and this is now going to be a question for institutional as well as retail investors, Shell, is who do you pick? Is it the NSE or will it be Jio? How should the average Joe on the street approach both NSE and the Jio offer with all that is now behind it and as is promised?
So, Siddharth, I will answer this question in 2 parts. I am sure the investment bankers of both these mega IPOs will be common to some extent, and they will very, very sensibly and practically sequence these IPOs to come after a gap of maybe 10, 15, 20, 30 days.
So not going head to head.
You and I have covered telecom, and no, they will not go head to head. It doesn't happen that way in Dalal Street. And as you would know definitely that the back end IT infrastructure of India's largest company by market capitalization was also set up by Mr. Ashish Chauhan.
Absolutely. And viewers, that's also I don't think it's by design, Shell. It's clearly something that has happened, and it's happened because this is going to be a seminal week, because the Jio document being filed today, the NSE document already filed. So when we look back at stock market history and pivotal milestone moments, days and weeks, this week of June 2026 will certainly be very, very significant. So wrap it up for us. What more can we tell our viewers at this stage about the details of the Jio offering?
So, Siddharth, abhi nothing is finalized except for the fact that there is a DRHP in the offing, and of course it will also be a follow-on. It will also be a FPO because several of the investors who got in during the COVID crisis will want to sort of in cash on the booty. We can, because you and I have covered telecom, we can keep Bharti Airtel, India's second largest provider of mobile and telephony services, as the base for Jio. Jio will be priced in sync with Bharti, if not higher, because Jio is a bigger player. So the kind of wealth creation that we have seen in Bharti over the last 25 years, Siddharth, Bharti was listed in February 2002. It came at 45 rupees, got listed at 42, fell all the way to 19. You and I have covered that journey as well. From 19 to 1800, this is a 1:1 bonus, so the price is actually 3600. So from the journey of 19 to 3600 is what Bharti has traversed in the last 25 years, when all sorts of uncertainty was there in telecom. From now on, you have a duopoly, which is Reliance Jio and Bharti Airtel. Therefore, these are must-haves in your portfolio. In a country of 140 crore people who are consuming data like nobody's business, it's a no-brainer, Siddharth. The maximum money in the market is made when you have uncertain times. We are completely in that uncertain phase, and two opportunities have come or will be coming, NSE and Jio. People who will miss them will remember for a lifetime what a wonderful party they missed.
Absolutely. And for professional, amateur investors, traders, I always end any market related conversation with the appeal and request. Please only follow proper registered advisors. Don't listen to tip-bazi. Go to established, credible platforms, people who know their business, because it's your money. Don't trade it, don't spend it, and don't fall for a call center scam or for some fake arrest or any of those scams where you get to read and hear every other day that crores have been lost due to such mistakes. Markets are serious business. It's about investment and following the details. And therefore, in a week where a very, very significant development as far as India's capital markets and public issues are concerned has taken place, it's all the more important to be cautious, reasonable, and certain about your approach towards the market. Shell, thank you very much. And once again, a wrap on this conversation. We'll see you again. Until then, goodbye.
A tragic afternoon in Lucknow. A massive fire breaks out in a commercial complex in Aliganj, housing a gaming zone, a coaching center, and a pet store. Turning an ordinary day into a scene of chaos, panic, and irreversible loss. In minutes, smoke engulfed the building, followed by screams and a desperate struggle for survival. Several lives have been lost in the heartbreaking tragedy, most of them young students. The images difficult to watch and even harder to forget. In a desperate attempt to survive, a student was seen jumping from the building. Others rescued in fragile, hurried efforts with ropes. Amid the devastation, even helpless animals trapped inside the complex were rescued.
बहुत सारे पेट्स हैं जो अंदर अभी सफर कर रहे हैं, एक एक करके सबको निकाला है। इसका बच्चा भी है जिसको आगे भेज दिया गया है। और ये
टोटल कितने पेट्स हैं चारों अंदर?
अंदर कम से कम 20-25 पेट्स हैं।
The grief was visible everywhere. Uttar Pradesh Deputy CM Brajesh Pathak, visiting the site, broke down. Preliminary reports suggest the blaze may have been triggered by a short circuit in an air conditioner in the basement, though the investigators are also examining possible lapses in safety compliance. Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath cut short his visit to Aligarh and rushed to the scene. At the site, Chief Minister Yogi reviewed the situation and directed officials to ensure strict action against those responsible, emphasizing that accountability will be fixed at every level. He later visited the hospital to meet the injured and assure support to grieving families.
उनका इलाज अच्छे से हो, सभी व्यवस्थाएं सुनिश्चित कर दी गई हैं और जो बच्चे हताहत हुए हैं उनका अभी रात में ही एक टीम बना करके पोस्टमार्टम की व्यवस्था की गई है। और बहुत ही बड़ी घटना है, ये झकझोर देने वाली घटना है और घटना की उच्च स्तरीय जांच के साथ साथ आज ही निर्देश दिए गए हैं ऐसी घटनाओं की पुनरावृत्ति न हो।
Defence Minister Rajnath Singh also reached the city following the tragedy. The Prime Minister expressed condolences and announced financial assistance for the families of the deceased and the injured. Opposition leaders across parties have also expressed grief.
This building is not legal. How they were given the permission to run this particular shop, but what about these particular places? Aliganj is not a village. Aliganj is not. It's not located in any narrow lane. It's a proper residential area. If you see these particular visuals, one after another, residences of people, upper middle class, rich, all people are here. Then how it all happened right over there? How that particular dangerous shop, dangerous building, dangerous commercial place was running at this particular place? What about the fire department's mock drill?
But as investigations begin, one question lingers, heavy and unanswered. Is this yet another preventable tragedy lost to negligence? How many more lives must be lost before lessons are finally learned? With Samarth Srivastav, Bureau Report, India Today.
welcome. You're watching Business Today Television. I'm Sakshi Batra, and this is your favorite show, Daily Calls, the show that answers your specific stock queries on the program. This is where we will be speaking to top market experts to take a guidance on the markets and your queries as well as far as the stock market questions that you send us are concerned. Remember, the WhatsApp number is flashing on your screens. This is where you can send me your questions along with your name, location, and your contact details. In case you're watching us on our YouTube channel, then you can join us on our Daily Calls live. Use the comment section below. Send me all the queries that you have. We'll be happy to address that with our top market experts as well. We'll start by welcoming our guest. We have Pradeep Haldar, our favorite on Daily Calls edition. Share with us a fresh take on the markets. Pradeep, what's going wrong? It's the weekly expiry. The markets have now slipped into the red. We were celebrating some days of positive momentum and yet there is some hurdle coming in. कैसे देख रहे हैं अभी आप बाजार को? अभी बाजार के लिए क्या चिंता बनी हुई है जबकि क्रूड ऑयल प्राइसेस भी हैं जो वो लगातार गिर रहे हैं, उसके बावजूद भी बाजार में स्ट्रेंथ क्यों नहीं आ रही है?
जी वेरी गुड मॉर्निंग मैम आपको एंड बिजनेस टुडे के सारे ऑडियंस को एंड थैंक यू फॉर हैविंग ऑन योर शो। स्टैंडर्ड डिस्क्लेमर रहेगा, जितने भी स्टॉक्स एंड इंडेक्स को लेकर आज बात करने वाले, कोई भी स्टॉक्स एंड इंडेक्स में हमारा कुछ भी पोजीशन नहीं रहता है, नो कॉन्फ्लिक्ट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट एंड ऐसा कुछ राय हम क्लाइंट को भी देते, हो सकता है कुछ कॉल उनके पास हो, हमारे पास नहीं रहता है। एंड रजिस्ट्रेशन गाइडेड बाय सेबी, मेंबरशिप ऑफ बीएसई, सर्टिफिकेशन फ्रॉम एनआईसी, मीन नो ए गारंटी परफॉर्मेंस ऑफ दैट इंटरमीडिएट और प्रोवाइड एनी एश्योरेंस रिटर्न टू द इन्वेस्टर्स। एग्जैक्टली मैंने आपको लास्ट वीक भी बताया था, मार्केट में व्यू हमारा पॉजिटिव है, लेकिन शॉर्ट टाइम में मार्केट ने एक गैप अप ओपनिंग किया था, उसके वजह से कहीं ना कहीं टेक्निकली चार्ट में हम लोग देखते गैप छोड़ के मार्केट भाग नहीं सकता, गैप को फिल करने आता ही है। सो मुझे लगता है कि जिस तरीके का सिचुएशन बन रहा है, एक बार 23,850 23,800 तक आपको मार्केट दिखा सकता है, लेकिन उसके बाद फिर से आपको मूव आते हुए दिखाई देंगे। जितना टेंशन था वो टेंशन अभी मार्केट में नहीं है, आज थोड़ा बहुत नीचे है, नॉर्मल हेल्दी करेक्शंस के तौर पे मैं देख पा रहा हूं, क्योंकि ऑलरेडी लास्ट वीक भी सेम व्यू था, अभी भी सेम व्यू है। आज से 6 महीना 8 महीना बाद हम लोग बात करेंगे, यहाँ से मार्केट सब कुछ बदल जाएंगे, चेंज हो जाएंगे, मार्केट पॉजिटिव ही रहने वाला है। लेकिन अगर हम 1-2 दिन के लिए बात करें तो रिसेंट जो गैप बना था, वो गैप जब तक फिल नहीं करेगा ना, मार्केट भागेगा नहीं। एंड सेम व्यू रहेगा बैंक निफ्टी में भी, 57,519 के आसपास का प्राइस चल रहा है। एक बार मुझे लगता है कि 57,100 से लेके 56,800 तक रिविजिट होने का पॉसिबिलिटीज है। अगर ये रिविजिट हो जाता है, फिर से आपको मार्केट कहीं ना कहीं मूव होते हुए दिखाई देंगे। इंडेक्स, क्योंकि अब एक्सपायरी भी है, वॉलेटिलिटी भी थोड़ा बहुत मुझे लगता है कि पॉसिबिलिटीज है, और एफआईआई का बाइंग अभी भी नहीं आ रहा है। और हमारा व्यू ऐसा है कि जिस दिन मार्केट में नॉन स्टॉप 5 to 7 ट्रेडिंग सेशन से एफआईआई के बाइंग आएंगे, तब जाके एक्चुअल में मैं पर्सनली मान लूंगा कि नहीं, अभी एफआईआई का जो मन है वो बदल चुका है और इंडिया में बाइंग आने वाला है। 1-2 दिन थोड़ा बहुत बाइंग आ रहा है, मैं उसमें बिलीव नहीं कर रहा हूँ। सो मुझे लगता है कि सिचुएशंस थोड़ा बहुत अभी हाई अलर्ट में रहने का है एंड थोड़ा एग्रेसिव व्यू नहीं रहेगा इंडेक्स में, लेकिन स्टॉक स्पेसिफिक, कुछ सेक्टर स्पेसिफिक मुझे लगता है कि मूव आ रहा है, यहाँ पे हमें एंट्री लेके काम करना चाहिए। जी
ओके प्रदीप, तो चलिए सभी दर्शकों को पता चल गया बाजार में कहां पर अड़चने आ रही हैं, अभी बाजार में क्या आउटलुक है और ओवरऑल लॉन्ग टर्म का क्या आउटलुक है, ये भी आपको प्रदीप जी ने समझा दिया है। चलिए इसी के साथ अब सवालों के सिलसिले को शुरू करते हैं। बहुत सारे दर्शक हमारे साथ यूट्यूब पर भी जुड़ रहे हैं और व्हाट्सएप के जरिए भी लगातार हमारे पास क्वेरीज आ रही हैं, तो एक एक करके सभी क्वेरीज को देखते हैं। सबसे पहले जो सवाल आया है वो हमारे पास आया है केडी प्रधान जी का सवाल, लिखते हैं होप यू आर डूइंग गुड, आई हैव 3500 शेयर्स ऑफ सुजलॉन, 58 पर मैंने लिए हैं, अगले 6 मंथ्स के लिए मैं होल्ड कर सकता हूं, क्या यहाँ पर प्रदीप सर की राय होगी बने रहने की?
जी देखिए, सुजलॉन बहुत एक प्रोमिनेंट काउंटर है, शॉर्ट टाइम में अच्छा चला है, एक बार 54-53 तक आ सकता है, बने रहना चाहिए। 46 का स्टॉप लॉस, 64 का टारगेट, उसके बाद आपको 69-70 तक मूव आते हुए दिखाई देंगे। फिलहाल अभी के लिए तो होल्ड करने का सलाह रहेगा, लेकिन फ्रेश बाई नहीं करना चाहिए। लास्ट टाइम जिस तरीके से स्टॉक ने मूव किया था, ऑलमोस्ट 38-39 से एक बहुत बढ़िया सपोर्ट लेने के बाद स्टॉक घुमा था, तो देखा जाए तो 58 बने रहना चाहिए।
ठीक है, नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन लेते हैं। ये गुरु का सवाल है, लिखते हैं हाय साक्षी, होप यू आर डूइंग फाइन, आई एम वेरी वेल, थैंक यू सो मच गुरु फॉर राइटिंग इन। इनका सवाल है फ्रैक्टल एनालिटिकल पर कि क्या इसे शॉर्ट टर्म के लिए लेना चाहिए, क्या इसमें कोई फ्यूचर ग्रोथ नजर आती है, क्या बाइंग प्राइस और टारगेट प्राइस होना चाहिए? ये हाल ही का लिस्टेड स्टॉक है फ्रैक्टल एनालिटिक्स, कैसे देखते हैं आप इसको? इसमें एआई रिलेटेड काफी बाइंग हुई थी जब ये कंपनी आई थी, कैसे देखते हैं अभी आप करंटली?
मैम मुझे लगता है कि जिस तरीके का आईपीओ आया था उसके बाद हम लोगों ने एक तरफा मूव भी देखा था, हमने कॉल भी दिया था इसमें, आप ही के शो में कॉल दिया था। उसके बाद आप देखेंगे 1100 के आसपास का टॉप बना के नीचे आया है एंड 936 के लेवल पे भी प्राइस है। मुझे लगता है कि अगर किसी का बाइंग पोजीशन यहाँ पे है 905 आपके लिए एक फिक्स्ड एंड फाइनल स्टॉप लॉस स्ट्रिक्टली मेंटेन करना चाहिए। अगर 905 एंड इसके नीचे क्लोजिंग हो जाता है कहीं ना कहीं इसका जो शॉर्ट टर्म ट्रेंड है ये खराब हो सकता है बिकॉज ऑफ दैट। सो करेंटली एक बात तो अभी बाय करने का सलाह नहीं रहेगा। 975 सक्सेसफुली सस्टेन होने पे यहाँ पे आपको फिर से 1050 1050 एंड उसके बाद 1100 एंड अबव आपको फिर से मूव आते हुए दिखाई देंगे। लेकिन फिलहाल अभी 905 के लेवल पे एक स्टॉप लॉस मेंटेन करके बने रहना चाहिए।
ओके, नेक्स्ट हमारे पास क्वेश्चन आया है और ये है भानुमत का सवाल आया है। लिखते हैं आई एम होल्डिंग पिरामल फार्मा एट 212, व्हाट शुड आई डू? प्रदीप सर, आज तो पिरामल फार्मा में अच्छी रैली देखने को मिली। इनफैक्ट फार्मा स्टॉक्स में आज ओवरऑल एक तेजी आ रही है। आज सुबह हमने 10 बजे के शो में डिस्कस भी किया था कि फार्मा स्टॉक्स के लिए एक अच्छी मूव न्यूज आई है, खास तौर पर जैसे ही यूएस एफडीए ने इंडिया की तरफ इशारा किया है कि जहां पर उनको शॉर्टफॉल पड़ रही है कैंसर ड्रग्स के लिए, इसलिए वो इंडियन फार्मा की ओर देखना चाहते हैं। आप कैसे देखते हैं पिरामल फार्मा को, पीपीएल फार्मा को अभी?
जी मैम मुझे लगता है कि जिस तरीके का सिचुएशन यहाँ पे है बने रहना चाहिए। एक सपोर्ट रिसेंटली लिया था और आप देखेंगे एग्जैक्टली 16 मार्च 2026 में ही वीकली चार्ट पे एक मॉर्निंग स्टार कैंडलस्टिक पैटर्न फॉर्मेशन हुआ। उसके बाद 4 हफ्ते तक लगातार हायर हाई क्लोजिंग, उसके बाद 3-4 हफ्ते तक अगेन कहीं ना कहीं प्रॉफिट बुकिंग देखने के बाद इस हफ्ता अगेन एक अच्छा खासा मूव देखने को मिल रहा है। ये जो पैटर्न अभी बनने जा रहा है इसे फ्लैग पैटर्न बोला जाता है वीकली में, और जब भी ऐसा फ्लैग पैटर्न बनता है उसके बाद नेक्स्ट जो रेसिस्टेंस है उस रेसिस्टेंस को छूने का कोशिश करता है। मतलब जो नेक्स्ट टारगेट होने वाला है 201 201 के आसपास। और क्योंकि आज फार्मा और हेल्थ केयर रिलेटेड कुछ काउंटर पॉजिटिव भी है, मुझे लगता है कि ये रैली कंटिन्यू होके जाना चाहिए। नेक्स्ट 2 से 3 हफ्ते का व्यू पॉजिटिव रहेगा। स्टॉप लॉस अभी के लिए एक बार आपको यहाँ पे 158 के लेवल पे मेंटेन करना चाहिए, 195 से 200 ऑन द वे।
ठीक है, विनीता गुप्ता लिखते हैं गुड आफ्टरनून प्रदीप सर, प्लीज सजेस्ट रेजिस्टेंस एंड सपोर्ट लेवल फॉर शक्ति पंप। आई हैव दिस एट 600 लेवल्स। 600 पर खरीदा है, अगले 3 महीने के लिए आपसे एक रेजिस्टेंस और स्टॉप लॉस दोनों जानना चाह रहे हैं।
जिस तरीके का वाटर क्राइसिस को लेके न्यूज आया था मुंबई में, उसके बाद हम देखेंगे जितने भी रिलेटेड स्टॉक्स है सब स्टॉक्स में एक मूव देखने को मिला है। मैं बोलूंगा एक सेंटिमेंटल रिएक्शन है चार्ट में। मुझे लगता है कि एटलीस्ट 605 के ऊपर सक्सेसफुली क्रॉसिंग करना चाहिए, उसके बाद जाके कुछ यहाँ पे मूव बनते हुए दिखाई देंगे, वो ऑलमोस्ट 850 से लेके 900 के आसपास। लेकिन बिफोर दैट जो मूव आया है मैं सेंटीमेंट के तौर पे देख रहा हूं, तो बिकॉज ऑफ दैट सो स्ट्रिक्टली स्टॉप लॉस रहेगा 522। आप यहाँ पे ज्यादा फोकस कीजिए क्योंकि पॉसिबिलिटीज है, पास्ट में भी देखा गया है शक्ति पाम्स का जो मूव रहता है ये मूव जनरली सस्टेन हो नहीं पा रहा है सिंस जनवरी 2025 जब स्टॉक 1250 के लेवल पे ट्रेड हो रहा था। तो उस टाइम से लगातार एक तरफा सेलिंग प्रेशर, लेकिन शॉर्ट टाइम में अच्छा मूव देखने को मिला है। मुझे लगता है कि बने रहना चाहिए स्टॉप लॉस मेंटेन करके, लेकिन फ्रेश बाय कॉल नहीं रहेगा।
ठीक है, नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन है हमारे पास मिर्जा यामीन का। ये लिखते हैं हाय साक्षी, वोडाफोन आइडिया क्या अभी भी एक्टिव है या नहीं? मेरे पास 20,000 शेयर हैं 7.38 के लेवल पर। यहाँ पर मैं टारगेट पूछना चाहता हूँ कब मुझे एग्जिट करना चाहिए। तो अच्छी बात तो ये है कि वोडाफोन आइडिया आपके प्राइस से डबल हो चुका है, इसके लिए आपको बधाई, क्योंकि एक ऐसा काउंटर रहा है जहाँ पर इन्वेस्टर्स काफी वॉलेटिलिटी का सामना करते आए हैं। आपके लिए डेफिनेटली गुड न्यूज है कि 14 के ऊपर अभी है, 14.6 के लेवल पर। प्रदीप जी निकल जाएं या बने रहें? अपने लिए सोच कर आए थे 25 का टारगेट, क्या वो आ सकता है?
तो ये 25 का टारगेट भी पॉजिटिवली आ सकता है। द थिंग इज कि वो इमीडिएट लेवल पे नहीं आएंगे। जिस तरीके से 6-7-8 रुपीज के आसपास का एक बेस फॉर्मेशन हुआ और उसके बाद मल्टीपल गवर्नमेंट की तरफ से भी सपोर्ट मिला है। मैटर सुप्रीम कोर्ट में, बॉम्बे हाई कोर्ट में भी गया था, वहां से भी कुछ जो है रिलीफ मिलते हुए हम लोगों ने देखा है। गवर्नमेंट ने 49% स्टेक लिया है। एक टाइम पे 2,10,000 करोड़ के आसपास का इनका डेट था। जब गवर्नमेंट ने 49% स्टेक लिया उसके बाद 37,000 करोड़ 38,000 करोड़ के आसपास का उसमें रिड्यूस हुआ है। सो कहीं ना कहीं जो चीजें अभी हो रहा है स्टेप टू स्टेप, न्यू मैनेजमेंट का अनाउंसमेंट, तो कहीं ना कहीं जो चीजें हो रहा है कहीं ना कहीं ये वोडाफोन आइडिया के हिसाब से मुझे लगता है कि कहीं ना कहीं पॉजिटिव बन रहा है। और मेरा फोकस वहां पे ऑलवेज रहता है जहां पे गवर्नमेंट का फोकस रहता है, और गवर्नमेंट के पास ही अगर 49% स्टेक है तो गवर्नमेंट तो खूब यहाँ पे उनको चाहेंगे नहीं कि स्टॉक यहाँ से बर्बाद हो जाएगा, खराब हो जाएगा, ऐसा मैं बिल्कुल नहीं देख पा रहा हूँ। लेकिन टेक्निकल पैरामीटर्स कुछ अलग बात करते हैं। हम लोगों ने जिस तरीके से 9-10 रुपीज से एक तरफा रैली डबल हो गया, मुझे लगता है कि यू शुड एटलीस्ट बुक योर 50% ऑफ द प्रॉफिट, आप बुक कीजिए, बाकी 50% आप बने रहिए विथ स्टॉप लॉस ऑफ 11.5। कल को एक बार फिर से 12.5-13 तक आ सकता है, दैट्स कॉल्ड द हेल्दी करेक्शंस, लेकिन वो कोई डरने का घबराने का बात नहीं होगा। अभी भी डेट है। अब स्टॉक सेंटीमेंट के वजह से जितना चलना था हो गया है, इसके बाद सेंटीमेंट नहीं रहेंगे, इसके बाद इनको धंधा करना पड़ेगा। अब द थिंग इज की स्टॉक एक्चुअल में तो ऊपर जाएगा जब धंधे करेंगे, जब बिजनेस उनका इंक्रीज होगा, जब वो पैट लेके आएंगे, रेवेन्यू लेके आएंगे। अब पैट, रेवेन्यू, मार्केट शेयर जब तक इंक्रीज नहीं हो रहा है, नेक्स्ट फंडामेंटल ड्रिवन रैली पॉसिबल नहीं है। अभी जो हुआ था वो सेंटिमेंटल ड्रिवन रैली था। तो इसके वजह से मैं एक बार चाहूंगा कि आप एक 11:30 के आसपास का एक स्टॉप लॉस मेंटेन कीजिए और करंट जोन से एक बार 50% प्रॉफिट बुक कीजिए, बाकी 50% आप 25 जैसा कि आप टारगेट लेके मान रहे हो, 2 से 3 साल का टाइम फ्रेम लेके आप बने रहिए।
ठीक है, नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन की तरफ आगे बढ़ते हैं और ये सवाल हमारे पास आया है संदीप ठाकुर का, दियोघर झारखंड से। वेलिएंट ऑर्गेनिक के ऊपर इनका सवाल है, शॉर्ट टर्म के लिए 320 के भाव पर वेलिएंट ऑर्गेनिक्स खरीदा है।
मैं नाम ही पहली बार सुन रहा हूँ, सो आई एम सो सॉरी, मैं इसमें कोई व्यू दे नहीं पाऊंगा।
ओके, सुमित लखर का नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन है, ये आपसे वेदांता पावर के ऊपर पूछना चाहते हैं, खासतौर पर लॉन्ग टर्म के लिए फ्रेश इन्वेस्टमेंट करना चाहते हैं, क्या स्टॉप लॉस और टारगेट रखें, और वेदांता पावर आपको कैसा लग रहा है?
देखिए, रिसेंटली डीमर्जर के बाद लिस्ट हुआ है एंड हम लोगों ने देखा है अनिल अग्रवाल जी का, जिस तरीके से उन्होंने अलग अलग मीडिया चैनल पे इंटरव्यू दिया है। मैं तो बहुत पॉजिटिव हूँ ओवरऑल ग्रुप को लेके, फाउंडर को लेके, एंड मुझे लगता है कि वेदांता पावर आपको बने रहना चाहिए। 65 से 70 का टारगेट आपको यहाँ पे मिलना चाहिए एंड एक स्टॉप लॉस जो एक्चुअली टेक्निकली ज्यादा डेटा नहीं है मेरे पास, लेकिन मैं एक फिलोसॉफी फॉलो करता हूँ बेसिकली। अगर कोई भी स्टॉक लिस्ट हो रहा है, लिस्टिंग के बाद जो आईपीओ टाइम का जो बेस के आसपास का लो था, मैं वहां पे बेसिकली स्टॉप लॉस मान के चलता हूं। तो 38 के आसपास का आप एक स्टॉप लॉस मान लीजिए, ज्यादा दूर नहीं है। 45 चल रहा है, बिल्कुल बने रह सकते। अब करंट जोन से ही बाय करके जाइए। 65-70 मुझे लगता है कि बहुत जल्दी ऑन द वे।
ठीक है, नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन लेते हैं। ये सवाल हमारे पास आया है मोहित का, लुधियाना से। लिखते हैं गुड आफ्टरनून टू यू ऑल्सो मोहित। सवाल इनका बंधन बैंक पर है। 187 की इनकी खरीद है, 500 शेयर्स ये होल्ड करते हैं बंधन बैंक पर। 2 साल तक के लिए इनका टाइम होराइजन है। कैसा लगता है बंधन बैंक अभी आपको? जिस लेवल पे इन्होंने खरीदा है 187 पर, उससे तो प्रॉफिट में आ चुके हैं, लेकिन आगे भी क्या अपसाइड पोटेंशियल दिखता है?
बिल्कुल, बंधन बैंक को लेके मैं एक जमाने में नेगेटिव था, अभी मैं पॉजिटिव इस वजह से हूं क्योंकि बंधन बैंक का जो एनपीए है, नॉन परफॉर्मिंग एसेट, सो कहीं ना कहीं यहाँ पे थोड़ा बहुत डेवलपमेंट हुआ है एंड आप देखेंगे जो इनके जो बैड डेट था, यहाँ पे भी रिकवरी होते हुए दिखे हैं। और लास्ट टाइम का जो फाउंडर जो थे, चंद्रशेखर घोष जी, ही ऑल्सो फ्रॉम कोलकाता, एंड उनके बैकग्राउंड आप देखेंगे सो कहीं ना कहीं बहुत ही हम्बल रहा है, बहुत उन्होंने मेहनत करके बैंक को बनाया। लेकिन जब से आईपीओ आया है तब से बैंक चला नहीं। आज लास्ट देखिए 7 साल में 7% भी रिटर्न बंधन बैंक ने दिया नहीं है। लेकिन जब से न्यू एमडी के तौर पे अपॉइंटमेंट हुआ था पार्थ प्रतिम सेनगुप्ता जी का, उसके बाद से आप देखेंगे बंधन बैंक ने भी बहुत बढ़िया एक रैली देखने को मिला 145-150 के लेवल के आसपास। अब 130 के लेवल पे बहुत बढ़िया सपोर्ट लिया था, 145-150 पे एक बहुत बढ़िया बेस के बनने के बाद अभी लास्ट 6 महीने के हाई के आसपास का अभी क्लोजिंग दिया है रिसेंटली 213-12 के आसपास। अभी 204 के 5 के आसपास का चल रहा है। मुझे लगता है कि यू शुड डेफिनेटली वेट एंड होल्ड, बाय करके भी हम जा सकते हैं। 188 के आसपास का एक स्टॉप लॉस रहेगा। 245 से 250 शॉर्ट टाइम में आपको आते हुए दिखाई देंगे।
ठीक है, आगे बढ़ते हैं नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन की तरफ। पीयूष हैं, ये ऑस्ट्रेलिया से हमारा शो देख रहे हैं। स्वागत है पीयूष आपका। लिखते हैं दिस इज अ वेरी यूजफुल शो। थैंक यू सो मच पीयूष फॉर राइटिंग इन। क्लियरली शोज दैट आवर टॉप गेस्ट्स आर एडवाइजिंग you in the best fashion in your investment journey, like Pradeep sir. We'll get you the question that you are asking at this point in time. SW Solar पूछा इन्होंने, 217 पर इन्होंने लिया हुआ है। क्या स्टॉप लॉस और टारगेट लेकर चल सकते हैं एसडब्ल्यू सोलर में, स्टर्लिंग विल्सन सोलर?
जी, मैं बोलूंगा सर, आप एक बार एग्जिट होने का व्यू बनाइए क्योंकि पर्टिकुलर स्टॉक का ट्रेंड सही नहीं लग रहा है। आप देखेंगे सिंस सितंबर 2024 जिस टाइम पे स्टॉक का प्राइस था ऑलमोस्ट 68 एंड उस टाइम से लगातार एक तरफा सेलिंग प्रेशर। तो अगर मान लीजिए यहाँ से 15-20% का मूव आ भी जाए, सो यहाँ पे मुझे लगता नहीं कि यहाँ पे आपको बने रहना चाहिए। एग्जिट का व्यू बनाइए, कुछ भी आप, आई डोंट नो व्हाट इज योर बाइंग प्राइस, बट द थिंग इज कि स्टॉक का ट्रेंड ओवरऑल नेगेटिव है मंथली चार्ट पे, एंड कुछ भी मूव आता है वो सस्टेन तभी हो पाएगा जब प्रीवियस मंथ का हाई क्रॉस करके सक्सेसफुली सस्टेन हो पाएगा। सो उसका पॉसिबिलिटीज इस बाजार में मुझे बहुत ही कम लग रहा है। एंड जो नेक्स्ट रैली मार्केट में होगा ना, नेक्स्ट जो बुल रन आने वाला है, इस बुल रन पे न्यू हीरोज रहेंगे, क्योंकि एवरी 2-3 साल में न्यू हीरोज रहता है। उस हीरोज के अंदर मुझे पर्टिकुलर एसडब्ल्यू सोलर का स्टॉक नहीं दिखाई दे रहा है अभी के हिसाब से चार्ट से। सो दैट इज व्हाई आई वुड सजेस्ट यू काइंडली सेल ऑन राइज व्यू आप लेके चलिए।
ओके, नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन ले लेते हैं, और ये सवाल हमारे पास आया है मनोज गुप्ता का। ये दिल्ली में रहते हैं और लिखते हैं कि मेरे पास आईटीसी होटल्स के 300 शेयर हैं, 181 पर मैंने लिया है। मेरा इन्वेस्टमेंट होराइजन 2 to 3 years है। Since the stock has been consolidating around the current range, I want to know, should I continue to firmly hold this stock? Should I accumulate? And what is your overall outlook on ITC hotels? डेफिनेटली डीमर्ज होके आया प्रदीप जी आईटीसी ग्रुप से, और आईटीसी होटल्स देश की सबसे बड़ी 5-star चेन्स में से एक है, बहुत ही रिलायबल नाम है आईटीसी होटल्स का। लेकिन स्टॉक परफॉर्मेंस जो रहा है वो बहुत ज़्यादा एनकरेजिंग नहीं देखने को मिला है। पिछले 6 महीने में, साल भर में अगर हम देखेंगे तो बहुत उम्दा परफॉर्मेंस तो नहीं नजर आई है। कैसे देखते हैं आप इस शेयर को अभी?
जी बिल्कुल, अगर हम देखेंगे एक सो कहीं ना कहीं स्टॉक चला नहीं है, एंड डीमार्जर के बाद ये एक बेसिक पैटर्न हम लोगों ने ऑब्जर्व किया है। इससे पहले भी जब हिंदुस्तान यूनिलीवर का डीमार्जर हुआ था केडब्ल्यू ये क्वालिटी वर्ल्स के साथ, आप देखेंगे क्वालिटी वर्ल्स भी नीचे आया था एंड बाद में ऊपर गया। अभी आईटीसी होटल का जब डीमर्जर हुआ था उसके बाद ऊपर जाने के बाद फिर से नीचे आया था। अभी बेस बन रहा है। मैं बोलूंगा देखिए इनके पास तो एसेट बहुत सारे हैं, सो नो डाउट आप देखेंगे मार्केट कैप भी ऑलमोस्ट 37,000 करोड़ के आसपास है, नीट प्रॉफिट ही ऑलमोस्ट 820 करोड़ के आसपास का नीट पैट पोस्ट किया है। लेकिन क्या होता है कि एक कॉर्पोरेट एक्शन होने के बाद थोड़ा बहुत वो जो धंधा अलग हो जाता है तो उनका रेवेन्यू अलग से कैलकुलेट किया जाता है। तो मुझे लगता है कि 178 175 इज अ वैल्यू जोन। अगर यही स्टॉक 250 240 में होता तो मैं कहीं ना कहीं आपको बोल देता ये ओवर वैल्यूएशन लग रहा है, मुझे पसंद नहीं आ रहा है। लेकिन अगर आपको होटल इंडस्ट्री में रहना है आईटीसी आप रहिए, वहां पे एंजॉय कीजिए, जाइए, कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं। लेकिन अगर स्टॉक लेना है आपको, लीला पैलेस होटल लिमिटेड 484 के आसपास का भी प्राइस चल रहा है। आप देखिए आईपीओ बेस्ड ब्रेकआउट आया है, आईपीओ बेस्ड ब्रेकआउट आने के बाद यहाँ पे प्रॉफिट बुकिंग देखने को मिल रहा है। अब मैं समझ पा रहा हूँ कि 466 से 470 का जोन कभी भी मिलता है लीला पैलेस होटल लिमिटेड पे, मुझे लगता है कि आपको लेके जाना चाहिए। बहुत बढ़िया पैटर्न है और इसका टारगेट आपको 550 550 तक शॉर्ट टाइम में आते हुए दिखाई देंगे। इनमें होटल में जाने के लिए आईटीसी होटल जाइए, लेकिन स्टॉक खरीदने के लिए अभी लीला पैलेस होटल।
Okay, got that. Let's Leela Palace Hotels. That's the stock that we are talking about right now, where Pradeep ji definitely expects that instead of the stock that you have asked, ITC Hotels, this is the stock that he is looking at more clearly at this point in time. 484 is the current level, and the stock can give you better returns going forward from here. Let's take the next question coming in. This is Ravi Kalra from Delhi. He says, good afternoon. How are you? I'm good. Thank you so much, Ravi, for asking. And wants to know about KPEL. 5,000 shares bought at 372. KPEL. Please ask Pradeep sir, can I hold this stock till December? That's the question that he has come up with. Till December, that means 6 months more. The stock is down by 2.4% today. KP Energy 342 is the current price. 372 is what he bought it at.
जी देखिए मुझे लगता है कि केपी ईएल मतलब केपी एनर्जी लिमिटेड अभी 342 के लेवल के आसपास का भी प्राइस चल रहा है। एंड अभी भी थोड़ा बहुत यहाँ पे चार्ट जो है नेगेटिव फॉर्मेशन है और ओवरऑल डाउन ट्रेंड में है। कुछ भी मूव आने पे मुझे लगता है कि सेल ऑन राइज व्यू आपको लेके चलना चाहिए। 342 के लेवल के आसपास का भी प्राइस चल रहा है। एक बार 315 से लेके 300 पॉसिबिलिटीज दिख रहा है, तो कुछ भी उछाल मिले यू शुड एग्जिट योर पोजीशन। स्टॉक का पैटर्न अच्छा नहीं है, स्टॉक और भी ज्यादा प्रॉफिट बुकिंग यहाँ पे देखने को मिलेगा।
Okay, got that. Let's take the next question. This one is JSW Cement, Neeraj wants to know. He says, Pradeep sir, JSW Cement 128 पर खरीदा है, होल्ड करें या सेल करें?
देखिए 132 के लेवल के आसपास वही प्राइस है, बने रहना चाहिए। एक लगातार बेस बनने के बाद कहीं ना कहीं सस्टेन होने का पॉसिबिलिटीज दिखा रहा है, हो नहीं पा रहा है। 141 क्रॉस होने के बाद एक बार आपको ऑल टाइम हाई आते हुए दिखाई देंगे। बिकॉज ऑफ 107 108 के आसपास जिस तरीके से सपोर्ट लिया है, करेंट जोन से भी देखा जाए 20% अपसाइड रिसेंटली मिला है और 20% नीचे एक बहुत बढ़िया सपोर्ट है। ये सपोर्ट ब्रेक होने का चांसेस बहुत कम लग रहा है मुझे एंड मैक्स टू मैक्स पॉसिबिलिटीज बहुत जल्दी आपको ऑल टाइम हाई आते हुए दिखाई देंगे। सो बिल्कुल होल्ड कीजिए, बने रहिए स्टॉक के साथ।
Okay. Next question is from Jatin Dave. He says, Pradeep sir, good afternoon. I want to know about pre-call. 575 पर 1000 शेयर्स प्री-कॉल पर खरीदे हैं, क्या व्यू रहेगा आपका प्री-कॉल पर?
मैम ओवरऑल फंडामेंटल व्यू इसमें पॉजिटिव है, बाकी आज इसमें मैं बिकॉज ऑफ द कंप्लाइंस बात नहीं कर पाऊंगा पर्टिकुलर स्क्रिप्ट में जी।
ओके ठीक है, नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन लेते हैं। ये सवाल हमारे पास आया है अली से बाका। ये लिखते हैं कि प्रदीप सर कोई ऐसा स्टॉक बताइए जिसमें शॉर्ट टर्म में मैं 50,000 रुपीज इन्वेस्ट कर सकूं। अभी तो आपने एक बार लीला पैलेस होटल्स के बारे में बताया, क्या कोई और शेयर भी शॉर्ट टर्म के लिहाज से आपके रडार पर आ रहा है प्रदीप जी?
देखिए शॉर्ट टर्म के हिसाब से रडार पे अभी तो फिलहाल नहीं है। एक स्टॉक रडार पे आ रहा है, मैं एंड ऑफ द शो डेफिनेटली जो मैं कॉल्स देता हूँ उसमें मैं बताने वाला हूँ। और अगर आपने फॉलो किया है तो लास्ट वीक हमने फिजिक्स वाला बताया था, बहुत बढ़िया चला। लेकिन एज ए इन्वेस्टमेंट के तौर पे देखिए, मुझे लगता है कि नेक्स्ट 6-8 मई का व्यू रहेगा। फिजिक्स वाला ऑल टाइम हाई ऑन द वे बहुत जल्दी आपको आते हुए दिखाई देंगे। और इस हफ्ते का जो कॉल रहेगा, एक तो मैंने लीला होटल पैलेस मैंने बताया और एक कॉल मैं देने वाला हूँ एंड ऑफ द शो पे।
ठीक है, तो आप बने रहिए अली से। लास्ट में आपको प्रदीप जी बताएंगे फिजिक्स वाला के अलावा कहां पर उनकी नजर है, कौन से शेयर में आप स्टॉक में निवेश कर सकते हैं शॉर्ट टर्म के लिए। नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन ले लेते हैं। नेक्स्ट क्वेरी हमारे पास आई है एक और हमारे दर्शक की, और ये रत्नवीर प्रिसिशन रुद्र मोक्ष पूछ रहे हैं। रत्नवीर प्रिसिशन 170 पर खरीदा है सर, कैसा लगता है आपको?
देखिए मुझे लगता है कि पर्टिकुलर स्टॉक अभी 182 के लेवल पे सस्टेन हो रहा है। 159 पे आपका एक स्टॉप लॉस मेंटेन करके जाना चाहिए एंड 195 अगर सक्सेसफुली क्रॉस होता है देन जाके आपको 240 250 तक मूव आते हुए दिखाई देंगे, जिसका पॉसिबिलिटीज अभी तो फिलहाल इस बाजार में नहीं लग रहा है। तो इसीलिए अपने स्टॉप लॉस का टेक केयर कीजिए, 166 के लेवल पे मेंटेन कीजिए, बने रहिए।
ठीक है, चलिए यहाँ पर भी आपको बने रहने की सलाह दी जा रही है। उम्मीद करते हैं आप इस राय को डेफिनेटली फॉलो करेंगे। नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन लेते हैं। सवाल हमारे पास आया है एक और हमारे दर्शक का, रोहित जैन है। लिखते हैं, हाय साक्षी, कैन यू प्लीज सजेस्ट टारगेट ऑन ब्लैक रोज? आई गॉट दिस स्टॉक एट 113। तो चलिए आपको बधाई, 122 पर तो आ गया है, आज 9% ऊपर भी है। इनफैक्ट पिछले एक हफ्ते की जबरदस्त रैली यहाँ पर देखने को मिली है ब्लैक रोज में। क्या आप इसे ट्रैक करते हैं प्रदीप जी, और क्या राय दे पाएंगे इस पर?
देखिए फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल कॉन्ग्रेचुलेशन इस रेड रोज मार्केट में भी जो आपको ब्लैक रोज इतना ऊपर आया है। एंड लेकिन द प्रॉब्लम इज 600 करोड़ के आसपास का मार्केट कैप है, सो लिक्विडिटी इसमें थोड़ा इशू है। लेकिन जिस तरीके से मूव आ रहा है, मैं बोलूंगा यू शुड मेंटेन ए स्ट्रिक्टली स्टॉप लॉस ऑफ 111 111 के आसपास का एक स्टॉप लॉस मेंटेन कीजिए एंड बने रहिए। बिकॉज ऑफ 600 करोड़ के आसपास का मार्केट कैप है, जनरली मैं 2-3 हजार करोड़ के नीचे तो कोई स्टॉक रिकमेंड करता नहीं हूं, तो इसीलिए आई एम आउट। मैं इस पे एक बार मैं इसमें से अवॉइड करना पसंद करूंगा। लेकिन आप एक स्टॉप लॉस के साथ बने रह सकते हो, बेटर होगा एक बार बुक भी कर लीजिए प्रॉफिट, क्योंकि स्टॉक जिस तरीके का मूव दिखा रहा है एंड इसमें थोड़ा लिक्विडिटी का इशू हो सकता है। तो अगर कल को 8-10% नीचे भी आएगा ना, तो आपको बेचने में दिक्कत हो सकता है। बेटर रहेगा 111 के आसपास का एक स्टॉप लॉस मेंटेन कीजिए, बने रहिए। फ्रेश रिकमेंडेशन नहीं रहेगा इसमें।
ओके, उमेश है दिल्ली से। लिखते हैं, गुड आफ्टरनून साक्षी, गुड आफ्टरनून टू यू आल्सो उमेश। लिखते हैं, एसबीआई लाइफ परचेज किया हुआ है 2000 के लेवल पर, लॉन्ग टर्म के लिए होल्ड कर सकते हैं? प्रदीप जी आपसे जानना चाहते हैं क्या करना चाहिए इनको ओवरऑल अपने लॉन्ग टर्म के स्ट्रेटजी में एसबीआई लाइफ?
देखिए एसबीआई लाइफ मुझे अच्छा लग रहा है। 1,80,000 करोड़ के आसपास आप देखेंगे मार्केट कैप है एंड ऑलमोस्ट अब देखेंगे इंडस्ट्री के आसपास ही पी का मल्टीपल भी चल रहा है। रिसेंटली पैड भी पोस्ट किया था जो 2,470 करोड़ के आसपास। तो फंडामेंटल इज लुकिंग गुड एंड ओवरऑल जो हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस एंड लाइफ इंश्योरेंस स्पेस है, अगर हम देखेंगे नहीं चल रहा था लास्ट 2-4 साल से उतना बढ़िया, लेकिन रिसेंटली पहले तो हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस में एक मूव देखने को मिला है। आई बिलीव नेक्स्ट आने वाला 2 से 3 साल में आपको लाइफ इंश्योरेंस में भी मूव आते हुए दिखाई देंगे। और क्योंकि रिसेंटली इंश्योरेंस कंपनीज को जीएसटी का जो पहले एक्स्ट्रा पेमेंट करना पड़ रहा था वो भी नहीं करना पड़ रहा है। सो कहीं ना कहीं मुझे लग रहा है कि नेक्स्ट आने वाला कुछ क्वार्टर्स इनके लिए एक रिलीफ हो सकता है। अब वो रिलीफ आपको स्टॉक के प्राइस में भी आते हुए दिखाई देंगे। सो फंडामेंटली स्टॉक इज लुकिंग वेरी गुड, बहुत बढ़िया लग रहा है। एंड टेक्निकली देखेंगे वीकली चार्ट में फ्लैग फॉर्मेशन बना है, सो बिल्कुल होल्ड करने का सलाह रहेगा, बने रहिए। अगर हम देखेंगे सिंस 2022 एंड आज तक एक फ्लैग फॉर्मेशन वीकली एज वेल एज मंथली चार्ट पे भी बन के रखा है। तो 2250 से 2300 का भाव मुझे लगता है कि इसमें आपको पॉसिबल रहेगा।
Okay, next question Preeti Agarwal का है, लिखते हैं, good afternoon Pradeep sir, I want to know about Hikal Pharma. I bought it at 224. Can you please review my stock and let me know what should be my strategy? Hikal Pharma.
देखिए हिकाल में अभी भी डाउन ट्रेंड है, कुछ भी मूव आता है वो एक फेक आउट हो सकता है, ब्रेकआउट नहीं। एंड एक डेड कैट बाउंस के तौर पे हम लोग देख रहे हैं इसको। सो कुछ भी मूव मिलता है एक बार एग्जिट होने का व्यू बनाइए आप।
ओके, नेक्स्ट क्वेरी ले लेते हैं, और ये सवाल हमारे पास आया है एक भास्कर का हैदराबाद से। ये आपसे डेंटा वाटर स्टॉक के ऊपर पूछना चाह रहे हैं। 2 से 3 साल के लिए एक फ्रेश एंट्री लेना चाहते हैं डेंटा वाटर में। ये शेयर आप ट्रैक करते हैं प्रदीप जी?
देखिए डेंटा वाटर भी मैं ट्रैक किया हूँ मल्टीपल टाइम्स। द थिंग इज कि स्टॉक का मार्केट कैप 900 करोड़ के आसपास है, एकदम ही छोटा सा कंपनी है, तो इसमें मूव आता है बहुत फास्टली। आप देखेंगे एक एक दिन में 12-12, 15-15% का भी मूव आके रखा है पास्ट में भी। सो मुझे लगता है कि अगर आपके पास है आप बने रहिए, लेकिन स्टॉप लॉस बहुत स्ट्रिक्टली आपको मेंटेन करके जाना चाहिए। वो स्टॉप लॉस अभी के लिए होगा 307 के लेवल पे स्टॉप लॉस मेंटेन कीजिए, बने रहिए। और स्टॉक में लगता है कि एक बार आपको 380 उसके बाद 400 तक मूव आपको आते हुए दिखाई देंगे।
ठीक है, सिद्धार्थ है नोएडा से, लिखते हैं सर डेटा पैटर्न्स में एंट्री करना चाहता हूं, और 4500 के प्राइस पर ऑलरेडी मैंने लिया है 1 से 2 महीने के लिए। इज इट द राइट स्टॉक टू कंटिन्यू टू बाय, एंड डू यू थिंक टारगेट ऑफ 5500 कैन बी सीन आल्सो ऑन डेटा पैटर्न?
This is the right stock, but definitely this is the not right time, because stock price already हमने लोगों ने देखा है कि 4765 के लेवल के आसपास है। रिसेंटली ब्रेकआउट हुआ था 3200 लेवल पे। सो ब्रेकआउट के बाद एक तरफा चला है, एंड इतना हाई प्राइस में अभी तो फिलहाल बाय नहीं किया जा सकता। स्टॉक को करेक्शंस होने दीजिए, फिर से 3800 एंड उसके बाद 3950 के लेवल पे आने दीजिए। रिविजिट पे मुझे लगता है कि आपको बाई का एक्यूमुलेशन करना चाहिए। क्या होता है ना, आप देखिए कोई भी स्टॉक ब्रेकआउट होने के बाद एक तरफा चलता नहीं है। ब्रेकआउट होने के बाद या तो आप मोमेंटम में पकड़िए, अदरवाइज ब्रेकआउट हो गया है तो होने दीजिए। फिर से ये रिट्रेसमेंट पे आएगा, आप रिट्रेसमेंट पे लीजिए। एंड रिट्रेसमेंट पे लेना कहीं ना कहीं वैल्यू बाइंग होता है। इट विल टेक मे बी 2 to 3 मंथ्स लग सकता है, लेकिन वैल्यू बाइंग आपको मुझे लगता है कि स्टॉक मार्केट पे ऑलवेज करके जाना चाहिए।
Okay, let's take the next question. This one is from आयुष। KPI ग्रीन पर पूछना चाहते हैं आपसे, 424 पे लिए हैं शेयर्स, क्या करना चाहिए KPI ग्रीन में?
आप देखिए केपीआई ग्रीन एनर्जी अभी एक कंसोलिडेशन रेंज के अंदर फंसा हुआ है। मंथली चार्ट में ओवरऑल नेगेटिव ट्रेंड पे ही है। एंड अभी अगर प्राइस देखेंगे ऑलमोस्ट 401-2 के आसपास का प्राइस चल रहा है। एक स्टॉप लॉस 348 के लेवल पे मेंटेन करके जाना चाहिए, लेकिन फ्रेश बाय या तो एवरेजिंग करने का गलती अभी नहीं करना चाहिए। ओवरऑल वीकनेस लग रहा है, एक बार तो 375 ऑन द वे।
ओके, मयंक का सवाल है, और ये पूछते हैं अर्बन कंपनी पर सर आपका क्या व्यू है? ये भी एक रिसेंटली लिस्टेड कंपनी है, न्यू एज टेक स्पेस सर्विसेज को फॉलो करने वाली कंपनी है। कैसे देखते हैं आप अर्बन कंपनी को? 135 पर चल रहा है फिलहाल।
अगर हम पर्टिकुलर स्टॉक को देखेंगे 135 के लेवल पे अभी प्राइस चल रहा है। मैं बोलूंगा कि लिस्टिंग होने के बाद अभी भी मुझे लगता है कि कंसोलिडेशन में टाइम चाहिए होगा। हो सकता है कि फ्यूचर में रैली आए, लेकिन अभी के हिसाब से एक स्टॉप लॉस 117 पे आपको मेंटेन करना चाहिए। एक बार हम बाय करने के बारे में सोचेंगे जब नेक्स्ट 2 से 3 क्वार्टर का रिजल्ट ये पेश करेंगे। अगर रिजल्ट आता है, मैनेजमेंट का क्या गाइडेंस एंड क्या व्यू है, उसके ऊपर ही हमारा व्यू बनेगा। लेकिन अभी के हिसाब से मार्केट को भी लगा था जब लिस्टिंग हुआ था कि वैल्यूएशन महंगा है, इसीलिए देखिए जिस तरीके से 195 का हाई लगाने के बाद सीधा सीधा 50% का करेक्शन। तो इंपॉर्टेंट नहीं है कि आप क्या सोच रहे हैं, मैं क्या सोच रहा हूँ, दुनिया क्या सोच रहा है, इंपॉर्टेंट नहीं है कि मार्केट क्या सोच रहा है। तो मार्केट ने यही सोचा था कि ये ओवर वैल्यूएशन है, इसी वजह से अपने ऑल टाइम हाई से 50% का करेक्शन हो गया। अब 50% करेक्शंस होने के बाद कहीं ना कहीं एक वैल्यू जोन में आ गया था, अगेन बाइंग आ रहा है। सो इसीलिए यहाँ पे हमारा अभी व्यू यही रहेगा कि नेक्स्ट आने वाला 2-4 क्वार्टर का रिजल्ट देखेंगे। अगर रिजल्ट का अच्छा कुछ हो जाता है एंड मैनेजमेंट की तरफ से भी एक गाइडेंस अच्छा आ जाता है, तो मुझे लगता है कि तब कुछ व्यू बनेगा। उससे पहले कंसोलिडेशन में ही रहने वाला है 2-3 महीना।
ओके, नेक्स्ट क्वेरी है पार्थ मेहता की। लिखते हैं विशाल मेगा मार्ट सर बाय किया है 125 पर, इसका लॉन्ग टर्म का व्यू आपका क्या है विशाल मेगा मार्ट?
देखिए विशाल मेगा मार्ट देखेंगे आप, बहुत सारे स्टोर्स है लेकिन इनका भी कंपटीशन बहुत हाई हो चुका है। रिसेंटली प्रोमोटर ने स्टेक भी बेचा था, जिस दिन स्टेक बेचा था आप देखेंगे 112 112 के आसपास का लो था। वो लो मुझे लगता है कि एक आपके लिए प्रोमिनेंट स्टॉप लॉस हो सकता है। उसके बाद हम लोगों ने देखा जब स्टेक बेचने का खबर आए थे, उसके बाद स्टॉक थोड़ा बहुत सस्टेन करने के बाद चला भी था। लेकिन अभी जिस तरीके से वीकनेस चार्ट में है, सो मैं अभी भरोसा नहीं कर पा रहा हूँ पर्टिकुलर स्टॉक में। या तो मैं रिजल्ट के लिए वेट करूंगा, या तो कुछ टाइम मैं और स्पेंड करने वाला हूँ, देखने वाला हूँ कि अल्टीमेटली क्या कहाँ पे कंसोलिडेशन रेंज के अंदर जाने वाला है। एंड मैं अभी के लिए 112 के रेंज पे एक स्टॉप लॉस मेंटेन करना पसंद करूंगा, और बाई या तो एवरेज करना भी नहीं चाहिए।
ठीक है, क्वेश्चन नेक्स्ट है हमारे पास रुद्राक्ष का। ये पूछना चाहते हैं आपसे, करारो इंडिया के ऊपर 540 के भाव पर खरीदा हुआ है इन्होंने करारो इंडिया, और लिखते हैं कि सर ये पिछले एक हफ्ते में ऑलरेडी शेयर 10% चढ़ गया है, क्या इसमें आगे भी तेजी बनी रहेगी?
मैम क्या मुझे आप स्पेलिंग बता सकते हो?
TARRARO, करारो।
ओके, अच्छा ये स्टॉक, एक सेकेंड जस्ट अलाउ मी
590
सी
पर
इट
चल
डबल
रहा है
आर।
अभी, इन्होंने ऑलरेडी आई थिंक 540 पर
ओके
खरीदा
ओके,
है।
बने रहना चाहिए उनको, बहुत बढ़िया बेस बन रहा है, बने रहना चाहिए। नियर टू द आईपीओ ब्रेकआउट जोन पे जा रहा है। एंड स्टॉक का मुझे लगता है कि बहुत बढ़िया है कि यहाँ से भागने के लिए रेडी हो रहा है, बेस बन रहा है, अभी ब्रेकआउट नहीं आया। स्टॉप लॉस 552 के लेवल पे मेंटेन करके चलना चाहिए। 552 विल बी द स्टॉप लॉस, एंड होल्ड करने का सलाह रहेगा स्टॉक को। मुझे लगता है कि ऑल टाइम हाई ऑन द वे, बहुत जल्दी आपको ऑल टाइम हाई पर्टिकुलर स्टॉक में आते हुए दिखाई देंगे।
है। अलीजेबा का सवाल है, सागर सीमेंट कैसे देखते हैं सर आप? 234 पर मैंने खरीदा है, क्या राय होगी?
सागर सीमेंट, ओके। देखिए सागर सीमेंट, सागर सीमेंट मुझे लगता है कि 170 के लेवल पे है, एंड कंसोलिडेशन हो रहा है बहुत टाइम से, तो यहाँ पे तो इमीडिएट लेवल पे मूव नहीं पॉसिबल है। एंटायर आप देखेंगे सीमेंट स्टॉक में कोई भी एक स्टॉक में बढ़िया मूव नहीं देखने को मिला है लास्ट 6-8 महीने में। एंड अभी भी मुझे लगता है कि ये जो एक टाइम करेक्शंस के अंदर फंसा हुआ है एंटायर द इंडस्ट्री, ये अभी भी रहने वाला है। लेकिन एक स्टॉप लॉस आप मेंटेन करने का सलाह रहेगा 148 के लेवल पे, ये टूटने पे आपको एग्जिट होने का व्यू रहेगा।
Okay, let's take the next question. This one is from Ratna Prabha. लिखते हैं, hi Sakshi, can you give me a view on Zen Technologies? I have 16 shares. My average price is 1659 on Zen Tech. Can I continue to hold on? What is the average can advise Zen Tech?
देखिए अगर 2-3 महीने का व्यू है तो मुझे लगता है कि एक बार आपको प्रॉफिट बुकिंग करने के बारे में सोचना चाहिए, क्योंकि मुझे लगता है कि फिर से स्टॉक आपको 1700 के जोन एंड 1650 का जोन आपको आते हुए दिखाई देंगे। लेकिन अगर व्यू 3-4 साल का है तो मुझे लगता है कि ऑल टाइम हाई ऑन द वे, बहुत जल्दी आपको ऑल टाइम हाई भी आते हुए दिखाई देंगे। अब क्या पहले पॉसिबल है? पहले पॉसिबल है आपका जो बाइंग जोन है वहां पे आपको फिर से रिट्रेसमेंट पे आते हुए दिखाई देंगे। सो अब साइकोलॉजिकली देखा जाए, अगर आपके जगह मैं होता तो डेफिनेटली आई विल बुक माई प्रॉफिट एंड शिप द स्टॉक टू बीएल। अगर मुझे थोड़ा फंडामेंटली अच्छा रखना है स्टॉक, मैं बीएल जैसे स्टॉक अपने पोर्टफोलियो में डेफिनेटली ऐड करता। तो फॉर द जेन टेक, क्योंकि इसमें थोड़ा सर्किट वाला प्रॉब्लम भी है, आप देखेंगे लास्ट टाइम कुछ टाइम हम लोगों ने देखा है कि ये सर्किट टू सर्किट चलने वाला स्टॉक है। सो बेटर रहेगा यू शुड बुक योर प्रॉफिट एंड शिप द अनदर स्टॉक।
ओके, नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन लेते हैं। सवाल हमारे पास आया है सपना का भी और मधु का भी, दोनों का एक ही ग्रुप के ऊपर है तो साथ में ले लेते हैं। सपना पूछना चाहती हैं किर्लोस्कर ब्रदर्स में फ्रेश एंट्री के लिए, और मधु पूछना चाहती हैं किर्लोस्कर इंडस्ट्रीज ऑलरेडी होल्ड किया हुआ है, लॉन्ग टर्म के लिए टारगेट क्या हो सकता है? अब इसलिए ये हम पूरा साथ में ले रहे हैं क्योंकि किर्लोस्कर ब्रदर्स में ऑल टाइम हाई लगता हुआ नजर आ रहा है। पिछले 2-3 दिनों में लगातार मोमेंटम देखने को मिल रहा है। कंपनी का फोरे जो हुआ है डेटा सेंटर्स स्पेस में, इसे देखते हुए पूरे ग्रुप में एक का एक तेजी आई थी कल के सेशन में। आज थोड़ी प्रॉफिट टेकिंग आप किर्लोस्कर इंडस्ट्रीज में देख रहे हैं, किर्लोस्कर ब्रदर्स आज भी तेजी में है। प्रदीप जी, क्या राय होगी आपकी?
देखिए, किर्लोस्कर ऑयल इंजन को लेके मैं पहले बता देता हूँ। आज का डे हाई था 2720 एंड आज सुबह ही एक चैनल पे मैं ऐसे ही व्यू दे रहा था 2650 2700 के रेंज में उस टाइम पे था कि स्टॉक को बाय नहीं करना चाहिए। इनफैक्ट हाइप तो चल रहा था बहुत सारा, लेकिन ये हाइप आपको खत्म होते हुए दिखाई दे रहा है, बिकॉज कल भी चला है, आज भी चल रहा है। मार्केट एग्रेसिव नहीं है, मार्केट को जितना प्रीमियम देना था मार्केट ने ओवर प्रीमियम दे दिया है। अब जो ग्रेट फेयर चलता है हम लोगों ने देखा ही है, तो मुझे लगता है कि एक परफेक्टली अगर आपने बाई करके रखा है तो शॉर्ट टर्म आपको प्रॉफिट बुक करके जाना चाहिए। एंड एक बार के लिए स्टॉक आपको 2150 से 2200 तक लेवल आपको किर्लोस्कर ऑयल इंजन में आपको आते हुए दिखाई देंगे। किर्लोस्कर इंडस्ट्री का भी प्राइस चल रहा है 4207 के आसपास, एंड एक बार प्रॉफिट बुकिंग में लग रहा है कि 4050 तक आपको मिलेंगे, लेकिन ओवरऑल बने रहने का सलाह होगा पर्टिकुलर स्टॉक में। किर्लोस्कर ब्रदर्स अगर हम देखेंगे 2010 के आसपास का प्राइस चल रहा है, डे हाई भी देखेंगे 2129, तो शार्प एक फॉल एंड प्रॉफिट बुकिंग देखने को मिल रहा है। मैं प्रॉफिट बुकिंग के तौर पे देख रहा हूं, कोई ब्रेकडाउन नहीं। शॉर्ट टाइम में इतना ऊपर आने के कारण जो डेड कैट बाउंस आया था वो सस्टेन नहीं हो पा रहा है। एग्रेसिव व्यू अभी मार्केट में काम नहीं करेगा। सो मुझे लगता है कि स्टॉक में भी एक बार आपको 1950 एंड 1920 तक एक बार एक नीचे के डाउन साइड में मूव आपको मिलेंगे, लेकिन तीनों स्टॉक्स में ही देखा जाए तो आप बने रह सकते हैं लॉन्ग टर्म में। नेक्स्ट 1.5-2 साल का व्यू है तो प्रॉब्लम नहीं है, 1.5-2 हफ्ते का व्यू है तब जाके प्रॉफिट बुकिंग एक्सपेक्टेशन है।
ठीक है, चलिए उम्मीद करते हैं किर्लोस्कर ग्रुप पर आपको पूरी राय मिल गई। किर्लोस्कर ऑयल इंजन्स, किर्लोस्कर ब्रदर्स, किर्लोस्कर इंडस्ट्रीज, जितने सारे दर्शक हमारे पास बात कर रहे थे उन तीनों के ऊपर आपको राय मिल गई है। उम्मीद करते हैं दिस हैज हेल्प्ड यू आउट। चोपड़ा जी का सवाल है नेक्स्ट। प्रदीप जी पूछना चाहते हैं आपसे एबीबी में एक फ्रेश एंट्री को लेकर।
देखिए, एबीबी में मुझे लगता है कि फ्रेश एंट्री आपको करना चाहिए ऑलमोस्ट 6722, उसके बाद 6550 के लेवल पे। इससे पहले एबीबी में अभी हाथ लगाना नहीं चाहिए। और क्यों नहीं चाहिए? बिकॉज एक डबल बॉटम बना है वीकली चार्ट में 4950 से, उसके बाद फिर से डबल बॉटम रिविजिट होने के बाद कंफर्मेशन मिला है और ब्रेकआउट आया था 6150 से, और एक तरफा चल भी गया है स्टॉक 7820 में, तो अभी 7152 चल रहा है। कहीं ना कहीं शॉर्ट टर्म टॉप लगाने के बाद का प्रॉफिट बुकिंग चल रहा है। ये प्रॉफिट बुकिंग आपको 6750 से तक मिनिमम मिलेगा, तो मुझे लगता है कि वो एक बढ़िया जोन हो सकता है आपके लिए।
ठीक है, उम्मीद करते हैं दिस हैज आल्सो ट्रूली हेल्प्ड यू आउट। और अब प्रदीप जी, एक तो मैं आपसे ये भी सवाल जानना चाह रही थी बिफोर वी कम टू योर ओन टॉप चॉइस of the stocks that you have to recommend. The question that I had was on the IPOs. पहले तो NSE और जियो के IPO का अनाउंसमेंट आया। दोनों के लिए ही आप क्या रिकमेंडेशन ऑलरेडी अपने क्लाइंट्स को दे रहे हैं? आईपीओ की डिटेल्स अभी तक आई नहीं है, आरएचपी फाइल हुआ नहीं है, और दोनों बहुत बड़े आईपीओज आने वाले हैं, हिस्ट्री के सबसे बड़े आईपीओज आने वाले हैं। इस पर आपको क्या करना है? और साथ ही साथ अगर हम देखें तो आज के सेशन में भी 3 छोटे आईपीओज खुले हुए हैं निवेशकों के लिए। जैसे अगर हम आज सुबह भी हमने बात की थी टर्टल मिंट का, टर्टल मिंट फिनटेक जो कंपनी है इसका आखिरी दिन है सब्सक्रिप्शन का। वाटरबेज लेजर टूरिज्म आईपीओ आज ही खुला है, और ज्वेलरी कंपनी अद्वैत ज्वेल्स कंपनी भी आज ही खुला है। इनमें से किसी को भी अगर आप ट्रैक कर रहे हैं तो भी बता दीजिए।
जी, न्यू जो अभी आईपीओ ओपन है इसमें हम ट्रैक नहीं करते, फॉर दैट मैं इसमें कोई व्यू नहीं दे पाऊंगा। और बाकी रिलायंस में और एनएसई में मुझे लगता है कि एनएसई का जो है पूरा ही देखिए ओएफएस होने वाला है, ऑफर फॉर सेल। एंड हमारा व्यू यहाँ पे ऐसा है कि देखिए अगर आप इन्वेस्टमेंट करने के बारे में सोच रहे हो, सो ये एनएसई एक्सचेंज रिलेटेड बिजनेस जो बेसिकली होता है एसेट लाइट मॉडल होता है। अभी एसेट लाइट मॉडल जिस तरीके का चलता है इंडियन मार्केट में, मुझे लगता है कि थोड़ा आपको 1.5 से 2 साल का व्यू लेके चलना पड़ेगा। ऑब्वियसली आपको इन्वेस्टमेंट करते रहना चाहिए, एंड एनएसई पे हमारा पॉजिटिव ही व्यू है। लेकिन जो लास्ट टाइम आपने मुझे पूछा था, मैंने बताया था कि इमीडिएट लेवल पे बहुत सारे लोगों का हाइप बन रहा है कि हम लोग अनलिस्टेड में शेयर ले ले क्या, तो द आंसर इज बिग नो, नहीं लेना चाहिए। अगर लिस्टिंग गेन के पर्पज से आप देख रहे हो तो फिर भी आपको नहीं मैं सलाह दूंगा। अगर आपका पास व्यू है कि नहीं, मैं एनएससी जो नेशनल स्टॉक एक्सचेंज जहां पे हाईएस्ट लिक्विडिटी है, जहां पे हाईएस्ट प्रॉफिटेबिलिटी है अभी इंडस्ट्री में, अगर 1.5-2 साल का व्यू है आपके पास, तो आंसर इज वेरी क्लियर यस, ऑब्वियसली आपको एक बार अप्लाई करके जाना चाहिए। एंड रिलायंस का जिस तरीके से अनाउंसमेंट रिसेंटली आया है, मुझे लगता है कि आप देखेंगे कमिंग फ्यूचर में ओवरऑल ग्रुप का जिस तरीके से ब्लॉकचेन टेक्नोलॉजी पे, जिस तरीके से एआई क्लाउड अलग अलग चीजों में लगा पड़ा है, सो मैं समझ पा रहा हूँ कि इंटर इंडस्ट्री कहीं ना कहीं शिफ्ट होने जा रहा है। एंड वैल्यूएशन ऑब्वियसली बहुत एक साथ अभी आ रहा है, जैसे आईपीओ आएगा आप दिखाई देंगे देश का आई थिंक हाईएस्ट वैल्यूएशंस के हिसाब से कैपिटल रेज होने वाला है। सो दोनों में ही हमारा पॉजिटिव व्यू है, लेकिन शॉर्ट टर्म नॉइज बहुत ज्यादा है, तो बेटर रहेगा दोनों में अगर थोड़ा पॉजिटिव व्यू हम लेके चलेंगे तो बेटर है। और हमारा जो आज का कॉल रहेगा वो बेसिकली पहला जो कॉल रहेगा वो है ACME सोलर होल्डिंग। ACME सोलर होल्डिंग लगातार IPO हाई के ऊपर सस्टेन हो रहा है, वीकली एंड मंथली चार्ट पे ब्रेकआउट आके रखा है एंड एक बार फिर से अपने ऑल टाइम हाईस लगाने के लिए जा रहा है। ऑल टाइम हाई ऑन द वे 353 के आसपास का प्राइस चल रहा है, बने रहना चाहिए अगर किसी के पास है। फ्रेश बाई करने का सलाह रहेगा, टारगेट यहाँ से 385, उसके बाद आपको 450 तक आते हुए दिखाई देंगे। व्यू क्लियर है, 6 महीने का व्यू आपको देना पड़ेगा, आपको 450 450 एंड अबव भी आपको मूव मिलेंगे। एक जो स्टॉप लॉस रिसेंट लो पे था ऑलमोस्ट 310 310 के आसपास मुझे लगता है कि मेंटेन करके चलना चाहिए। तो 6 महीने से पहले आपको बेचने का व्यू नहीं करना चाहिए पर्टिकुलर स्टॉक में। 310 का स्टॉप लॉस रहेगा, 390, उसके बाद 450 का टारगेट आते हुए दिखाई देंगे। और एक स्टॉक है वो है न्यूलैंड लैबोरेटरीज लिमिटेड। अभी 18,000 ऑलमोस्ट 58 के आसपास का प्राइस चल रहा है, 18,000 के ऊपर रिसेंट देखने को मिल रहा है। नियर टू ब्रेकआउट जोन के आसपास है न्यूलैंड, NEULAND लैबोरेटरीज। अभी मुझे लगता है कि करेंट जोन से हम बाय करके भी जा सकते हैं स्टॉक में। एक बार हमें 22,500 उसके बाद 25,000 तक मूव मुझे लगता है कि आपको देखने को मिलेगा। एक स्टॉप लॉस मैं यहाँ पे आज का जो डे लो है ऑलमोस्ट 17,254 के लेवल पे मेंटेन करना पसंद करूंगा, और इसमें भी व्यू मेरा 4 से 5 महीने का रहा है।
ओके, गॉट दैट। तो चलिए यहाँ पर भी आपको राय मिल गई है कि कौन कौन से स्टॉक्स जो हैं प्रदीप जी के रडार पर हैं। एक्मे सोलर, न्यूलैंड लेबोरेटरीज, 2 स्टॉक्स उन्होंने आज नए बताए हैं। और शुरुआती डिस्कशन में लीला पैलेस होटल्स के ऊपर भी उन्होंने राय दी थी, जहां पर आप निवेश कर सकते हैं। प्रदीप जी, इससे पिछले हफ्ते में आपने ल्यूपिन के ऊपर भी नजर रखने के लिए कहा था। वहां पर क्योंकि आज हमने फार्मा के ऊपर भी डिस्कस किया है, ल्यूपिन का एक बार और रिव्यू कर दीजिए हमारे दर्शकों के लिए।
लुपिन बहुत बढ़िया स्टॉक है एंड हमें लगता है कि आपको बने रहना चाहिए। लास्ट वीक का जो मैंने बताया था, आप देखेंगे चार्ट में जाके ऑलमोस्ट 2015 के आसपास का जो टॉप बना था उसके ऊपर ब्रेकआउट, उसके बाद कप एंड हैंडल ओवरऑल मंथली चार्ट पे बना है। तो अगर किसी को चार्ट पढ़ना आता है, चार्ट देखना आता है, आप जाइए क्लियरली मंथली चार्ट पे कप एंड हैंडल फॉर्मेशन 3000 के आसपास का अप्रोक्स टारगेट निकल के आ रहा है, बने रहना चाहिए। होल्ड कीजिए स्टॉक,
होल्ड कीजिए स्टॉक को, बने रहना चाहिए। 3000 के आसपास का टारगेट भी नजर आ रहा है। ओके, गॉट दैट प्रदीप जी, थैंक यू सो मच देन फॉर बीइंग विद अस ऑन दिस स्पेशल एडिशन ऑफ डेली कॉल्स, गाइडिंग ऑल आवर व्यूअर्स देयर, सॉल्विंग देयर क्वेश्चंस। ऑलवेज अ प्लेजर टू हैव you with us, and we'll continue to get you on another edition of Business Today as well. Thank you so much for being with us. All right, viewers, we wrap it up on that note on daily calls, but stay tuned on to Business Today as we will continue to get you all the market insights on the other side of this break.
I will resign as leader of the Labour Party.
The King of the North may soon have to change his address to 10 Downing Street. With Keir Starmer out of the way, Andy Burnham, who has long been waiting in the wings, appears well ahead on his path to Britain's top job. Burnham is the only Labour lawmaker to have confirmed that he will enter the leadership contest.
I made my statement, obviously praising the Prime Minister's dedication, service, and confirmed that I will